Hey, my name is King, or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Tannic. There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific Time or 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and of course, this week, your sultan of Star Trek. That's right, Robert Meyer Burnett. And it is, of course, Midnight Musings, episode 42. And for you Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fans out there, you all know what number 42 means. That is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. That's right, number 42. Now you're going to ask me what the question is. I don't know what the question is. That's why you have to read Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy books and find out what it all means. And you know what? To help you on your journey to enlightenment, I'm going to give you two of my most favorite co-stars in the world, two of my favorite people on YouTube. You know them. You love them. It's Mmmm and Lael Rockwell, the 1/6 scale man.
How you doing?
The question is, how you doing? How you doing, everyone? How the two of you guys doing? Guys, girls, gentle
Busy.
Busy.
Been busy all week, yeah.
Well, you know what? Suddenly, I am seeing that the stream. The stream is bouncing back and forth. Oh no, it's back again. Maybe they're throttling me. Who knows? It's crazy, but it's crazy. So let me ask you this. First of all, let's get this out of the way. I'm sure you've been talking about this, Lael, for the last week.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Keaton, Batman figure, Hot Toys, re-release. I got the original. I got the original 89 Batmobile.
Yeah.
That Michael Keaton figure is amazing.
It's legit. It was definitely legit. Well, I mean, it's with any release. There's the re-release, and then there's the 2.0. You know what I mean? So this is definitely a 2.0, but even still, we're going to talk about a lot about the unhappiness of the community itself, how it bounces actually back and forth. But it's a conversation that we knew was going to happen. So some people like it, but people who have the original don't like it because it kind of takes away from the exclusivity that they think they should have. So
isn't that weird though?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I here's the thing. I have never bought toys for their exclusive nature. The fact is, the 6 scale community and the high end collectors market, they are exclusive just because certain companies just aren't going to make them in volume the way Kenner or the way Hasbro would. But I have to tell you, I mean, what I love about that is getting the Jazz Inc. Batwing. I'm going to put my old DX Batman in the cockpit of that Batwing and hang it from my ceiling. No one will necessarily see that it's in the cockpit of the Batwing, but unless I mount it to the wall behind a giant moon that's backlit or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think don't you think it's odd? I mean, I guess if you're collecting, I mean, I would want everybody that wants the figure to be able to have it. Except Heavy Mando. Haha, I have one. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
They're gonna make it.
Sure
They're gonna
do.
re-release it.
I have mine. I definitely have mine. So yeah, that wasn't. I really don't sell any of my Star Wars figures anyway, so I knew that wasn't gonna happen. But no, it's kind of fickle that way though, bro. Like it is. Like I mean, it's for some people, you know, like people like me, I really don't care. You can re-release all you want, you know, as long as I know I have something that, you know, or I have a chance of getting something that I don't have in the collection, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
But then you have some people who are, you know, really, really quote unquote anal about that. You know what I mean? They want to actually, you're taking away from the exclusivity. Like we had this figure in the very beginning, you know, retooling it now takes the value away from what we have. And I'm like, well, you're definitely not in a good market. You're not in the right space. This is
why
Hot
aren't you buying
Toys. These are
stocks
figures.
or
Exactly,
or real estate?
We're talking about figures now. So if you continue to have that argument, already knowing Hot Toys movement, then I'm sorry to tell you, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you're going to be upset almost every year, almost every month, almost every week. So, you know, literally just suck it up at this point. It just happens. Something that we're not going to get past. You know, if you're putting all your stock into that, and yeah, something's not right. It's not right.
And now, you know, I've often said that I judge movie trailers based on how many Hot Toys figures are in the trailers that I want to buy. So it's like, what is the Hot Toys factor? And the new Flash trailer dropped, obviously, and you know, there's a haul of Batman armor in that trailer. I mean, the picture, like it looked like there was a little Azrael Batman. I don't know what, but I'm like, all I knew is that I looked at that trailer and how much. One, it made me realize, I'm stoked that I have the General Zod from Man of Steel figure.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll finally get a Kaora figure. I don't know. But let me ask you, starting with you, what did you think of the Flash trailer?
Oh, wow. It was phenomenal. I wasn't expecting to have this reaction to it, but I haven't been this excited about a movie in a long time. And I can see why they didn't want to kind of throw this particular film out, because it looks incredible. It looks incredible. And it's not even just the notion of seeing things that are familiar. And of course, Michael Keaton still has it. So there is that. And it felt just like watching him in 1989 when I first saw him in that suit. I have to say, it felt the same, guys. And you know how rare that is. I really
He looks good.
got the same feeling. I was not expecting that. I also wasn't expecting the Flash to look so exciting. It looks exciting. It looks, fun. It looks, just incredible what they were able to do. And even is it Supergirl who's in that?
Yeah.
I thought she looked incredible, and it was like she had this power. There was a few, there's a lot in the trailer. There's a lot. The scenes where they showed her face, the power seemed to almost be overpowering her, and I liked that. And it had this sense of, this extremeness to it that was very satisfying. Seeing her kind of flying by, it had a different tone to it that seemed very good. And I'm excited about this film. I didn't know I was going to feel this way. And Tom Jr. Jackson is like, you got to see it. I said, I will see it. And, Lorraine and I watched it before we did Ladies of the PGS, and we spoke about this trailer for about 30 minutes because it was so impressive, so incredible, so many things in it that made us want to go and see a film, be excited about the release date of a film. And I haven't had that excitement this way in a while. I wasn't expecting it, and it feels really, really good to feel this way.
Lael, what'd you think?
Oh, I loved it. I loved it, and it's good to see that that not WB but DC is actually getting a win. And that this it's been the most talked about. I still err on the side of disagreements when it comes to them. Some people that it's not a possibility for Ezra to come back as the Flash, because I think anything is going to happen. We may not like it, but money talks. Everything else plays a close second. Like, and I'm telling you, like, if it makes a lot of money, and again, right now with Ezra has been really, really quiet. We haven't really heard from him. He's in rehab right now, trying to get his therapy, they are trying to getting themselves together. So we haven't heard from him yet, but hopefully when they do decide to speak and publicly, that situation will be addressed. But it's good to see a win. It looks good. They look good in it. I would say definitely hands down though, for me, the biggest draw from it, and it's not because I'm not paying respect to Michael Keaton, because I knew he was going to be in it, but that Supergirl looks incredible.
Yep.
It looks incredible, bro. I am so hype about that character. I hope she knocks it out the park. I hope she does well, bro. I want to see her continue on, because from what I saw so far, bro, and again, like I said, we never know. We haven't seen the film yet, but what I've seen so far from it, I'm so excited for that character. And because she's been real humble about it, she loves the character. She loves portraying that character. And I think that she needs that space to breathe. It was probably, to me, the most exciting part about the trailer, seeing her face off against Zod, seeing that iteration.
Dude, can you, how crazy is it to see the World Engines and Zod come back? And Feora is coming back. And I have to tell you, first of all, that Supergirl costume is fire.
It looks incredible.
I mean, I can't wait. I even liked when you saw the behind the scenes photos of it, and there was some, as every fan community does, bitching and moaning and complaining about it, but seeing on camera, it looks great.
Phenomenal.
And I love to see in the trailer where Michael Keaton puts up his fist. Well, what are we going to do now? Try not to die, and he moves it away, and there's Supergirl. What's interesting is,
oh my gosh, incredible.
And if they lean into the Tom King version that James Gunn's been talking about, like, I could see when they brought that up and they talked about Supergirl's origin, because that Tom King origin of Supergirl is badass. I mean, she comes from a horrible place. I mean, she's like Conan the Barbarian Supergirl, and I'm wondering, like, it's going to be really interesting to see how they work all of this into the new DC universe, because to me, with Flashpoint, anything goes. Well, however that movie concludes, and I could see them bringing that Supergirl from Flashpoint over into the DC EU, because they've announced, a Supergirl movie.
Yeah.
So depending on, there's no reason why they can't.
You know what? And here's the thing, bro. Like I said, we come to expect the simple fact. And here's the thing: it's this iteration of Supergirl is not going to be for everybody. It's not. Because a lot of people don't recognize this version of it, even though this version of Supergirl does exist. It's clearly in the comics. It does exist. She is there. It's just the simple fact, and they chose to go this particular route. Who knows where James Gunn's going to go next? But I'm just excited about it. I'm excited that we are getting something like this. The trailer looks good. I'm definitely excited to see that Ben Affleck is going to don that blue and gray outfit.
Bro,
it's that iteration of it with the bat cycle.
Come on.
That looks phenomenal. Come on. Yeah, that looks phenomenal, bro. Like, so I'm definitely hyped to see that. But here's the thing, because even the director, like this week, he actually put out like a little snippet, or not even a snippet.
Andy
but his
Muschietti.
comment was Andy Muschietti said, "Oh, what you're seeing is not even the tip of the iceberg. There's more surprises. Y'all just don't know yet." And it just kept it like that. There's more surprises. Y'all just don't know yet. If you're excited about this, I'm so humbled because you haven't seen it yet. You know what I mean? Like, and that's incredible. Like, for him to say that and be excited that the fans were excited about it. So I mean, again, myself, I knew Keaton was going to be there, and I was already my excitement level was already there for it. To see the Batmobile, to see him actually come down and give somebody the rock bottom from hell, I was excited about that. You know, definitely. I mean, come on, it's Keaton, bro. When that figure dropped, I already pre-ordered it. Day one, I gotta have it because, like I said, I was already excited, and it was something I was waiting for the longest time. Finally, get a chance to get it. But I'm telling you, for me, it's just my opinion. But everybody's right to have their own. I just love that Supergirl. I love the way it looked. I love the excitement.
I love the colors.
I agree with you both. And I think that this is an example, the perfect example of where costuming is so important in what they show you and what they present to you. You want to present your best foot forward and how the character is going to look. And I felt like it was perfection. Even for the Flash, I felt that those costumes that we saw, the iterations of the costume were so stunning and so amazing looking. I'm also going to say the ring. Now, I don't know anything about the ring. I know nothing of it.
Well, that's classic Flash, the costume in the ring.
Yeah. Lael and Robert, when I saw he had the ring on his hand and, kind of opened up, and I was like, oh, that looks so cool. I thought to myself, this is what makes people excited about a character, seeing something like that. It didn't look odd or weird. It looked natural. Wow, that ring opens up and it means something special. Look, there's going to be a bunch of kids who are going to want to wear this ring and dress up as the Flash for Halloween. I think it's going to be a huge hit in that regard. I'm excited for it. I saw things in that trailer that really, I think, made me excited to see this, and certainly showed imagination and a certain level of aesthetic that we haven't been seeing necessarily, that we need to see in this type of IP.
Well, people in town, the word on the street has been that the Flash, for a year, I've been hearing that it's a great, people are saying how great it is. Mm-hmm. And when James Gunn came out and flat out said it's one of the best superhero movies I've ever seen, it's funny because I've been hearing that, not on the record for a long time. So when he said that, and people would say, a cynic would say, well, he's working at DC now, he's going to say that. But this has been something people have been saying for a long time, and it's been there's been a lot of consternation amongst people because of Ezra Miller's troubles and things that have been going on. And I'm not going to share it here, but I had heard something about Ezra Miller's personal life that would, it doesn't excuse his behavior or their behavior, but it definitely would explain certain things that would
I heard the same thing.
Make them more sympathetic to you.
I've heard certain things, not to really get into it, but I heard things about them that, really, put it this way, I'm familiar with it because of members of the family that I have that have dealt with it. You know what I mean? So I'm familiar with habits. I'm familiar with certain things. So it can be understood. And the thing is, the reason why I understood it, now here's the thing, not being dismissive and making excuses for the action, because it was horrific in a sense. It was terrible, put it that way.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I also know that it exists. So I gotta handle it with care and really understand that, okay, this does exist, especially with one particular family member that I have. So I kind of understood it, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's up to them. Whatever they choose to do is how they're going to actually do it. If they choose to basically dismiss him as the Flash going forward, hell, at least we're going to get a great film. Hopefully they give him the proper send-off. If they choose to basically bring him back, then again, everybody has to deal with it. And really, again, Rob, we always talk about this, separating the actor from the character. If I'm looking at the character, just like, again, I happen to love Cara Dune, and on Mandalorian, separating the actor from anything else, because the portrayal of the character is what's most important to me on screen. What they do outside of screen, yes, it may be, but I'm not there to really judge that. You know what I mean?
No.
But at the same time, I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying that I'm looking at what's on screen. So again, dealing with that. But if there is justice that needs to be served, I hope it's handled, because again, he has to face the music. I'm just right now focused on the film. I'm focused on, because I don't know what goes on in that person's life. I wasn't around. I'm focusing only what I see on screen. And as far as I know about that trailer, what I've seen so far, what everybody's talking about, even with the comment that James Gunn has made, keep in mind, James Gunn has nothing to lose. So he
Right.
doesn't really have to lie about anything. If he saw this film and said it's spectacular, and mind you, he had no hands on
He
this
had nothing.
film
He had
at
nothing
all,
to do with
nothing
it.
to do with it. So if he comes out and says, "Yo, it is the most amazing thing I've ever seen," then I'm going to believe that. But on top of that, we've, like Rob, you've heard, people have been saying this for the longest time. They said this way before he even came in the fray that, yo, this Flash film is something that you should take a look at. You know what I mean? God damn, we get a chance to see so much shit. Hell, we get to see live action slow motion billowing. So I'm excited about that, bro. Like, let's go.
Look, I hope that they got the help they need. And I've been a fan of them for a long time. I love Ezra Miller's performance in things like Perks of Being a Wallflower. And we have to talk about Kevin. They were incredible in it. And look, at the end of the day, I want to see. We are so quick, especially on social media, when we don't exactly know the things that are going on. I wish I just hold back and let justice take its course. Until the law of the land and until our justice system does maybe it happens slowly, but the wheels of justice grind ever forward, and you have to let due process take its course.
You do.
And,
you have to let you, yeah.
We all need to learn that. I mean, as imperfect as our justice system might be,
Yeah.
it's still one of the best justice systems in the history of humanity.
And somebody did say something out there, and I am quite aware of that like literally, because I think about that all the time. I think about what I've been thinking about, because the biggest thing that I'm thinking about is the simple fact that we have these particular characters, but then we have someone like, Ray Fisher, who for what he experienced still hasn't gotten justice for that.
Right.
For what he basically experienced. And people can say, oh, well, Ray went through some shit. He went through some shit with the old regime, and that still hasn't been resolved. Yet there's no hide, no hair of that cyborg character who, mind you, was incredible on screen to see.
But I mean,
loved it.
The perfect character had so much potential.
Yeah.
I think there would have been several films just featuring Cyborg.
But I would say, though, that getting the Snyder cut, though, we did get to see his good work as that character.
Yeah.
And maybe he's in Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah. So he's in, so we see that. So again, I just loved his portrayal of Cyborg.
I did too.
I really, really did. And I want people to really understand, like, I'm not condoning anything that Ezra Miller has done, because what he did, number one, putting your hands on a female.
What they did.
What they did. It's kind of, again, I'm trying to get used to this.
Well, it's hard because it's hard to talk about the Flash, because the Flash, it's what he's doing, and then the actor Ezra Miller is what they're doing.
So it's
hard.
like to mix it up. But what they did, in public, groping a minor, putting hands on a female, stealing from someone's, property and stuff like that, they deserve to be punished for those things. And that right there is, that's inexcusable. But at the same time, I'm looking at the film. I'm looking at the actual film because, like you said, due process, justice is going to be served for that, and he has to answer to that. And again, if they decide to say, look, we don't want you anymore, which, the consensus says that could be the possibility of what they do. If they do, okay, fine. I'm looking at Michael Keaton. I'm looking at because mind you, I know the Flash is there. All I'm concerned about right now is Ben Affleck, Michael Keaton, Sasha as Supergirl, Zod. I'm looking for, Michael Shannon. We get those characters back. And it's going to be a phenomenal looking film from that particular aspect of it. And that's what I'm excited about, because I want DC to get a win.
Me too.
And also, Michael Keaton still has it. He is, and I know I've talked about Michael Keaton before. It's just that I have to say, for a man who is 70, he certainly is giving me so many surprises. Seeing his performance in The Protege a few years ago,
he was so good in that with Maggie Q.
God,
I
it
really
was
like that movie a lot.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, and I think that, guys, this is a celebration for older men as well. Certainly, I'm just saying that it's nice to see, this representation of older men who still have it. It was such a pleasure to see him, and it just was amazing. This is what we're watching, things to be entertained by, and he certainly is. Has got my gaze.
Well, ooh, I like that. So we're
Mhm.
all excited about the Flash trailer.
Mhm.
Now, before we get to Marvel's latest, I want to ask you guys: did you watch Star Trek Picard season 3, episode 1, The Next Generation?
I haven't yet.
Okay, that's
I haven't
okay.
seen it yet.
I did a live watch party on the channel at
And
3
you,
a.m. in the morning, and it almost killed me, Robert.
it almost killed you.
Yeah, because I was so tired.
Oh, right, because it's 3
It
a.m.
was
your time.
3 a.m. and I haven't done that. I haven't gotten up at 3 a.m. since we used to do, Midnight Metal. And this is 2 years ago that almost a year ago or so that we stopped getting up at that time. So I got up and I did watch the episode, but I could not discuss it fully. I actually had a discussion about Picard right before the show on the Burnettwork with Julian Mushkin. So I have seen it. Yes, I have seen it.
Okay,
Robert.
we have our first super chat for the night comes to us from Edgy number 1, says Picard season 3, yet more Kurtzman Trek abuse sealed in a member berry wrapper. I'm out. #fake Trek. Obviously, I strenuously disagree with that assessment, having seen all 10 episodes. I think member berry wrapper I totally disagree with, because you're dealing with characters that are 30 years old, so you have to deal with their lives and their previously existing. But
Yeah.
I really love it, and I've seen it all the way through 3 times. I've seen the first episode now 5 times. So
Robert, I agree with you. And also, they have to talk about the characters because they're the ones in the episode. So it's featuring the next generation. So they have to talk about the next generation characters. It's the characters in the show. It's not member berries. They're the main characters. So I don't know how you could feature the next generation without having the next generation cast.
yeah, and all I can say is it's a fantastic story that has deep roots in Deep Space Nine, in the Next Generation, all past history to a certain extent, Voyager. And it is it's a series that, as you see it unfold, I would equate it to I'm a huge Tom Clancy fan. I was saying this on my after show. It's like reading a Tom Clancy novel. It's a techno thriller. It's something like Hunt for Red October, or, take any one of his Jack Ryan books. It definitely unfolds that way. And a lot of the assumptions people have made in terms of, well, it's like Wrath of Khan, or it really isn't. And you're going to find out that the antagonists, let's see, how should I put this? The antagonists have very good reasons for what they're doing. And no, I'm not going to say that. But there are I think people are going to be surprised how it all unfolds. And one of the things that I would without belaboring the point, encourage everyone to do is, it's very much a story about not just what you leave behind to the next generation, but it's all about the relationships that characters have with each other, and what they choose to leave behind to others, and what their actions, how their actions might affect people down the line years later, and what does that all mean?
Mhm.
And it has a surprising emotional maturity to it. And I see, especially with people that have watched all 6 episodes, I think there's definitely a schism in how this season is reflected in terms of how old you are. I think older audiences are going to appreciate what's going on far more than younger audiences, because the subtext of it all is very emotional.
Well,
And
I think you make some good points, Robert, about this. And first of all, there was a lot that went on in that first episode, but very clearly, right from the get-go, we got a sense of the importance of certain things to each character. Specifically, we saw 2 children, three kids, in the first episode of, of the crew. And that was a lot to see in one episode, more or less. And I included Raf. I'm assuming that was Rafi's grandchild or
Yeah.
something like that. But my point is that we are getting a hint that this next, that the children and the grandchildren are very, very important in this series, and rightfully so, because we would want to see these characters go on with their lives. And another very interesting thing was a decision to have Beverly, and I don't know whether everybody already knew this, but I didn't know, was to have Beverly kind of be away from everybody for a certain period of time for a specific reason. And of course, the shocker with her son. So we don't know if it's her, we don't know if it's her biological son. We don't know anything about him, but everybody felt like it might be Picard's son. I don't know why, Robert, but it felt good to think this. We have no idea if he is or isn't, but boy, it sure does feel good to speculate about it.
All those questions about, first of all, he's an incredible actor.
Yes.
And you're going to love him over the journey that he goes on in particular over the course of the series is terrific. And you will have all the questions about him answered by the end of episode 2. And as a matter of fact, there's a scene between two characters that is wordless that will get you all. It'll get you all.
Robert, what about the spectacular performance of Jerry Ryan? She's always been a stellar actress, carrying a lot of episodes herself in Voyager, all those years, a lot of episodes that focused on her story. And boy, she shines in this episode.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot more of that. The acting, especially from all the Next Generation cast, gets better and better as the show goes on. Patrick Stewart gets better and better. It's a really... And people will see. I mean, there's a lot of, I think, edgy number one. It is so far away, and you'll see this as it unfolds from what regular Kurtzman Trek has given us. It in terms of the character content and the emotional content, but it's something I can't. You'll look by the end of episode 4, all of those concerns people have about this kind of Trek that we've been getting for the last 14 years will be swept away.
Well, by
the end of episode 4, everybody will be like, oh, this is Star Trek.
The last thing I want to say is that I just think that it's going to be one of those seasons that keeps on giving, because we get these little things like where they were, I guess, at a location that was Metalis. And I thought, hey, I know that name. Of course, it's Terry's name. But what about the screens at the end of the episode where there's a lot of information on those screens? Information is redacted. We see so much. There's like this incredible photo that I don't even know what it is, but I'm going to show it to you. I know you know what it is, Robert, but I was showing it to Julian just a few moments ago, how amazed I was. I have no idea what this thing is, Robert, but it looks incredible. This it looks like something very important. I love that they gave us that, because these are the type of things that we enjoy and thrive on. We like to be able to have access to these logs. Robert, it feels very satisfying to get those things in an episode where we are looking so keenly at everything in it, and it's so important to us.
Yeah, and I think that even the strongest detractors, and I've read a lot of criticism of the show, and I'm very curious to see where it goes, because as you know, I've seen it all the way through 3 times, and because the first episode I've watched twice again on TV, but we'll see. I'll be curious to see how the reaction goes. Now, the next thing, I want to read you guys a letter that we received, and this letter comes to us from Keith O'Neill. And Keith O'Neill's subject heading says, should Marvel Studios take a break? Hey, Rob. As of this email, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania's critical score on Rotten Tomatoes is 53%. Being in the company of Thor: Love and Thunder is never a good thing. This isn't my own unique observation, but it seems like Marvel Studios just isn't the lock for being a crowd pleaser anymore since Avengers Endgame. Some, like me, think part of it is the source material they are basing the current iteration of the MCU off of. However, I think something else is at play here: creative burnout. As you probably know, that pops up in the YouTube community. When you're churning out videos week after week, eventually you get burnt out. It happens to everyone. That got me thinking, should Marvel Studios just take a year or 2 off from making and releasing movies? They took a break in 2009 between The Incredible Hulk and Iron Man 2, and only released one movie in 2012, The Avengers. Why not give themselves some breathing room? Granted, I know it is an absolute impossibility they would do that. They have bills to pay after all, but I'm asking, should they do it? I think it would give the studio time to work on scripts and special effects so nothing looks like a CGI barf fest. I'm looking at you, Spider-Man No Way Home. Another reason is I think they should take a year off as cause, like Star Wars movies in the past decade. It just doesn't feel special anymore when a Marvel movie is released. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. I know nobody is forcing us to see these movies, and if this letter was a drinking game and you took a shot every time I said think, you'd be on your ass by now. Thanks, and stay metal.
Yes.
Keith O'Neill. Well, I throw this out to the two of you, Lael. Should Marvel take... First of all, should Marvel take a break, and what did you think of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania?
Okay, so I loved it.
Yeah?
That was just me personally because I knew what I was going in for. I knew what I was looking for. I knew what I was getting myself into, and I knew where the film was going. You know what I mean? Like, we talk about the fantastical aspect of it, like the broad scope, like visual effects. I mean, it's Ant-Man, bro, and that's to be expected. When you're shrinking down into the quantum zone, of course, I'm looking for visual effects. I mean, over the top, whatever. And that's what I got. And I had fun with it. I had fun with, you know, the characters, the family dynamics, Kang himself. You know, there were even aspects of Kang that we haven't delved into that are sympathetic. At the same time, it was menacing. You know, Scott Lang's, you know, connection to his daughter, you know, his girl, you know, the family dynamics. Even, like I said, I don't want to give too much away because I know people were seeing it. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. But there's even like an aspect of possibility when they said the probability or possibility when he shrunk down his things that he had to retrieve. That whole scene was phenomenal to me. Because again, remember, we're talking about Ant-Man. I even like the simple fact that they got back to what Hank Pym is all about, and that's ants.
Right.
His love for ants and how intelligent he is and they are with him. And I love that aspect of it. So to me, I had a certain level of fulfillment that worked well for me. But with saying that, I judged it off of my own perception. If I didn't like it, then I didn't like it. If I loved it, then I do. But I wasn't swayed by Chinese whispers. I wasn't swayed just because everybody else saw it and didn't like it and decided to actually go in. And I will basically say this, and I'm sorry, and I'm being very unapologetic when I say this. There are some individuals, yes, there are people who are critics that are, you know, basically have been doing this very professional. They've been doing this for years. You know, they've you know, seen pretty much every production. They know what goes on behind the scenes. They know. So again, it gives them a right. But say, for instance, if I come into it and I just say yesterday that I basically decide to be a critic, knowing that I have no source material, I have no right to really call myself a critic because I haven't been doing this for a long time. Again, it's not to say I don't have the right to actually have a say.
Right.
But the thing is, what I'm seeing and what I've seen, bro, is that some pundits are saying the same thing that this person is saying, that person is saying. And I'm just wondering, have you really seen the film for yourself, or are you going off of what this person is saying? Or basically,
I think there's a lot of that.
Exactly. Or basically, have you taken that, gone and already had this, you know, this idea of what you thought the film was going to be based off of everybody else? You went to go see it, and before you even saw the film, you already drew your own conclusions. This is what I'm seeing, a lot of it. And I'm telling you, a lot of what's speaking to that is the audience reaction versus the critics. Is a vast difference between it. So are you saying that the actual viewers are wrong because they love this film and you're right because you're a critic and you gave it that rating? Nah, because popular opinion right now with the fans is that they love it. A lot of people love this film, and that's not really being talked about. But again, that's another thing. Me, myself, I enjoyed it for what I saw. I just hate when I see a whole bunch of people jumping on a bandwagon of disgust when they haven't really seen the film for themselves and they can't draw their own conclusion. That right there to me is not fair. Now, jumping on the subject of whether or not Marvel should basically take a break, bro, look, if you're churning out So if you're churning out substance and you're doing a good job of it, there was a shift. They were churning out almost the same amount even back or before they basically decided to go the route of streaming. Streaming, it does take a lot out of you because there's a lot of products, there's a lot of shows that they're introducing, and we know that some of those shows have been mediocre at best. But at the same time, they were still turning out films. I think the problem was in the very beginning, there was no connectivity. There was no connective tissue. And because we didn't see that, and bro, you have to be honest, and people have to be honest with themselves. They're not willing to let go of the first couple of phases. They're still stuck on that, and they're comparing those phases to what we see now, not saying you cry about you want something different. And then when you get something different, you can't handle it. You want to go back to the way it was. Doesn't make sense to me, but that's just the way of the world. You can't please everybody. You're not going to please fans. You're not going to please critics. You got to draw your own conclusion. See the movie for yourself. You be the judge. As far as them basically saying we need to take a break, maybe so. But they were doing good before. I think they can do it as long as there's substance. Again, it's change of the guard. Kevin Feige wasn't involved as he was before. And we're seeing that. Now we're seeing them come back and say, well, you know, there needs to be a readjustment. Okay, take that break. But as long as you're giving us product, it doesn't matter how much you give us, as long as you are giving us a well-written story, and I think you're capable of doing that. They can take a break and turn out 2 films a year, and it still be a bag of shit. If the writing isn't there, if the directors aren't there, if they're not basically taking the time to write a great script and really write these characters the way they do. Source material is there for a reason. It is there for a reason. I know you want to make your own interpretation, but when you deviate too far away from source material, this is what happens. I hope you rethink those things. I'm done.
Dude, bravo. I love that impassioned defense. I would go to you. What did you think of Quantumania?
Well, I thought that it was a fun family film. It felt like a family film to me. This was all about, being together and spending time with your family and what it means for a family that happens to be incredibly talented. Every member seems to have an ability, whether it is wearing the suit or whether it is research studies, understanding, physics, understanding, I guess, animal behavior, whatever it is. This is a very talented family, and it's not necessarily the easiest thing to have each member of the family being the person who does a specific role, because to lose a member, it feels like it might be somewhat more traumatic than if it was just sort of like a band of friends. So, I think
it also, phase 4 of the MCU, this is the beginning of phase 5, but phase 4 was very much about family. Family was a recurring theme throughout phase 4.
And I see a lot of families going to see this film and enjoying it and just having fun with it. I did like the ants in the story. That was my favorite part of the film. But the effects did look incredible. Jonathan Majors looked incredible in this. And there were some points where I wanted him to have his way. I'm not going to say whether it went one way or another, but a lot of times I was, and I guess I shouldn't have been cheering for him, but he was somewhat disarming. You didn't know.
Right.
Or
I
got
would
the
agree with
impression
that.
that you didn't know about him. And I thought Michelle Pfeiffer, who I was very excited to see in this role, was wonderful in it as well. And of course, Rudd, he's a 50-year-old hottie. I can't get enough of him walking around, whistling, I just love seeing him do his thing. He looks incredible. And so that was great too. So I think the film will do well. I think it's meant for families. And the approach of it all is really just for that type of theme. I think a lot of families will buy this and enjoy it and have fun with it. I thought it was good for that purpose. And it does have those qualities, I think, where you could take anyone of any age and watch this and not be concerned about it.
Yeah, look, here's the thing for me. I have to say I have mixed feelings about this movie. Because watching it, the first thing I thought about was I really wish for the very first time they had done a movie just called Kang the Conqueror and delved into his whole history, because what a compelling, from what they've done with Loki, you know, He Who Remains, and Kang, and what we see throughout the movie, especially toward the end with Kang. I really wanted to see a movie about Jonathan Majors is a major star, and I can't wait to see Creed 3 because he looks like a monster. He's great in Devotion.
He's fantastic in Devotion. He was fantastic in Magazine Dreams, which everybody's talking about in Sundance.
Yeah, I
where he
haven't.
was a bodybuilder.
I haven't seen that yet. I can't wait to see that. But he's an amazing actor, and I really wanted to see. I mean, I know it'd be hard because he's obviously trapped in the quantum realm. So, but here's how I felt about it. I love the first two Ant-Man movies. I really did. And I love both of them equally. Just like I love the second Guardians of the Galaxy movie. A lot of people didn't like it as much as I did, but I loved both Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And I did think, in a way, I mean, I know it's Ant-Man and he deals with the quantum realm and all that, but I couldn't help but wonder, this is totally unfair to say this. I couldn't help but wonder, and I was thinking about this the whole time, what if when Steve Rogers went back at the end of Endgame to put the Infinity Stones back, that this movie happened and it was Steve Rogers in the place of all of our Paul Rudd and everybody, and that it was a Captain America story, that he was stuck in the quantum realm, and because it just felt that makes no sense, I know. But I was watching this, and the thing about the Ant-Man movies, I love the first Ant-Man movie. The end of it took place in Cassie's bedroom, and you had Yellow Jacket fighting Ant-Man on a toy train. You know, and there's something whimsical and fun, and the fact that it was, and I understand why they wanted to do this. Peyton Reed wanted to make an Avengers level movie, and there was all these characters and all this alien life and MODOK and all this crazy stuff that it just, for me, I felt that Ant-Man was almost miscast in a way, that I'm watching a movie, and this isn't really fair to the film because it's my own expectations of what an Ant-Man movie was supposed to be, but this was so different. And I know with Hank Pym, they were leaning into things that have been part of the comics for a long time, but it just felt, for me, I loved everything there, like the experience of watching it, but I felt that it was almost, I said on the John Campy show that I felt that Ant-Man was almost miscast in his own movie. I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because the movie's fun and it's certainly visually dazzling and there's all these interesting characters and what's going on is fascinating and Kang's story is really interesting and I loved all the actors. But it felt like something was off to me. But not that it was bad, just that it was, and this is maybe my own expectations were, I felt the same way when I watched Loki. I really liked the Loki TV series, but I felt that it pushed, like the MCU, it's ridiculous to say this, but I hope people understand what I'm trying to get at. The MCU has a certain, if you go too far in the comic book nature of it all, too far as I thought the TVA and what we saw in Loki, especially at the end times with Frog Loki or Alligator Loki, I thought it went too far. I thought it shattered the verisimilitude of the MCU, that the reason that we love the first 23 movies, all of the Infinity Saga, is it built slowly and took us all along. It gave us the cosmic nature of it all and the villain that is Thanos, and it brought us along, so it made us believe but in a slow, like the Iron Man 1 is an intimate story. One guy is fighting another guy in iron suits for the soul of their company at the end. It's not a world destroying thing. You know, it's a story about a man coming to grips with himself. But now we're so far into fantasy, sci-fi, comic book land that I feel that the humanity of it all is escaping everything. That the actual universe itself is swallowing the personal story. And maybe that's unfair to say because I didn't dislike Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, but I felt that it might have gone too far, if that makes any sense.
See, the way I view it is, and this is why I think I like it so much. Was it a perfect film? No, but why I like it so much. is because of the simple fact that they are giving us those aspects. Because here's the thing.
Sure.
If they hold back, then you're never going to see that potential in the character and why that character exists. Because again, we know that Hank Pym deals with Pym particles. We know that's been part of the story for the
Forever.
a very long time. We know that they basically deal in the quantum zone, but also, again, we know that there is an existence there. And with Ant-Man, we need. So it's just like this. Do we want to see a man shrinking down and just trotting through the city all the time? No, because it's like we've seen that before in the first two films. We've seen him shrink down and wind up in somebody's collar. We've seen him actually double his size and look like a whale inside of water. We've seen all of that already, but we haven't seen that world. And the thing is, because you've teased it and we know that world existed, we wanted to see it. We saw a vision, of Chronopolis basically in, when he went into the quantum zone the first time. We saw that. So everybody wanted that aspect of it. What I liked about, Scott Lang's story is the simple fact that I hearkened this back to Endgame. How he was so adamant to Tony, you need to get off your ass and do something. You need to save the world. You need to do this. You need to help. You need this. Tony was adamant about saving his family. Being with his family, no, I have to keep my family safe. 360. Now we see Scott Lang being that person, and his daughter Cassie is like, wait a minute, you were an Avenger. You were somebody who was supposed to save the world. Now you don't want to do anything because you're just playing it safe. And he's trying to keep her at playing it safe. But at the same time, now he's realizing that there is a bigger world that needs to be saved. I need to be Scott Lang. I need to be the Ant-Man. I need to do this not just for my family, but for the world. And it took Cassie showing him that. So that's why I love that aspect, the family dynamic of, look, even when, again, I'm not going to give it away, but, him and the Wasp, she's willing to do whatever it takes for her man because she loves him and she would never leave him behind. And that's the aspect that I loved about it, that she could have, but she never left behind and she stayed there beside him. I need to see that fantastic world because, again, this is something that exists in that world. That's just like saying basically when we see Asgard, there was a lot of stuff that was going on there. And it's like, okay, we have to welcome that because it is that world and it is comic accurate to that world. So I understand it. I don't expect to see a Captain America in that world all the time because he's grounded. Just like, again, with Spider-Man, he's an earthbound hero. So I would love to basically see that aspect of it, even though we know that there's the multiverse. It's out there. It does exist. But I like seeing these characters in their element. That doesn't bother me so much as the point that it's not as cohesive. They need to basically write a cohesive story and not try to pack everything into one story and make it believable. Because the thing is, we should have seen these heroes come together in phase 4. Phase 4, we should have seen everybody coming together and recognizing that they exist. So we didn't see that. We didn't get an aspect of that. Now it seems congested and it seems like it's pointless because it hasn't been tied together. We didn't have someone like Nick Fury that came every so often to say, hey, look, it's a bigger world out there. You need to say. We didn't have that aspect of it. We seen Wong in the first couple of films, but we didn't see no connective tissue like he was trying to bring everybody together. It was just disjointed in that aspect. That's what I think they need to focus on. Focus on bringing these and tying them together. So then once we get to the Kang Dynasty, once we get to Secret Wars, it's going to make sense in the end. Right now, it's just not. But at the same time, I'm not blaming it on this film because, like I said, it was enjoyable. Again, I say that, and I'm not saying it was a perfect film, but I enjoyed it for the subject matter and what was there, and I'm not trying to take it away from that. So the thing is, when we talk about the whole fantasy aspect of it, I went into it expecting that, and that's why it didn't bother me so much. I went into it knowing it was going to be a different aspect of Scott Lang because he's now dealing with the simple fact that he has an adult daughter and he lost time. And all of us that are dealing with that, I'm dealing with that now. I have an 11-year-old that lives in Australia and I'm losing time because I can't go back and forth. I'm missing certain things. So I think that's why that basically connected to me more, and it's going to connect to a lot of people. But I'm not taking it away from those who didn't like the film. As long as if you didn't like it, you have a valid argument and you're not listening to other people sway your opinions. That's the
Right.
only thing.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I don't think the film was a bad film. I think that it was what they wanted to make, and they did.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that, it's, if you were expecting something that was somewhat more mature or had a scarier moments, more severe fighting, things like that, this is not the film that you're going to see. I think this was made specifically for families to see together. And if they want to make films like that, that's fine. And I also think that the film was marketed that way too. I don't believe the film was marketed the same way, let's say, The Flash is marketed. Feels very different to me. It feels a little bit more, The Flash feels a little bit more dangerous. Let's say in that regard, maybe somewhat more of a mature theme.
It is because
There.
you're dealing with time. In the Flash, that's what makes him an Omega level threat in the DC universe, because he deals with time. Anything that he does will change time for the worst. And that's why Barry Allen is extremely immensely, he's powerful. He's more powerful than he realizes.
And I think that if an audience is looking for something with that intensity, they're not necessarily going to find it in Quantumania. I think I think it's okay for them to make films like this, as long as they're, like I said, I felt that the trailer for Quantumania, it was kind of like a foray into this. And, I guess the real question might be, the Kang character. I love Jonathan Majors. I think he's fantastic. And if we don't get an intense, let's say, an intense role for him in this film, we're going to see other intense roles for him. He's been getting a lot of roles in other films, and maybe he'll have something that's more hardcore, if you will, in another genre. But I don't think we're going to see that version of that character here. I kind of liked Kang.
Well, Kang is a beast.
I loved Kang. Yeah,
he's a beast, and I think, and that's why I have a feeling. I have my own feelings that this version of the Conqueror isn't the ultimate version of the Conqueror yet. That we haven't seen that version yet. That's just my feeling.
Well,
without seen that version yet.
Without giving spoilers, I agree with you.
Yeah, that we haven't seen that version yet. Like it's about to get real. Like it literally is, because we have to go to the Kang Dynasty, because we have to actually go into Secret Wars. Ish is about to get real, literally.
I also found it very satisfying to hear Kang say things like, well, it's not over. It's never over.
Right. Yeah.
And it was like, well, go ahead and try to wrap your head around this. I think that and Michael Douglas, who looks strikingly like his father in this film, I keep doing double takes. I was like, that's Kirk Douglas. And of course, it was Michael Douglas, who looks incredible in this.
Just like his dad, yeah.
I think his character knows it's not over. However, his perception of all this with the ants is that evolution may be able to keep up with being able to fight against Kang. That's what I think. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I think.
His wife knows it's not over. She knows. She knows it's not over, because there's still secrets that she's keeping away from her family.
Yeah, she
there's
is
a lot more. Like, she's extremely secretive. And the only thing that they really didn't touch on is the simple fact that in the last film, Ant-Man and the Wasp, she had power. I want to know where that went, because we didn't see that in this film. I don't, did it go away all of a sudden because she's not in the quantum realm anymore? But she had power, but they never explained how she lost it, or if she still has it or not, because again, it's, pretty much not there. I think would have made even better, like, or even for a better story in the very beginning, is if they had Ghost in this film, because remember, they had to go back and get those particles to help her out. What if, in fact, she was like, no, we can't keep doing that. Yeah, I mean, we can't keep doing that, because we're going to run into something that we don't want to see. But for what we got in this film, I liked it, and I want people to understand. And I'm not saying that this was the perfect film, but it wasn't a 48% Rotten Tomato score bad.
No,
in my opinion, at all. And that's what I don't understand. Like, literally now it's at 48%. What was Thor: Love and Thunder, bro?
I don't know.
I don't know, but it wasn't that.
This
that
is
low.
lower than love. Get the F out of here, bro. Like, it is lower than Thor Love and Thunder, man. Now, mind you, everything is opinionated. I didn't like the film, but a lot of people may have liked Thor Love and Thunder. So I do want to make that argument that there are people who actually love that film. But in my opinion, this was not as bad when I look at it. So for 48%, come on, man. But I mean, it is what it is, bro. All things subjective. And like I said, there's good and bad. We just have to accept it for what it is. I'm not going to challenge somebody else's opinion. I'm just saying, go into it reasonably and think for yourself. Don't allow people to think for you. That's all I'm
And
saying.
this is one of the first films that I can honestly say that I think a family could go and see and enjoy it.
Yeah.
I think a family could go in and get excited and see some great effects and kind of enjoy the story, and not be too concerned about what's going on in it. There's no real message or anything in the story. It's just kind of, they get kind of entangled in this thing that they've already been involved in, and now this is another obstacle for an incredibly talented family, a very unusual family.
Right.
And
Hey,
so
Rob.
Yes.
they have to get through this together.
So the both of you, right? And don't lie to me and say you didn't.
Yes.
Don't you lie to me. I don't want neither one of you to lie to me. Tell me when you saw Bill Murray in the back of your head, you weren't hearing boom, 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 boom. Tell me you did not hear the Ghostbusters song in the back of your head.
You kind of had to.
Yes.
I mean, did that take you out of the movie?
No, I was laughing my ass off because that's what I heard.
No,
the
it's
entire time.
It's true. Now, this is going to totally interrupt. I have to ask you about a tip that came in just now.
Yes.
So for those of you who don't know, you can send super chats or tips. The tip link is down below. But this tip came in, and it's a very sneaky tip, I think.
Oh.
Okay.
And it comes to us from Bert.
Okay.
And Bert says, Rob, and Lael.
Hi.
Two of the car-themed trailers that we just saw dropped used music by an artist who probably came after your time. Come on, man. First of all, I'm not that old. The Fast X and Transformers Rise of the Beasts trailers, and this is where he gets tricky, both featured tracks by Christopher Wallace.
Yeah,
Any
Biggie.
thoughts? Yeah, but he said Christopher Wallace. I'm going to be like, oh, come on, Bert. You mean Biggie Smalls? Come on, man.
Yeah.
He was trying to trick me, the old white guy, after your time. Come on, dude.
Come on, man.
Any
Come
thoughts?
on, bro.
Any thoughts on the use and impact of Wallace's music? Well, first of all, let me just say that I've been working on a screenplay about the world's greatest assassin, this character. And this character actually killed, in the script, not in real life, killed both Tupac and Biggie. And I would like to read you, you hear voiceover of his dialogue. And here's what the character says after he's killed. You've seen him assassinate Biggie Smalls. And in the voiceover, he says, Biggie, I never could listen to so many tears after that. Such a damn shame. Both jobs put me off hip-hop for good. That's what he says. I'm just saying that's from my screenplay about the world's greatest assassin that killed both Tupac and Biggie. So I know who Christopher Wallace is. Come on now.
Yeah.
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Juicy.
Come on, man.
I love Juicy. And, I'll tell you something. You ask about I forget the West Coast, East Coast beef. Biggie Smalls started young. He was a protege. He wasn't a protege. He was a prodigy as far as rapping is concerned. He put out tapes. He had bands or other groups that he mentored. There was another band that Junior Mafia. He brought them up. I mean, he was a force to be reckoned with, and his lyrical flow was recognized when he was a young
born,
absolutely, man. And I mean, if you watch, there's an incredible video I saw on YouTube. Like, it was almost like the first time he rapped in public. And it's
that's the base. That's when he went up against Primo.
Yeah, man, and it's fucking dope. To coin the old white guy. Am I down with the lingo?
Yeah.
No, I mean it's no.
you probably watched the same documentary of, it was a documentary of him, but even him as a young kid going back to see his family in the West Indies, actually in Jamaica. You know what I mean? So it was really, really a fleshed out documentation, like a documentary of his life. We know Christopher Wallace for, who he is, what the influences that he actually had, him, Puff, even basically back when it was a package deal between Biggie and Craig Mack at that time. So there was a lot that was going on even then. But it telling a retelling of that life story that way. Just that documentary, it was a lot. It was very informative, bro. I love it.
Yeah, and look, an important figure, one of the most important figures. He came on the scene in the late 80s, early 90s, and his influence is felt today. And I think that the reason that Biggie's music is used in trailers and everything is, one, it's so iconic, and for the Fast and Furious, and also to a certain extent Rise of the Beasts, that music is so indelible when it talks about culture, or especially urban culture of the time, but it's also transcended the time in which it was recorded.
Yeah.
And
one of my favorite lines is, because I see some ladies tonight who should be having
exactly.
Baby. Yeah, you can't turn away from that, because there's nothing cooler than that. I think, he's very romantic.
Oh, he was.
Praising the ladies and the women serenading him. Baby, give me one more chance.
Yeah,
Faith Evans, all I need is one more chance.
Yeah.
Like, it's very interesting, this way treating hip hop like a love story. And it was, in a way, because he was like a Casanova. And I really like that. I do like seeing, where men are still interested, are not afraid to say it.
He made big dudes sexy. Straight up.
Oh,
he did. He put big dudes on the map, like straight up. Everybody wanted some cushion after him. After he came out, everybody was loving the cushion. So everybody, you need to thank Christopher Wallace for making the cushion sexy. Definitely.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because Bert, first of all, I love the fact that you asked the question. And when you hear music like that in two trailers at the same time, it's interesting because a lot of trailer houses share ideas and things like that. And the fact that his music is still worthy of including in trailers, that it hasn't gone out of style in 3 decades. I think is really important. Like I'm not as familiar with a lot of old school rap. I mean, I love Eric B. and Rakim. I mean, I think Rakim, I love his lyrical flow, his Paid in Full. I mean, all that stuff. I'm a huge fan of that work.
I like, I think we saw an incredible performance at the Super Bowl, not this year, but the year before, where they had Mary J. They had, a whole bunch of artists, old school artists, kind of the cream of the crop. And I think they're trying to recapture that, but they haven't quite.
With gangsta rap, and it was about going out, or like I remember seeing, going back to Cali. That was '87. That was from the soundtrack of Less Than Zero, and I was so knocked out by that music video because it was shot in black and white, and I really enjoyed all that stuff, and just the starting out with that horn, that wah wah wah, and I loved all of that, and Wu-Tang Clan using all the sampling from Japanese or martial arts movies and stuff, and I'm not nearly as familiar with modern. I mean, you hear stuff like Kendrick Lamar, and I mean that's just great stuff too.
I have to be literally in the line of work that I do. I have to be familiar with pretty much everything. Speaking of which, rest in peace. Shout out to True Goy Dave, Plug 2 from De La Soul. He passed away this week. So shout out to them. And it was crazy because he passed away right before they finally got the rights and everything, and before they got the rights, but the distribution rights finally have been returned to them. They're seeing that return for their first few albums. He passed away before he got a chance to see that return, because it happens this month. It happened 3 days after he passed away. So again, we're seeing that, and this is mainly all the rights and all the residuals that they're getting from it being streamed,
Oh my
and all
goodness.
that. So they're getting all that back. So shout out to rest in peace. Like De La Soul was my group.
De
The
La
Daisy
Soul
Age, Plug
from
One,
the
Plug
soul.
Two, Jungle Brothers. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like Tribe Called Quest, Queen
Yes.
Latifah, Moni Love.
Yes.
You know,
I was a
MC,
Too
all
Short
of them.
fan, man.
Yeah, Too Short. You already know what it is, man. Definitely. You already know.
And
what
you
it
know
is.
what? You know what I loved? The Boogie Boys. You remember the song "A Fly Girl"? A fly
Mhm.
girl is a girl who wants you to see
Yup.
her name, her game, and her
Yup.
ability.
Yeah.
To go to the cold cash money. The guys are on the
Mhm.
strap. She tends to act funny. She's got Gazelle and a bebop too. A fly girl.
Yeah.
I want to be with
Yeah.
you. You're not the prettiest thing, girl, but that's okay because
Yeah.
you're painted on jeans, make you fresh anyway. I'm not prejudiced, but I tell you right now, I don't like a girl who eats the puppy chow. I don't like a
Yup.
girl with mud in her toes and feet that smell like anything goes. I'm so fucking white. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, bro. That's
But that was
funny.
a fly girl, a fly girl. I miss all that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd
yeah.
like it as a middle-aged white cis male, but hey,
And
the memories are good.
let's not
Yeah.
forget Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Oh, dude. Well,
yeah.
from Seattle,
Mhm.
you know, I mean, but you know what? People remember his early stuff, you know, like Swass and like My Hoopty and Posse on Broadway.
Yeah.
And I mean, I cannot go home because I'm from Seattle. I cannot go home and go up on the top of, I'll go to Capitol Hill and go to Dick's Drive-In where Mix-a-Lot would hang out with, he'd bring his Lambos up to the drive-in. I cannot go up there without hearing Posse on Broadway or My Hoopty, you know, or anything off Swass, because I loved that. And you know, but Titties on the Glass and that's all good stuff too. And then he did a really cool song later called Cars, which was really kind of neat, kind of a techno rap song in a way, which is good. And plus, nice guy. I mean, he would come and hold court with his whole crew out in front of Dick's Drive, and it was the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was like 30, oh my God, almost 40 years
But
ago.
I think that last year's Super Bowl was telling us that there's still interest in this music.
Oh, it is.
Particularly with Mary J. Blige performing.
It is.
And,
Yeah.
you know, certainly Rihanna performed this year and was wonderful. But seeing all those performers, I think, come together and perform was just wonderful. I also like Warren G.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was so smooth and cool. But I think that
Warren G, DJ Quick, all of them, man. I mean, the thing is, I love both East Coast and West Coast because I'm a thespian of hip hop.
That's right.
Hip hop in general, bro. Like, so there was never in my mind, there was never any beef because it was the best of both worlds. You know what I mean? And right now, I mean, I live and die on the mountain that right now that we're seeing a shift, that some of the best MCs right now are coming out of the West Coast, you know, literally right now in a sense.
Yeah.
Not saying that you know, the East Coast, we got some crazy MCs, and I'm so glad to see that there's still a space. Underground hip hop is still alive and well. If you don't
Yes.
like the mainstream, you can still listen to underground, and I'm glad it actually has a space because that's where I dwell. But you know, yeah, I mean, it's from both coasts, even down south. We're seeing that, you know, surges down south. Like everybody has a space. It's just that again, I don't see that consistency like we used to see back in the day.
a
Where,
lot of people are saying that, Lael,
Yeah.
and you know,
Yeah.
they're wondering why. And I don't know whether it's because of the pressure of artists to create albums that maybe they're not interested in creating. And so, you know, they'll end up with a whole album, but the music isn't something that they were passionate about. You can clearly see that the artists that we've been talking about, they're so passionate about what they're making.
So I'm actually putting out a documentary. It's called The Dumb It Down Theory. So the dumb it, like literally, it's called The Dumb It Down Theory. And it's mainly just a lot of my research. I've been doing this now for like the last, I would say, 10 years. A lot of my research on, and I've been doing it for a while now, the industry and how they're basically using methods to dumb down. But if you can't control it, because again, artists got smarter. They started realizing that you can stream, you can create your own fan base. Before the 360 deal hit with artists, you know, you can look, somebody like Drake, who basically came out and took the world by storm, did it independently. He was making $75,000 himself a show on his own before he even got signed. He started making millions of dollars before he even got signed. Record companies don't like that if they can't put their hands in it. So they started really, really buckling down on independent artists. So this is what I'm saying, the dumb it down theory. Let's promote, if we can't control substance, let's start controlling dumb shit and things that really don't have substance and things that aren't really lyrical. And that's what I'm going to really talk about in this documentary. So it'll be out probably the next, I would say next year and a half, but I'm almost finished with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the one upside about the world that we live in, and even what we're doing right now, is that you can now control soup to nuts your own product.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if people follow like what Eric July did with his comic Isom.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he spent over, hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own money, published his own 96-page comic book, and then crowdfunded it after it was done and made millions of dollars and got his product out to the people that he did it all on his own, and he created his Ripaverse. And that to me is a perfect example. Or Brandon Sanderson, who writes the Wheel of Time books, took over, during COVID. He wrote 4 novels, crowdfunded all 4 of those to his fan base, and made $40 million crowdfunding. Now he's got to pay for that. He's got to pay for the books and shipping and all that. But still, I'm not saying everybody can do that, but you can control your own. If you want to make a product and you're an artist, you cannot wait for the mainstream to pick you up anymore.
No.
There's no way.
You can do it on your own. You can do it. There's a cat right now that I've been really following. His name is Foggy Raw. And the way he's doing things right now is incredible. Like, he's a poet, but he's also an MC, and he is actually killing it. There's also such groups right now as Coast Contra. They're incredible. They're an underground group. And a lot of these groups are really, really doing their thing, but they're actually sticking to what they know, and that's substance. And I like that. That's what's happening. Like, there's a lot of substance in music that's missing in every genre almost. Damn near. And we need to get back to substance. But again, if they can't control you, they'll find a way to control you.
And another thing that I want to add to this is that for a long time, we used to have artists who would release music kind of like singers and standards. You would expect a Christmas album. You would expect, greatest hits album and things like this. And we're not necessarily even seeing that anymore. And I think we also need to get back to that regular sense of things, because for years and years and years, all these fantastic singers and performers would always make a Christmas album or whatever it is that you would expect from an artist. But now we're not even seeing investment in that for many artists. So I think kind of stepping away from some of those traditions, there's absolutely no reason why there can't be a version of this song for 3 different singers who do it wonderfully. I think it's something that's essential, and we need to kind of get back to that.
Wait a minute. In the chat, this is interesting. Slick Insider says, Lael has papa ears, though. We can't bring back the Eric B. and Rakim days.
I hear that so much. That's why I kind of dismiss it, bro. I'm like, they don't know how deep I go with hip hop, bro. Like, even now, even hearing like the genre now. I mean, and I understand that, but like literally, I mean, come on, dude. I've been in this for so long. Like, honestly,
he also says
you don't understand, but I get it. You feel me?
He goes on to say, Slick Insider says, we can't bring back Slick Rick, the Ruler days. I mean, you know
Why
what?
not?
That's what I would say. I'm like, are you kidding?
He definitely is.
I mean, I would say that no one's saying to bring back. I mean, music is a product of its time as well. And I remember when something like Us 3, they were talking about when like Us 3 came out, it brought in jazz, and they're going to fuse jazz and hip hop, and some people have done that, and it's been interesting. But I think one of the big problems, I think one of the big problems is, I think, social media. The great thing about hip hop is it lends itself to live performance, and you've got to go to shows, and that's still. When you see a great MC get up on stage in a room full of people and just commands that stage, there's nothing like that. And I don't think that's ever going to go out of style, no matter what that style is.
Bro, we saw that during the Grammys, bro. We saw that during the Grammys. When they did the 50th anniversary just passed during the Grammys, everybody was on their feet listening to classics, and they loved it. And it didn't matter how old you were, how young you were, everybody embraced it. So when people say stuff like that, it just baffles me, because obviously you don't know where some of these young cats recognize the influences of old school hip hop. They recognize that. They even take from it. So to make a statement like that, you have to be really, really careful who you're saying that to, because then that just makes me think, in a sense, you're following the status quo, or you might have heard somebody say that. That was the same way they basically. So that's just like saying somebody like Nas, somebody like Jay-Z, who Jay-Z, when he actually steps on the stage, like, yo, he basically demands, and again, he comes from my era. He comes from my era of hip hop.
Yes, he does.
But yet he's still in high demand.
Jigga what? Jigga
You
who?
feel me?
Yes.
Exactly. He comes from my era of hip hop. Nas comes from my era of hip hop.
Yes.
And they still, regardless of what people say, once they hit the stage, or they're gonna always sell out because people love it. So to say that, yeah, that's, come on, man.
I mean, even when you listen to Linkin Park's Numb, go get him, Jay. You know, and then it's the mashup between. I mean, I love that. I mean, you can't. Jay-Z will always be. He'll be 80 years old and command the stage.
And the EDM community uses a lot of these, you know, let's say rap hooks in their music to reinvigorate their songs. Like they use it to put edges on things. It's heavily invested in that genre as well. So I can't even imagine the genre without it now, because every time you go to an EDM event, they're going to play a rap song and they're going to dub over, or, you know, use a dub mix of EDM over that.
Yeah. That's just it. That's what I'm saying. It's going to always be those influences. So to basically say one of the illest albums of all time, Illmatic, Nas created. That album dropped and it was incredible. Here's the thing. What you don't understand is when you say that, we have longevity. These albums will stand the test of time.
Yes.
They will stand the test of time because people are still talking about those albums and they are relevant. These artists that you hear right now don't hold a level of relevance if it's not like a Kendrick Lamar, who will stand the test of time because he's incredible. He's an incredible lyricist.
And he won a Pulitzer Prize, right?
Exactly. So he's incredible. Exactly. So again, there's a lot of these individuals out there that have zero relevance, that in a few years, you're not going to hear from them at all. Like literally, because they don't hold that same level of relevance. That's the problem. If you want to last in this game, you got to make yourself memorable. And a lot of people aren't. You will know you know about hip hop.
Was good too, but
well, yeah, but see, he's creative. He's creative in so many different aspects. Literally so many different aspects. And that's what I'm saying. There are gems out there. There are individuals that are so incredible that right now, but at the same time, the reason why those individuals are incredible is because they pay homage to what was before them, and they understand that, and they know that it's unique. They know that they love it. And that's what I'm saying. When I bro, I'm sorry, it pushes a button when I hear that. Oh, you're too old to know hip hop. You're still stuck back in. No, I listen to everything.
Well, I think any music
relevance is
any
is
music
important.
fan, you never stop listening to new music.
Yeah, you don't.
Ever.
You don't.
I mean, and especially, unfortunately, I mean, there's a lot of music still getting made today that's great, but I think that there is a lot less understanding that attitude, like, oh, we're not going to listen to old music. One of my favorite things to do is watch reaction videos to music.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was watching, I don't know who it was, a hip hop, I don't know if he was a rapper or just he loved hip hop music. He was listening to prog rock and he listened to Roundabout, or he was listening to Yes, Yes. Maybe it was Roundabout, and it blew him away because the musicianship and you know, those prog rock 10-minute riffs or whatever. And he was complete, or maybe it was Yes, Close to the Edge or something. I don't know, but it was
Lonely Heart or something like that.
Yeah, but it was old school Yes. It was before, and it was, you know, it was incredible. And watching them react to the musicianship, you know, it never goes out of style. Like I grew up, I was a huge Miles Davis fan when I was a kid. Still am now. And Miles Davis went through a number of phases. You know, in the late 60s, he had his electric phase. And I was actually able to see him only once. I saw him perform at the Seattle Arts Festival bumper shoot. And that was back when he'd released Tutu, his album Tutu, the Desmond Tutu album, and he covered Scritti Politti. And Scritti Politti was a band, an 80s band, a synth band, and he covered, it's on his album, he covered Scritti Politi's Perfect Way. And I could not believe Miles Davis was covering Scritti Politti. And I'm like, the album that the song was off of is called Cupid and Psyche 85. And it was one of the first import CDs I ever bought. Now, when he starts playing it, I didn't know it was on his album Tutu. I hadn't bought it yet, but I couldn't believe it. So if Miles Davis can do something, and again, this was in 1985, 86, if he can cover Scritti Politti, there is no such thing as any music going out of style, no matter who you are or what you're doing. You know, it's like when Trent Reznor is covering Johnny Cash, you know, when he does Hurt or something. There's no, and all musicians love other musicians. It's like when Gaga was traveling with Tony Bennett. You know, I mean, there is no such thing. And Papa Ears, come on.
There is. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, again, that you have to be careful. And like I said, again, you have your opinions, but you have to be careful when you make that statement and who you're talking to. Like, literally, you have to know who you're talking to when you make that statement. But at the same time, somebody made a statement out there that he was like, is Tyler, the Creator, still relevant? Hell yes. He is one of the dopest MC, and he's a young cat, but he's one of the dopest MCs lyrically out there. But he's a genius in his delivery. But at the same time, he's somebody who doesn't stick with the status quo. He does his own thing. I love Tyler, the Creator. I love that whole camp. But that's what I'm saying. As someone who appreciates and understands hip hop. Somebody said Lupe Fiasco, underrated, incredibly gifted artist in MC. Definitely, I still listen to that music. But again, these are people that will stand the test of time because they are so committed, but in tune with the art of music, the art of lyricism, the art of the substance in hip hop, the true value of hip hop. And that's what it's all about. It goes beyond just making a buck. Is that if you are committed to music, if you are committed to the sonics and everything that is music, then yes, you would stay, because you're an artist by nature. Some people are just studio artists. Plain and simple. Let's just put it out there. But I'm telling you, these are true artists, and I love that. So again, somebody said shout out to Neil, R.I.P. Neil Peart. Definitely R.I.P. Neil Peart. You know what I mean? Definitely, man. So again, look, it's there. We love it, but be careful what you say, man. It's like straight up, don't stuff like that.
Dude, I have to tell you, and there's always something to discover. So speaking of Miles Davis, there's basically a woman that saved his life. Named Betty Davis, and I believe he later married. She has a song that I had never heard before until I watched this Miles Davis documentary. And the song is called If I'm in Luck, I Might Get Picked Up. Now, look it up. Right, go, anyone who's in the chat right now. It is one of, when I heard this song, and I watched this documentary, I want to say 2 years, during the pandemic, I watched this documentary. This song, I could not believe, because I was pretty, especially in the 80s, pretty aware of music. I'd never heard this song before. This was one of the coolest tunes, one of the coolest jams I had ever heard. And of course, no wonder she was hooked up with Miles Davis. I'm like, of course, because Miles Davis was one of the coolest cats who ever lived. But I couldn't believe that in 2020 or whatever it was, that I had never heard of this song. And so it's by Betty Davis, not the actress. Betty Davis, If I'm in Luck, I Might Get Picked Up. I think there's a video for it. And then you go listen to her records, man. That chick was amazing. And had never heard of her.
Yeah.
I mean, nasty gal. He was a big freak. I mean, you listen to her. Oh, my God. Woo. And you never know. You never know what you're going to. I want to find. I'm looking for this video. I can't find it. There's
Did you see? Okay, so this week, since we're on this subject of music, I forget the name of the girl. She's a lead singer of a band. She was actually it was the music that she was the singer who did the I think it was the music for what was it? Matrix Revolution or Matrix what was it? The latest one? What was it?
Matrix it was Matrix Resurrections.
Resurrection. So she's an artist. They almost sound like Rage Against the Machine. I forget the name, but it's a female artist, right? Bro, there's a video that literally.
By the way, I'm putting this Betty Davis song in the chat. It's a link to it. When you hear this, you'll hear the beginning riff and be like, "Oh my god!" I was just like, "This shit's the dopest shit you'll ever hear." There it is. I put it up. I put it there. So anyway,
Cool.
I want to look the Matrix. I'm looking up the Matrix Resurrection
I forget her
soundtrack.
name. If somebody actually knows who this girl is, please find out. But yo, there's a video that it's circulating where a guy was so pestering and wanted to basically get on stage with her and wanted her to perform this act. He wanted her and begged her to do it. While she was rapping on stage, she pulled her pants down and peed on his face.
Oh,
and
that's the best thing ever,
bro. And then told the security, get him out of here. After I'm done, get him out of here. Like literally, I forget her name, but if you look up and try to find this video, it is there. I was like, wow. So that's it. Sophia Urista. Sophia Urista, exactly. She did this live on, bro. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. And she was just in full stride, like rapping the entire time. But she was spitting the entire time she was doing it. I was like, get out of here. If you can probably find it. You can actually do it on Google. You can pull it up on Google. But yo, it was incredible. I was like, get out of here, bro. Get out of here.
Well, listen, kids. This was an interesting foray into music. You know, not that we need to stop. And peeing. I mean,
like she literally peed on him.
I think I want to bring us back to first of all, there's some super chats I'd like to rip through. Hitchcock is the GOAT. Hitchcock is the GOAT says he sends in a tip and he says hindsight is 20/20. But now I do wish Comcast bought Fox instead of Disney. The pressure and burden of having to produce the entire X-Men and Fantastic Four franchises on top of the existing Avengers is daunting. Slowing down is the right move, but now it will take longer to get Fantastic Four and X-Men. If Comcast Universal had Fox, we wouldn't have Deadpool in the MCU, but we'd able to have standalone Hulk movies. Imagine Hulk versus Wolverine. There'd be things we could get that we can't with Disney. I think maybe that's true. I mean, we talked about this today on the Campia show. I think that Marvel's output, especially in 2022, if you look at what they put out from 2015 to 2019, the quality was much higher. Everyone they put out was a banger, and now we're getting a lot of I mean, I get what they're trying to do, but a lot of stuff that's been disappointing. Moon Knight was really disappointing to me. I tried to like it, but it was the wrong iteration of Moon Knight for me.
I liked it up until the very end. The last episode, the last episode took me completely out of the show. I was like, that I loved it, but up until that very last episode, I was pissed. I was like, all right, come on, really?
And not like that girl in concert.
Yeah, not like her in concert. But but you know what? To be quite honest, bro, like it's crazy. And this is, I was even talking about this. We were talking about this on Comic Book Talk with friends. I feel as though like them, even when they put out the slate, when you put out that slate, you're committing yourself to a slate that you don't know you can really, really achieve, and then you rush to do it based on these deadlines. It's like I'm like, before you put out that slate, really think about it, and maybe you should reel it in and focus on some of these IPs that do have a level of importance. Like they really need to look at these things more carefully. Y'all see, because I was watching the show. Well, Rob, I always watch, the John Campia show because you're there. I always watch it because I'm interested to see what the hell you're going to say next, and if they catch what you're going to say, because sometimes they miss that shit, and it's funny as fuck. I'm sitting up there laughing. I'm like, how are y'all not laughing at that shit? Because it's funny, and I know what he's saying. But anyway, but no.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that
they miss. It goes completely over their head, and I'm laughing my ass off, dying. But I'm like, I don't get a chance to catch the super chats because I'm always working out when I'm watching. But you said something interesting today, is the simple fact that, again, we're starting to see the simple fact that Kevin Feige does not have his hands on this, and he's not watching as carefully and closely as he should, because I think that because right now we're seeing kinks you know, and we're seeing like holes in the armor right now. Like we're seeing that these things are really congested and it's not panning out well. And now they're going back trying to course correct. You should have did this a long time ago, but now this is what we are. So now they're trying to fix things. And I think that Marvel will fix things, bro. I have the full confidence that they will get back in stride. Maybe they need this. Like sometimes you need those hiccups to really put things back in order and be like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should have. We don't want to be fan servicey, but maybe some of the fans were really telling us things that are true. You know, like literally, we're doing ourselves a disservice if we're not going back and looking at source material. If we're not, you know, really catering into and honing in the story, the aspect of the story and these character developments, and really doing things like that. Because you're right, Rob. Moon Knight has so much substance before we got to the, you know, schizophrenia. And
Yeah,
stuff like
I mean,
that.
that was
like,
very late in the Moon Knight.
it was
mythos.
late. It had a lot, like even like they could have actually took a noir aspect of Moon Knight the way it was in the very beginning.
I mean,
it would have been so super dope.
I saw him as a romantic noir figure, you know, where he was Jake Lockley was the cab driver and Stephen Grant was the rich playboy, and you know, Mark Spector's the mercenary in Moon Knight. And I mean, obviously it was very much, and even Bill Sienkiewicz, when I interviewed him on my channel, which is a great interview, I should promote that more. But you know, he even was being criticized for aping Neil Adams' style. Neil Adams was drawing Batman in the 70s with Denny O'Neil writing and stuff, but I loved it. Like I loved those first 30 issues of Moon Knight. I mean, you know, if I could collect any slabbed run of a comic, like I want to get 9/8 slabbed Moon Knights 1 through 30. You know, and just because I love those comics so much when I was a kid, and I love. It's funny. Those are the one kid when I was in high school. I gave my teacher Carol Pankey. I gave her, I think it was Moon Knight 14, which was a stained glass scarlet issue.
That's the one you had a crush on.
Oh, I had such a crush on her.
Yeah,
and she was like really smart and everything, and she was not like she wasn't like one of those hot high school teachers, but I thought she was hot because she was so smart. You know, and she's like, well, this is good, but it's just like a noir film from the 40s. I'm like, yeah, but that's the point. She goes, yeah, but it's not breaking any new ground. And I was like crestfallen. I'm like, oh man, I tried to make points with my teacher and it just backfired. Didn't get it. Didn't get there. I mean, you know, I was hoping to we didn't have relationships with our teachers like they have now. You know, those hot girls from some 30-year-old had a relationship with a 14-year-old. I'm like, yes, where's the downside to that? And you 14-year-old boys, don't tell anybody. You always get in trouble when you tell people and the word gets out. Don't let it get out. If you're having a hot relationship with a 30-year-old who's showing you things you need to know, don't tell anybody. God damn it. Don't tell anyone. You're going to get her in trouble and you're going to lose the... Never mind.
Speaking of this topic...
I'd be a terrible father.
Robert, there are movies that are made like this, and it's kind of a taboo subject.
Cheek getting red?
But they tend to be made over and over again. Why do you think that is, guys? That we see films like that of this kind of, you know, off limits love? Why do we keep seeing films made like that?
Say it again, like off limits love in regards to like. I don't know, bro. I mean,
you mean in terms of when you say off limits love, like an older woman and a younger man, or
no, I mean a teacher having an affair with a student.
Why do we?
Well,
we're seeing those now.
I mean, no, I think. Look, I think what's really weird, what I find really interesting about we've talked about this a lot. Eroticism in cinema is dead.
Oh.
Like the art of, and you know, the mentor-teacher relationship is always fraught with peril. And nowadays everything is so demonized. It's hard, like the reality of adult behavior and the reality of people, you know, Nabokov's Lolita, and Kubrick adapted Lolita with Nabokov writing the screenplay. And that was about a significantly older man who even married the mother of the young girl he's obsessed with. And then when she died, he became and they developed this, Humbert developed a sexual relationship with Lolita. And that book was incredibly scandalous.
And
You
it
know,
was made into a very famous film.
yeah, that Kubrick made into the film with Nabokov writing the screenplay with him. These kinds of things have been so like we live in a really weird time. When on one hand you'll watch like young women on YouTube making videos about what they want in a man. It's like, really? This is what you want? High value men, they want men. I want a man that makes $500,000 a year. And I always laugh. I'm like, in what universe? What universe is that? Because I want to go there. $500,000 a year. I mean, I've got friends that are doctors that don't make $500,000 a year. I think that the world that we live in now, just the erotic power of finally hooking up with somebody that you've desired is sort of missing. Everybody just jumps, well, I'm going to swipe left or right and we'll meet and hook up and it'll be done. There's no anticipation. There's no real eroticism left. We talked about it on the show before, and that's what those movies were all about. Even when you watched romantic films from the 40s, that yearning of characters, and they couldn't be explicit. Everything was couched in metaphor. They'd have to suggest things. I mean, does that happen? I mean, does it happen anymore? Like, I don't know. It feels like we live in a really weird world. On one hand, it's very chaste. Either like I'm a fan of a Korean boy band like BTS, or I'm a fan of Blackpink, a girl band. But there's no Blackpink is so sexy, but they're not sexual. Even though they're totally sexing up everything, those girls are not erotic. As much as I might like Blackpink's production, I don't lust after those girls because you're like, no, they're like these neutered, weird. It's so bizarre. And it's not like the punk rock chicks I used to watch when I was growing up as a kid that were the rockers were also the hottest, most erotic. They oozed sexuality. And when you watch a band like Blackpink for all their dance moves, there's no sexual appeal there. It's bizarre. And where's the eroticism? If you're younger, do you grow up in an erotic world, or is it just an explicit one? That's the thing. I mean, where's the slow jam? Keith Sweat. Where's that? Or R&B music like Luther Vandross. What about that? Does anybody play that anymore?
You just proved my theory.
What theory is that?
You proved my theory that at the age of 5 is when you discovered you were a pimp.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Or I thought you meant people in general.
No, you. I think at the age of 5 you discovered that.
Okay,
Rob.
it's funny.
You were exposed.
I'm going to tell you a funny story about that. So I was 5 years old and I was in love with my Aunt Linda. She was my Aunt Linda. My Aunt Linda was so sexy, and she was a raven-haired beauty. She was a firecracker of a woman. I love her voice. She's still alive. I still know her. She lives in San Francisco. And I'll never forget. Like, I'm at my grandfather's.
Did she know you were in love with her?
Well, I think she did, because when I was a little kid. So here's a time, like, I'm at my grandfather's birthday party, right? And you know how you dance with your aunt or something?
Yes.
I'm dancing with my aunt, and my head comes right up to her ample bosom. So I'm doing the slow dance with her, and I'm 5, and my head is nestled between her just amazing breasts. And my dad, there I am. I was Lael's. I was a pimp daddy. And what happens? I'm 5 years old. Even at 5, here I'm nestled between my Aunt Linda's great breasts, and my dad comes up while I'm dancing with my aunt, and my dad looks at me, and he comes up on the dance floor, and he goes, "Bobby likes the boobs, doesn't he?" And I'm like, my dad totally cock-blocked me right there as a 5-year-old. My 5-year-old self was mortified. I'm like, Dad, why'd you even say anything? Look what you just did. Now I'm all self-conscious and bummed out.
Well,
I'm telling you, that's a true story.
So many memorable moments, Robert.
My dad's first name was Richard, or at this moment, I like to call him Dick. Thanks a lot, Dick, buddy.
Well, it is very interesting when we're talking about this and these natural desires that are there that are not active
man.
for the most part, but make very compelling movies and stories in a lot of what we see. For example, in Avatar, when the young kids, first met each other, they're just kids, but they are attracted to one another. They're not going to do anything,
Right.
but it is the natural progression of human behavior that we're expecting to see in teenagers or kids of that age. So,
Well, let me just point. Wait, I don't mean to interrupt you. Somebody says your auntie. She married my mother's brother. That's how she was my aunt. No genetic relation.
It's through marriage.
Through marriage.
So
Yeah.
okay.
What can I say?
Man.
Uh-huh.
Man.
Hey, that's look, I call it like I see it, man. I would never lie to you people.
Man.
You don't want to know what I'm thinking right now, Robert, but it's a very interesting story.
No, go back. I didn't mean to interrupt you, please.
We'll have to have the after hours version of this show and find out what happened when you grew up.
Nothing with my aunt. I mean, no. My unfortunately, my mother's brother passed away, and then my aunt married. I love my aunt, and what's interesting is her voice now, like 50 years later, sounds exactly the way it did when I was a kid.
Wow.
So, but no, I really like my aunt. She was nice. She
Sounds
was
wonderful.
sexy.
Oh. See, these are the stories that I know that you want to tell. That you it's like, yo, these are the stories that I know you want to tell.
Oh,
during
dude,
the day.
I was
Things you want to talk about that you just hold back.
I
You
can't.
hold-
Well, one day
Oh,
I will
man.
write the book. The thing is, you can't.
Oh,
The problem with
boy.
telling stories like this, especially about when you're dealing with exploits, it
Yeah.
seems like you're bragging, and a lot of people don't. But-
That's not the first concern that I would have. The thing is that these are natural things that happen. This is nature. This is not anything
Yes.
that's unnatural.
Yeah.
And because it is natural, those feelings, that you have, everybody has these feelings. You're not the only
Yeah.
person who has this. What I'm curious about is how does it go from the experience and then the written page and then to the screen? Because there are a lot of stories. We always see stories like this. And I'm kind of fascinated by the idea of how you can get it from the real life, let's say, experience to the screen, and that process.
You know what? I just watched the movie because again, I like watching like a lot of films that literally dive into anything that's actually nominated for an Academy Award or it's up for an award. Or even considered. And I watched that movie. What was it? What was it called? Empire the Sun or
Yes.
The Spielberg film?
no?
Empire. The movie about movies, Empire of
Yeah.
Light.
Empire of Light. Yeah, Empire
Oh,
of Light.
yes.
So I just watched that the other day. And
Sam
it was
Mendes directed that, and it was shot by
Yeah.
Roger Deakins.
Yeah, and I watched it, and it was a beautiful story of a younger guy, older woman relationship, but just kind of getting her back in tune with life. Him trying to find himself. She's basically trying to find her love and passion again from just like traumatic things that she's experienced. She has a prick of a boss, again, who is cheating on his wife with her, and she's, holding these things, being very taken advantage of. And then she meets someone who basically shows her life. So that it's an intimate relationship that really, like, have you seen it yet?
I have not
It's
seen
on
it.
HBO. It's on
that
HBO Max
movie.
now.
It's on
And I know
HBO
it
Max
stars
now.
Olivia Colman, and I
Yeah.
realize the film that you're talking about now.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
a
got lot
really
of buzz.
beautiful film.
It is. It's a beautiful film.
It's a beautiful film the way it was actually, because it dealt with a lot of what was going on, in Europe at that time. Like a lot of, even around that particular time, like a lot of racism and stuff like that. But how like two people, number one, it wasn't just the simple fact that they were ages apart, but also the simple fact that there were, is like an interracial relationship that they couldn't publicize. You know what I mean? Couldn't ride a bus, and he couldn't have his arms around her. They have to kind of meet and like whatever, because it was kind of frowned upon. So again, like but it was a really good film. I loved it. I loved actually watching it. So I would suggest watching it, because it does touch on some of the same things that you're talking about right now, like literally.
Yeah, I haven't. To be honest, I haven't seen it yet, and it's on HBO Max. I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it.
By the way, I just wanted to jump down a few more of these super chats. Joshua Karp and Mashby became members of the channel. Thank you. I want to point out that tomorrow, meeting February 18th at 11 a.m., we are having one of our bi-weekly member chats. And for those of you who don't know what that is, so we have member chats that usually last 3 to 4 hours.
They're long.
And they're long, and you guys come in, and we let everybody in, and people raise their hand, and you get 7 minutes to speak your piece. Just say whatever the hell you want, ask me questions, say something to the group, whatever you want to do, and we just shoot the shit. And it's a lot of fun, and a lot of the same people come, so it's nice to. There's some people their kids have gone into the military, and they've graduated from Black Hawk school, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I really like doing that. So that's tomorrow at 11. So both Joshua Karp and Mashby, who become new members, join us, as the Evil Dead would say. King Tannic is here and says, Midnight Musings, let's go. How are y'all?
Let's go.
We're good. We're good. Shellcrow says, intrigued by Picard episode 1. Why are all the interiors so darkly lit, especially the bridge? One happy surprise is the return of the L cars in the end credits and the L cars on the bridge. Yeah, look, they have that dark aesthetic. I think it looks pretty cinematic. But yeah, I would that's the one thing, especially watching it on TV like I have been. I watch it on 2 different screens. I think that it should have been brightened up a little bit. Not Next Generation bright like this series Next Generation, but it could stand to have been lit up a little bit more. But also it's a choice. So, I go with that. Joey Hamilton, it says, according to this computer, Joey Hamilton sent in his first super chat to the channel. And Joey Hamilton says, Michael Keaton in 2014 nearly wins Oscar in film criticizing superhero movie culture, paralleling his own career. That's Birdman, the movie Birdman, which I loved. Michael Keaton in 2023, yeah, I'm Batman. I love it. Come on. But, he's never shied away from that. He's not one of those people that said that superhero movies are ruining the world. Daniel Huna, I think it's Huna, Huena. Rob, I hope you're having a great Friday. I am. Prediction: I think Marvel will regain its footing with Iger with Iger back and the mutants coming in. I think phases 7 to 9 will rival the Infinity Saga, but we have to get through phases 5 and 6 first. But maybe. I mean, I'm really looking forward to, there's a new X-Men comic we talked about today on the Weekly Hero. Bishop is training a new team of all black X-Men, which I read the first issue. It's pretty good. I've been a Bishop fan from way back. I wish that Hot Toys had the license to do Days of Future Past figures. We would have all gone broke, but I would have loved to have had that Bishop because, man, I love that Bishop.
Well, we got one figure from Days of Future Past, which is that Wolverine coming. So
Yep,
yeah,
we do, and I can't wait to get that 70s Wolverine.
Yeah.
David Gonzalez, who's been a member for a month, says, with DC providing competition, we may be headed for a superhero renaissance. Best stories win. I agree with that. I hope we will. I really do. I hope we will get a superhero renaissance. I mean, The Flash looks good. I am deliriously excited for Aquaman. I love the first Aquaman. As a kid who grew up with Ray Harryhausen fantasy movies like Jason and the Argonauts and Beast from 20,000 Fathoms and the Sinbad movies, I can't wait to see Lost Kingdom. I love the first Aquaman. That battle at the end when they're fighting on armored sharks and seahorses and shit. Come on.
You know what movie I'm not, and I know this is going to be unpopular opinion right now, bro. You know what movie I'm not really excited about?
Blue Beetle.
I mean, I'm going to watch it, but I'm not. No, not Blue Beetle. I'm excited about that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance, but Shazam, I'm just not really excited about that right now.
I didn't love the first one.
I'm not excited about it, bro. I'm really not excited about this film because I think that they took away the possibility of making the character as relevant as it should be. So now I just don't think the character in this earlier stage has relevance or has a purpose. You know what I mean? Like, you've taken away the possibility of what could be. And that film, to me right now, again, it was good, but, bringing in the family in, as heroes was too quick. I think that should have been later. down the line.
Although I do
But
like those new costumes they've come up
I like the
with.
costumes. I'm not gonna
The
front.
whole Marvel
but at
family.
the same time, I'm just the Marvel family. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm just not as excited. I'm gonna watch it, but I just don't. There's
Do
not
you
a level
know?
of excitement
Do you know
for it
what I
right now
think?
for me.
You know why I think you're not excited? Because I'm not that excited either. Like for instance, Civil War, a philosophical difference between Steve Rogers and Tony Stark
My
over the
favorite film, my
Sokovia.
favorite Marvel.
That there's a reason that ideological schism between the two men that causes a rift in the Avengers. That's really interesting. And, from an intellectual standpoint, I mean, it sounds silly to say that, but, a great story is a story whose premise captures your imagination. You want a story, especially for a fantasy film. Why should I see that? It can't just be good versus evil.
Yeah.
We've seen that it has to be something more. Like evil has to be
Yeah.
interesting or unique. Kang is an interesting, unique villain. That's why I think they could have made a Kang movie and it would have been. But with Shazam! Fury of the Gods, it's like, okay, Lucy Liu and Helen Mirren come back as if they're going to win. They're not going to win. They're going to be defeated. And whatever dragons or whatever powers they're dredged up, there's nothing in that movie that's particularly interesting. Now, this is no fault of Zachary Levi, no fault of the filmmakers, but in the comic book world, and I think that's the reason that Black Adam failed. What was the reason to watch that, other than watching Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson be Black Adam 10 minutes, 15 minutes in, and then you see the Justice Society? Nothing happened in that movie that was particularly interesting. It's not like Black Adam came up into the modern age and decided, you know what? I'm going to take over the world because I should. I know better. Which is what like Alan Moore did in things like Miracle Man or Neil Gaiman continued in that book with Miracle Man. You have to give us, with superhero movies more than ever, there has to be a premise, a reason why. Why are you telling this superhero story?
Yeah.
And I think the one thing that Marvel did that was so well, especially during the Infinity Saga, all the way back to Iron Man 1.
Yeah.
You go back and watch Iron Man 1, it's the story of one guy. Tony Stark has a crisis of conscience. Through what happens to him, through experience, he realizes, my company is making weapons of war. What am I doing with my life? Why am I doing this? He has a change of heart. He comes in conflict with Obadiah Stane. And it's interesting because it's personal. And you want to know, Tony Stark is wrestling with himself. And I think what's happening now is, the thing about Quantumania is the really interesting thing about that movie is Kang. Why does Kang want to do what he wants to do? How did he become that way? Where'd the Council of Kangs come from? What's going on there? And did Kang start out as just a normal dude? Like, where's his mom? How was Kang raised as a kid? I mean, I would want to know that. How do you become a supervillain?
Yeah.
What is it that leads you down that path? I mean, we saw in Captain America, the First Avenger, you see Steve Rogers, the test when he's being tested, he throws himself on that grenade that he thinks is live.
Yeah.
And it's not, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And that's how they realize he's the perfect candidate for the super soldier program. And I think one of the problems now with Quantumania had some interesting stuff in it, in that Scott Lang is now an Avenger. Aren't you going to save the world? And it's like he's the most unlikely Avenger. And what's interesting is if he didn't show up at the Avengers door in Endgame, they never would have defeated Thanos and brought the world back. But when it comes right down to it, the problem with superhero movies is the premise of a superhero film is inherently limiting. And there's only so many times, like what's really interesting I find about the Flash movie is that it's in the trailer. Why do you want to protect this reality? You can go anywhere you want. This is the reality with my mom.
My mom.
That's it.
Yeah.
And right then and there, you've got your audience. You have your audience because immediately the stakes, whether we're superheroes or not, you would do anything to protect your mom. So even though the Flash is a superhero, we understand the motivation. And it becomes a personal motivation that we can all understand. So the desire, even though your mom already passed away, now you have a reality where your mom's alive. That's a compelling, emotionally affecting story that all of us would immediately buy into. And
Yeah.
it's the same reason that Superman and Lois on the CW becomes interesting, because it doesn't matter with Superman's powers. That doesn't make him a good father.
Yeah.
And that's why that show suddenly becomes interesting again. And a lot of these superhero movies, Black Adam made the mistake of people were like, well, it's like a 90s action movie. Yeah, a 90s action film where just being Black Adam was enough. But he had nothing interesting to do. And it would have been more interesting if he found himself fish out of water in our time and decided, these puny humans, I'm going to run this planet. And just decide to take over and run it the way he wanted to. And what are you going to do about it? You know, and I think that's the real test about superhero films is we've seen them all. And, you know, we've now got Kang and the multiverse saga, but I'm still not convinced. Look, with Thanos had a compelling reason, whether he was right or wrong. I'm going to get rid of half the resources because my planet was ravaged by greedy motherfuckers. But I'm gonna get rid of half the living beings in the universe. There'll be enough resources at least for a while, and everyone's content. He succeeded. He won. He went to his planet. He's just hanging out. He's gonna farm, live by himself. It's all good.
And Rob, you touched on an aspect that's very important that they're missing in the MCU right now, is that we haven't really seen snippets here and there. Yeah, we've seen it here and there, little sprinkles and stuff like that. But we haven't seen a world that was once fractured, now put back together, dealing with that loss. Do you know how much a traumatic episode that would be for a lot of people who have been zipped away for 5 years, bro, haven't seen their families for 5 years, or families that haven't seen their loved ones for 5 years? And automatically they appear again. Like, that's traumatic. And we haven't seen that world, or people heroes licking their wounds. I would be that movie made me sore as hell.
Dude, how have we not the most we've ever seen about that was a WandaVision takes place 3 weeks after people are returned from the snap. When you see Monica Rambeau come back in the hospital room, you know, her mother is dying, she wakes up and then her mother's gone. Yeah. Or we saw a little bit of that in Black Widow. You know, when Yelena comes back in the same room. How did they not make a movie about the MCU, normal people in the MCU, and what happened? You saw a little bit of it in Spider-Man Far From Home. They were all making jokes about it. But look, I've been saying this the whole time. Marvel Phase 4, the cosmology of the universe, the celestial in the water, Arishem over the skies of England. I mean, I've said all of these movies must take place in different universes, and we don't know it yet. We're going to find out. But the cosmology of the universe, it's like what happens to Earth? What happens to the religions of the world when essentially a god snaps you out of existence, you come back and you've lost 5 years of your life? The planet would be in turmoil. It would be in shambles. All the religions of the world. What's the Pope doing in Vatican City? Are there people? What are they doing in Mecca? You know, pilgrimages, Islam, Hinduism, every religion of the world, Christianity, Judaism would be a mess. And what do you do? With our vision of we have one holy book, the Bible. Well, now that you know Thanos is out there. Now that Arishem the Judge has been, who's 3 times the size of Earth, how does Christianity reconcile that into the creation myth or the story? When Arishem the Judge is above us, what do you do about Jesus? Do you still believe in him? Do you believe in the Judeo-Christian God? They have done none of this. None of this. And
it's rich stories, like literally, because there has to be individuals out there who really resent the Avengers for what has happened with their families. There has to be someone who has a vendetta against them. And that would be a compelling story, to see someone who didn't have a villainous prowess, but actually now is extremely angry. And their main purpose is to get rid of every single member of the Avengers, because their family now is in turmoil. They actually lost, you know, the economy's in shambles, businesses that might have been ran that are completely in disarray right now. Like, it's a compelling story to see that. And that was a missed opportunity. Like, don't show us sprinkles, because now you're basically just making us believe that everything's back to normal afterwards. The only thing that we see is the after effects of the Avengers being separated now. You know what I mean? But come on, man. Like literally, you have some heroes who say, you know what? After everything that happened these last 5 years, I don't even want to be a hero anymore. I'm done.
Right.
I want to walk away from this. You know what I mean? It's a compelling story like they should have actually touched on, and they didn't. They spent the last 5 years trying to develop new characters, but they haven't touched on the simple fact that, okay, how do we get to this point? What happened before this? Or even like people now, like, I don't want to be a hero knowing that this is what, you know, what you signing up for. I don't want to be an Avenger. Like, would you, like, literally, let me ask you a question. If you were basically someone who discovered after 5 years of going through all this shit that you had powers, right? Would you want to become an Avenger after what you've seen? You'd probably be like, yeah, nah, maybe I'm cool. I'll just stick to what I know, because number one, I don't want to die. I don't want to be on that list. I don't want to be known as an Avenger because there's some people out there that might be after me. Who knows when Thanos might make an appearance again? Who knows when somebody might want justice and they might come after me because I have, like, literally, these are stories that are interesting that they have missed and could have been told and made Marvel more interesting. Like, I would love to see stories like
I mean,
that.
they did, you know, to a certain extent, like in Endgame, what happened to Hawkeye when he became Ronin was just killing the criminal underworld, and Black Widow went to get him.
Yeah.
You know, that was interesting. I loved when Steve and Natasha were sitting down, and Steve's like, I saw whales in the East River today. You know, and they've done this stuff, but in Phase 4, they have these huge universe. Like, what do the people of Earth think when deviants show up and run around through London? You know, and one of the Eternals happens to vanquish one of them. You know, it was funny because the Eternals don't even deal with the snap. They don't even talk about that. Were Celestials snapped?
Rob, you know what I thought about just now, bro? Would it have made Black Panther more interesting than what it was? I love it. But if Namor had a personal vendetta about every single Avenger because of the simple fact that he lost half the population of his people, and that because of everything happened, it shifted. That would have been a compelling story if he came back seeking vengeance on the surface world because of everything that happened to his people. I would be all in on that, and it would have made oh man, that would have been incredible.
They didn't even deal with a lot of those things. I mean, even the ramifications, like the infection that killed T'Challa.
Yeah.
Why not tie it into the snap somehow? I mean, he was snapped. I mean, who's to say that, you know, what's really interesting is, and again, you can't deal with this, but here, bear with me now. Okay. The Infinity Stones, the reality, however it works, you have been snapped out of reality. You just don't exist anymore. And then you get brought back 5 years later, because that's what happens. Well, the fact that you were unreal, where did you go?
Yeah.
Like when you no longer exist, if you can be brought back out of non-existence, well, that means you had to have gone. Like, is that?
Peter touched on that. Peter touched on that in Endgame, a slight, like, for about like maybe 30 seconds when he was telling Tony. Remember when we were dusted? We were standing around, and Doctor Strange was like, "They need us." You know, he came back and said, "They need us. We have to go back." Like, where were they? You know what I mean?
That's a real question. And if they were somewhere, they, you know, and it's half the universe. I mean, I know they don't get into that, but existentially, getting into those kinds of questions. And I think that Marvel, they keep building this mythology, and they don't do a very good job. Like, for instance, so Blade exists. If Deacon Frost exists, and there is an underworld of vampires. If vampires are undead, were they snapped? Because they're not really alive? I mean, and here's the question. I don't think they know the answer to that. And when you have this cosmology, meaning the overarching universe, you're building a Marvel universe, and you're saying, okay, half the people get snapped. Are supernatural beings part of the natural world? Was a sorceress, was Agatha Harkness or anybody she knows, were they snapped? She's hundreds of years old. So if vampires exist, was Man-Thing snapped? Could he have been snapped? Did he exist outside of the influence because of what he is? What kind of a being? He's a Nexus being too. Yeah. And so how does that work? Now, I know this is getting a little weird and off topic and esoteric, but these are questions that, even if they if they know the answers, they should incorporate that into the story somehow. Because what they're doing is they're compounding these questions. How many movies has it been since Eternals, and no one seems too concerned that half the Earth was cracked open and the Celestial was crawling out of the middle of the Earth? I mean, they talk about, well, there's adamantium in it, or in New World Order, we're going to deal with Captain America dealing with the ramifications of this. Why is it taking that long?
Yeah.
People are like, well, Rob and She-Hulk, there's something on a website that mentions a Celestial in the corner of a frame. I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the fact that a Celestial, they would be able to analyze, using LiDAR technology. They would see that this thing came out of the center of the Earth. Also, the hole that was left, how much did the ocean level go down to fill the hole that was left by the Celestial emerging?
Exactly.
How much did the sea level
was the
come
Earth
down?
core affected as well? Like, do we know that? Like, because again, like I said, the core had to been affected somehow.
And these are people like, well, Rob, what does it matter? Look, it matters because they have posed these questions in our minds, the viewers, and they haven't bothered to answer them. And the thing is, we didn't have these questions in phase 1, 2, and 3.
Nah.
They answered those questions.
They made a mistake because that the Celestial should just have emerged. That's what the ending of that film should have been.
And there's nobody. That's the thing, is like nobody's questioning the simple fact that we saw Arishem. If they saw it in London, in England, we saw it everywhere. It's like the moon. That's how big, like literally, like
it's like twice the size of Earth, or 3 times the size of Earth.
You see it everywhere, and it's like there's no conversation. And again, there's opportunity. Rob, the theory of, are we experiencing different multiversal threats and reason why people aren't talking about it? They need to really address these things now, because it's like there's plot holes right now. Like there's things that need to be addressed that they're not, and there's opportunity to do it. It's just not happening. So
and I'll tell you this. So Secret Invasion deals with the fact that we saw in Captain Marvel that there are Skrulls here. There are Skrulls on Earth.
Yeah.
Secret Invasion deals with the ramifications. 25 years later, there are still Skrulls on Earth.
Yeah.
There's a Skrull community. And like they've been here the whole time. Now that Earth, we are aware that we are there are extraterrestrials. Aliens are real. They don't know Skrulls are here. But the general population doesn't know Skrulls are here. But we know that there's Thanos. We know that there's the Guardians of the Galaxy, Rocket Raccoon, whatever. How does that affect Earth? The fact that we are now part of an intergalactic community that have people like Thanos out there that can snap their fingers and get rid of half of us. Never even talked about.
Yeah.
We've never even had like some scene where there's a talk show on. Somebody's watching a talk show, and scientists, they always have, like in Watchmen, they'll have real people debating something. We haven't even had that.
And on top of that, right now, we should know that there's a planet, like, again, if we have the Skrulls on Earth, that's a planetary threat, because we know that there's a constant war between the Skrulls and the Kree. Why haven't the Kree decided to invade Earth again? I mean, yeah, Captain Marvel, that's one thing. But I mean, listen, if you're dealing with Ronan, especially then, like, he would come back in really with an entire armada, or the Kree themselves would come back with an entire armada.
Why didn't they come when Thanos snapped half the Earth away? Like, where were extraterrestrial forces when half the Avengers were?
Exactly.
Why weren't we invaded?
The last known space, or where Thanos was on Earth.
Yeah,
that's
and anybody
say, okay, yeah, let's go.
And that's where the wave of energy emanated. Why didn't every spacefaring extraterrestrial race in the MCU show up on Earth's doorstep? Like, are you responsible for this?
Yeah, bro.
And why wasn't Earth occupied, and then completely invaded?
Yeah.
Whether it's the Shi'ar Empire, we haven't met them yet, but they're out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is the problem with this kind of detail is what we want.
Yeah.
We want to know these things. And I think part of the reason that the MCU worked so well through the 23 movies of the Infinity Saga, 22 through Endgame and 23 with Spider-Man Far From Home, where you saw a little bit of the aftermath.
Say that I want to kind of be removed from these people's lives because I've kind of ruined their lives. Is that their way of dealing with things because they're saying, you know, Spider-Man doesn't want to affect his friends' lives anymore. He wants to be removed from the equation. If you remove him, you have to remove a lot of other elements of what happened in people's lives too.
Yeah, I know. Well, you didn't remove Spider-Man. So Spider-Man was there, you know, he just, but yeah, like, what about all the people that grew up with Peter Parker?
Mm-hmm.
What about the time that Peter Parker, you know, just as a person interacted with you?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what I always have had a problem with about fantasy, science fiction, fantasy, and horror films. They posit these situations and these questions, and they make these rules. And for the most part, if you buy into the rules and they work, because whatever story you're telling, it adheres to those rules. That means it works. The MCU worked that way. Part of the reason that I think Phase 4 has spun off into, and now Phase 5 with Quantumania, the fact that Quantumania doesn't have anything to do with what else has gone on. Like, were people in the quantum realm snapped? Were they? And if not, why weren't they? The quantum realm's part of the universe. You have a direct connection. You can go from our universe into the quantum realm. Let's just say, for those of you who haven't seen the movie, if there's more than one Kang, were they snapped?
Was she seeing more than one King when she touched his machine? That sounds very sexual.
Yes. Well, she's seen that version of Kang as a conqueror. She saw the different spaces, which I really felt as though that needed to be. I mean, if we would have saw more in-depth flashbacks about this version of Kang, but she saw what he did in, you know, different worlds, different realities, stuff like that. And that's, you know, from, you know, her kind of merging with it. So, it that even, like, again, you know, Kang had to know, he had to know himself. He knows about Thanos. He had to have known. So, I mean, that would have actually been somewhat of a warning. But again, I mean, I guess they're going to find a way to tie these things together. I'm guessing. I'm trying to be as optimistic. I could be completely wrong, but they need to really think about these things, go back to the drawing board and just say, yo, like, we can't keep having these duds or what people perceive as duds. You know what I mean? We got to kind of like go back and answer a lot of these questions. They're not going to answer every question. But again, I just think that there were some opportunities that were missed. I'll just say that.
Yeah. By the way, this is interesting. Brian O'Neill has two questions. His second one, but I'm going to read first because it's interesting. This is an interesting question. He says, why is the only music still present and representative of humanity's greatest achievements in the arts always classical and or jazz music? Why not hip-hop, country, etc.? A true representation of mankind's accomplishments. Well, if I might say that when it comes to classical music has endured for hundreds of years.
Mm-hmm. And
if you look at a lot of classical music, there's even science behind it. There's mathematics and there's form and function.
Mm-hmm.
And it has endured the test of time. I've always said on this channel many times that I think pop culture has a half-life of 20 years. Every 20 years, pop culture becomes less and less meaningful to the current culture. So a movie that's more than 20 years old is not as relevant to most people as a movie that is from the last 20 years. And each 20-year increment of time, pop culture fades away. So the reason that hip-hop and country aren't considered that as important as, say, Beethoven or Mahler or Brahms is because they haven't endured the test of time. Mm-hmm. Now, in 200 or 300 years, if you're still listening to Paid in Full, you know, that's an Eric B. and Rakim, and it works. Then maybe people would say that, oh, okay, you know, popular music from the 20th century, hip hop music. But I think that the thing about jazz as well, freeform jazz, you know, call it what you want. There's something about jazz music that also might turn out to be eternal. You know, when you listen to a jazz trio creating music on the fly. You have musicians that are understanding how the different, if you have a bass, upright bass, you have a trumpet, you have a piano, or maybe a drummer, or so it's a quartet or something. And these are people that understand how to play music. And when they're creating improv jazz, that's something that's an amazing thing, where you have people that have a discipline, different musical instruments, a discipline that they've learned over a lifetime. That's something that is not easily done. And I'm not saying that country music or hip hop is easily done, but I would say that in 200 years, is gangsta rap going to be something people are still listening to? Well, according to J.J. Abrams, they'll be listening to the Beastie Boys. But, if I had made Star Trek and I was going to use a rap track, I would have used something not from the Beastie Boys, maybe from the Wu-Tang Clan, or maybe from someone else, or maybe somebody who hasn't actually recorded anything yet because they haven't been born. But I think, what do you guys think? What do you think about that? Why, I'll read it again, why is the only music still present and representative of humanity's greatest achievements in the arts? Why is it always classical and or jazz? Why isn't it hip-hop or country?
I think that's changing, though. Honestly, I think that's changing. I think that some of the most influential things are coming from different genres. We're seeing that. We see that with a hip hop. We see that with alternative music. I think that there are influences that are being recognized, and the thing is, you got to understand that a lot of this has been derived from those, the genres that you speak of, from classical music, from jazz. Hip hop is heavily influenced from jazz, folk and blues music and stuff like that. It is, because that's where some of the great storytellers were. So again, it's just a way for each genre of music, throughout the years. Like, you got to think that what classical music and what jazz is to someone from maybe my era and even before is what hip hop, alternative music and stuff like that is for this generation going forward, and even afterwards. So everything has its place. I think it is. It's just it's how you interpret it and how you see it. So that's
But
mine.
there's also different types of financial support and schools in place that solely focus on things, on specific types of music, especially classical,
Yeah,
where money is kind of thrown into that.
yeah,
And there's like, you can have a career as being in a chair in an orchestra, where that's maybe not a possibility if you are in some of the other music disciplines. So that's something to think about. And who knows, maybe that will happen in the future. But as long as that's continually promoted and supported, I think it has maybe a greater chance of longevity in that regard. Now, the other thing that's also very interesting about this question is the idea of cultural music, either religious or just even non-religious songs that have been passed down for generations. And a lot of times those songs influence classical and jazz. So, they also have some kind of influence on other types of music as well. But it is interesting to kind of look at that. And I think having that foundation already, where that there's going to be a place where you can go and listen to that music all the time, performed by a specific group and orchestra, it's already in place. If we start to have more options for other types of music that would kind of support that, that's one thing. A person could argue that having a music venue that plays, let's say, rock music is supportive of rock music, and bands will go there and play, and they could play for years and years and years. The same for rap music, could play for years and years and years. But once you close that venue, all of a sudden there's no place for them to come anymore. Even if the seats are empty, if the place doesn't exist, there's no place for them to perform.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, no, I think look, it's an interesting question, and it gets into the existential nature of art, and what transcends. And I think that, look, time is the great leveler of all things. Time creates equality. One of my favorite things in any movie was at the end of Kubrick's Barry Lyndon, and as a matter of fact, I'll get the actual quote because it's great. So Barry Lyndon is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's Stanley Kubrick, and after all the characters go through all their stuff that happens. The quote at the end of the movie, it says, "It was in the reign of George III that the aforesaid personages lived and quarreled, good or bad, handsome or ugly, rich or poor, they are all equal now." Meaning equal in death. You know, that whatever happened in your life, everyone's going to die, and that's the great leveler. Time to me is the great leveler, and it's our culture. And now what's really interesting is we didn't have hip hop music 200, 300, 400 years ago. Now we do. So the question is in another 100 or 200 or 300 years, is this music going to endure? And it very possibly might. You know, because it's based on oral traditions, and I mean, you go back to the slave environment in the United States. A lot of the songs, you know, the singing in the fields and things that turned into gospel music, that turned into ultimately, in a way, hip hop, and so that was all cultural. And you could say that this goes back, the origins of that music goes back hundreds of years. And it's still with us, and it's very interesting. I mean, when you look at other cultures, like for instance, the French really embraced jazz. You know, jazz coming out of New York and Louisiana, and in the early part of the 20th century, coming out of other musical genres, like you know, ragtime or whatever, and then that turned into jazz. It's all part of his history and evolution, and it's pretty interesting. So I would be curious to see where are we going to be at. You know, are people still going to be listening to Beethoven in 500 years? Maybe they will be listening to Brenda's Got a Big Old Butt and I'm Leaving You. See ya.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you know what I mean? It could be.
But I also think that if there's, you know, there's kind of a, you know, I don't know if I'm describing this correctly, but a set of songs, sort of like the American's song set, or whatever way you want to call it, that I always imagined. You know, I've got these, you know, songbooks from my parents that had them, and I still have them, where there might be 100 songs in there. And Lael, you know what I'm talking about. There might be 100 songs in the book, and you know all these songs because at some point maybe you played them, or, you know, in my case, I sang them. Whatever the case is, you grew up, these were the songs that you learned how to sing and you knew them. And then going on, the expectation is that the next generation will do that. And I don't even know if that's happening anymore. And that's what's so, you know, really has me concerned, in the sense of losing those traditions, even musically, of just important singers and standard songs. How many people even know the words to our national anthem, let's say? You know, we live in this country. Sometimes it's even something as simple as that, where a lot of that's kind of getting lost, and it's kind of a novelty. Oh yeah, it's the national anthem. You know, it's like
It's
the value.
that's why I say that's the importance, and people don't understand that. Yes, we live in a digital world, but that is why it's important to have physical product and properties in hand. Vinyl, you know, CD covers, you know, even old cassettes. I still have all my old cassettes, you know, where I can go and look at all, like, you know, open up and just look at the inserts with the producers. You know, a lot
And
of
the words to the songs.
exactly the words to the songs, everything that was actually there. That was the important aspect of having everything that was physical. I remember having like the double-sided, or the double-sided albums, and like the two records in one, where you can actually open up the fold out and you see, like, you know, just the inserts, like where they got like their inspirations from, like the art, all that. It was very important because those things were passed through history, passed down, being able to listen to like the crisp, like crackling of the vinyl on your record player. Those things are important. Like a lot of people don't understand that when we say it, but it is important. You know, I know vinyl is basically making a resurgence. It's still there, it's still alive, but that's the importance of seeing these things pass, and music itself evolve, or even passed down through generations and stuff like that. I think a lot is being lost in translation when it comes to this digital output, and in my opinion, you know what I mean? So again, like when we talk about like, is there, that's talking about relevance, like whether or not like a certain genre is going to have relevance, and I think it will. When we talk about classical music, when we talk about jazz, when we talk about blues, when we talk about those influences, yes, they stand a test of time because again, it all goes back to the writing, whether it's not even just storytelling, but just writing, lyrics that people can relate to. That's what's missing right now because there's not a lot of lyrics right now that people can really relate to, and it kind of just brings and draws you in. If we
And
get back to that, then we'll see that level of relevance and how music can continue on that journey where it
yeah.
becomes more relevant through time. But if you're not writing things of substance, it's going to get lost, to be quite
And that's so
honest.
important, Lael, because, and I think that that's why when you study music, like you and I have, they make you study these standards, these
Yeah.
singers and standard songs that don't seem very significant at the time.
Mhm.
But then you realize, okay, maybe you memorized 500 songs, all these songs, you memorize it for some reason because it does teach you the meaning of what the song is supposed to incur. But we also are not getting the context, like what you said, Lael. We're not getting the context of the relevance of these songs. Sometimes, you get that record album, like you said, and you kind of get a sense of what the artist's vision is because they'll use other types of visual cues, right, Lael
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Robert, where
Yeah.
it'll have something on it, and you're like, well, why do they have this picture, or is there some meaning behind this? And oftentimes there is.
Yep.
Um, in a lot of the pictures and the way that things are presented,
Yep.
the image, or at least the context that this was made in, from an artistic point of view, at least, a
Mhm.
lot of that is captured. I remember my mother having, first of all, my mother loved Johnny Mathis, so I know every Johnny Mathis song there is.
My mom did too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, you can imagine, like, chances are the one and only one for me. Like, I know all those songs. And, I thought about it for a long time. What would happen oftentimes is, as I mentioned before, it's, not all of them are his original songs. Other people have sang these songs. Maybe it was Eartha Kitt or, some other fantastic singer, Ella, who might have sang it. But what's the point of all this? They would go ahead and pick songs that would complement their voice or their singing talent. And I thought that was very interesting, the idea of knowing where your strengths is as an artist, and finding those songs where, oh, wait a minute, that's not, isn't that Ella's song? No, I can sing this song. I excel at this song. Having that pride as a performer, knowing that you can sing that song, and once you sing it and people hear you sing it, it's like, wow, have you heard that version sung by this artist? Now all of a sudden you're going into another realm of being able to take your ability to be a performance artist to another level. And even if you couldn't create something original, now you have something that has meaning.
By the
Yeah.
way, I got to call out Jimmy the Gent in the chat. He says no one listens to jazz except pretentious C words. Now, Jimmy the Gent, I can understand, but I can understand you saying that. But like anything, if you don't know, like, look, if you don't know anything about jazz,
Wow.
I can understand not digging it.
Wow.
But here's the thing about jazz. And I would encourage you, if you can. There's a great movie about jazz called Round Midnight.
Mhm.
It was made by a Frenchman named Bertrand Tavernier, and it stars a horn player named Dexter Gordon, a real jazz musician who plays a thinly veiled version of himself. And it's set in the 50s, and it's about him. A lot of black jazz musicians moved to Paris to escape Jim Crow South and the prejudice that they found here at home, because the French they revered jazz music. And so a lot of jazz musicians were able to go to Paris and make a great living, and also change Parisian nightlife, Parisian culture, to bring that kind of music. So jazz is pretty much an American art form, and it's an American black art form, and it's an incredibly significant art form. And I would say that one of the interesting things about jazz that should never be trifled with is that watching musicians, if you're sitting in a jazz club and you're watching musicians that are great players, these are people, they're lifers, man. They've been playing they've been musicians since they were a little kid. And watching musicians that are that good watch somebody like watch Herbie Hancock and any of his. By the way, Herbie Hancock is in Round Midnight and did the soundtrack for it, but the emotion that music can elicit within you, the fact that music can elicit a physiological response that's based on your intellect. And that's true of all music. But jazz music has an extra added component in that you're watching multiple human beings who are literally conjuring music out of thin air, and they're able to follow one another in terms of syncopation, in terms of, all kinds of, in terms of key, in terms of, it's an amazing thing to watch great jazz players do freeform jazz. I mean, it's really incredible. It's not pretentious. And the more you learn about it, and I would suggest everybody delve into the history of jazz, because it's pretty amazing. It's also uniquely American, and it's uniquely black. That's not to say there haven't been great white jazz musicians, but jazz would not exist without black Americans creating it.
Like jazz, a lot of music that you hear today, even now, had influences through jazz. Like, I mean, the thing is, it's like, I mean, it's worth knowing history. Plain and simple, bro. It's worth knowing history, man.
The more you learn about jazz and the more you have an appreciation for it, man.
Yeah.
Seeing great jazz played. And when you go, like, this is why I suggest, I mean, it's cliche to say this because it seems obvious. As an American, do yourself a favor and go to Jazz Fest in New Orleans. Just go. It usually lasts for a week. And go down there and just spend a couple of days in one of our great cities, which is New Orleans. And the history, even its recent history, it's one of the great cities of the world. And the culture there, the music, the food, the people. It's an incredible place, and it's a place out of time. And it's like no place you've ever been. And when you go there to see Jazz Fest, you'll never have a better appreciation of the art form than you will if you go. Well, there's a lot of places in Paris, like late night smoky bars you'll find, but in America, Jazz Fest in New Orleans is someplace you gotta go.
Yeah,
and spend some time.
There is a list, I guess, of, and I don't even know if I'm describing this correctly. There's a list of, like, let's say the top selling songs of all time, the most recognizable. So I think White Christmas is on the list as, being one of the most popular songs. There's Punjabi DJ Punjabi is on there with his song that sounds like Knight Rider, the Knight Rider song. There's a bunch of songs on there. And I wonder now, let's say, if you took someone at the age of 20, how many songs on there they would honestly recognize, whether that list is going to change, whether it's even significant. Is there, I think it was Despacito was a song that was written and got 1 billion views, right, on YouTube. It was an incredibly popular song. But do we have any other songs recently that everybody can recognize? I'm sure there's one or two, but it's not like before, where we could really track how much money the song made. Now the thing is that they go by these downloads, and it's very hard to determine, whether or not this song has really made money bank at all, like you used to be able to tell before.
Well, like you just said, has it permeated culture? Because before, a lot of the songs we heard came over the radio, and the fact is everybody listened to the same radio stations, and those songs nowadays it's all fragmented. And like you said, the greatest songs in the world, I mean, growing up now, England, if you go to the UK, for instance, pop music is a huge deal for young and old. Everyone knows pop music in England, more so than they know. Well, I shouldn't say everyone, but most people know. It's much more of a cultural force. Here and now, you look at the Grammys, and it's like, I don't know a lot of those artists. And I worked in record stores. I was completely up on all the music that came out. But now we have no place to go where we can collectively. When I moved to LA, there was a radio station here, K-Rock, which is all alternative. It was the second British invasion. It was alternative college stuff. It was 80s synth pop, Depeche Mode, New Order, all that stuff. And that's all I listened to. And we all knew those songs. You know, when Depeche Mode would come to town, everybody would go. When Oingo Boingo would play, everybody would go. All the people that listened to K-Rock would go.
Depeche Mode, Level 42. Like, there was so many.
Ultravox.
Yeah, bro.
Vienna. You know, I mean, all that 80s music. I mean, we don't have that anymore.
We don't have that aspect. You know what? I was thinking about this too. Like, all right, for instance, I'll give you references. Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly.
Yeah.
That album is one of the greatest works of art ever. Like, literally right now, that is a world-renowned album. But a lot of people don't know that Robert Glasper, who was a jazz contemporary, he's a jazz player. Basically, he's really highly known. He actually he had a residence like a couple months back in New York. Like, he had a residence, I think, in Brooklyn for a while. But he actually produced 10 songs on that album, To Pimp a Butterfly. Again, hip-hop influenced by jazz. So many different, influences through jazz. Even Taylor Swift herself will tell you that a lot of her influences, and some of the stuff that she does was explored through listening through jazz, listening through, to some of, like, even like, her experiences. She talks highly about Ella Fitzgerald and how she actually influenced her way of writing.
But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is Taylor Swift's music more important than Taylor Swift herself? Because I wonder that, before, when you would listen to a band's music, when I was growing up, I mean, I knew who the band was, but I didn't feel that the band was
more important than the music.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel that the cult of personality
is more important
than the art that they're making.
Yeah, this is true.
And I don't know if that is it. That's, I don't know.
Well, that's, I think, because I would say that society sort of makes it that way.
Yeah, it's changed.
It is, because basically, because here's the thing, bro. A lot of people, they listen to lyrics, and they associate it to that. It's like that's for a lot of people. The most amazing performance from him I actually saw, it was actually in Atlanta, Georgia, and he actually performed. He literally on stage wrote a song on stage live. He performed a brand new song that he had just performed live. He played it on his guitar and made the band follow it, but he wrote the lyrics, like freestyled the lyrics on stage. One of the most amazing experiences, and it all made sense. That's how much of a genius he was at that time. And his music was standing the test of time. But when we talk about somebody like Prince, it's the level of his body of work, and on top of that, his commitment to music that he didn't make. And we talk about it. He didn't make himself bigger than the music.
No,
he made the music bigger than him.
Yep.
And that's just the way it was with him.
And they also, this was in an era where if you were as talented as somebody like Prince, they would actually record your concert, and they would play it at a movie theater, and people would pay money to watch a concert in a movie theater.
Yep.
I mean, if like, to get even the thought of that, it sounds so bizarre, but people, those tickets would be sold.
Mm-hmm.
There was so much of a demand to see his performances that he could do something, an in-concert movie, and people would pay money for that. And that's incredibly rare to see that nowadays.
Yeah.
By the way, Bert sends in a tip and says 80s pop song Africa, or Reigns of Africa, by Toto has been featured on various movie soundtracks and trailers.
One of the greatest songs ever created.
Toto.
I love, bro, that is one of my favorite songs of all time. The music itself was so iconic. The sonics in that, the way it was played, the transitions between the harmonies.
Well, wait.
Man, it is one of the, I'm sorry, Rob, I got Waps, bro. That is one of the greatest songs of all times. I'm sorry. I love that song. I was thinking about it in the back of my mind as we were talking about this, but yes, that song is my jam, bro. I'm telling you, I play it at least 4 or 5 times a week. Every time I wake up, I have to play that song because I love it. Go ahead, Rob. I'm sorry.
Okay, wait. You're going to love this.
Sorry.
So, 80s pop song Reigns of Africa, or Africa, by Toto has been featured on various movies, soundtracks, and trailers.
Yeah.
Toto member Joseph Williams grandfather, Johnny, was a renowned jazz drummer. Are you familiar with Joseph's father, John, who composes film scores for a living? John Williams.
I guess we are.
So there you go. John Williams is connected to Toto, which, by the way,
Yes.
they did the score for David Lynch's Dune.
Hurry, boy, she's waiting there for you.
Yes. I'm telling you, the greatest. The transitions in that song it is the most amazing song. If you don't feel that song in your bones, something's wrong with you. If you don't, you gotta feel it in your bones. Like that song literally makes me love that song. It really makes me love music, bro. It really made me fall in love with music the way it was that song. Again, a lot of people don't know I'm a big Herbert Albert fan. I love
Herb Albert.
Herb Albert, come on, man.
Yes, come on, man. I love him. There were certain things. What was it? What was it? I forget the name of the song. You know what? I'm gonna find it while we're talking. I'm gonna find it while we're talking. But go ahead, keep going. It's one of my favorite songs of all time when it comes to Herbert Alpert. And it was a song that I couldn't find for the longest time. And I used to listen to it when I was little. And I finally, I used to listen to it when I was little, and I found it. And I've never been able to kind of like take myself away from it. Hold on. It is. Hold on.
Irene Jobson's here in the chat, and she says that I always bring on the filthy. To put it in musical terms, I like to start about 65 beats per minute, 45 upturned tip of the tongue. Go up from 45 beats per minute, maybe up to 65, 75, 85, see where I'm at. Maybe go up to, 120, bring it back down. Just got to find the rhythm. And then you know where you're at. As far as EDM music's concerned, right?
Absolutely.
I know we was gonna make it was gonna be about some fucking somewhere in here. He was gonna bring some fucking in here.
Come on. No. This is some cunning linguist action, man. That 45-degree upturn, you got to come from underneath, not on top. Everyone's doing this. You're like, what the fuck does that do? You got to get underneath, come down from, it's like the sea view and Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea when you bring the flying sub back in. That's right, A Taste of Honey.
Is it A Taste of Honey, Lael?
No, I'm gonna find it. Keep talking. I'll actually find it.
Okay. I was just trying to break your concentration. Brian O'Neill. Brian O'Neill. I got no response for you. You didn't even crack it. You're just fucking talking motherfucking. Okay. Brian O'Neill says Rob Lael and the Radiant. I for one am enjoying the glorious golden age of comic book films. We've come a long way from Peter Hooton's Doctor Strange and the other 70s to 90s film attempts at comic adaptation. So why fuss, be grateful? Okay, Brian, you're right. You're absolutely right. But being that we have been given a variety since 2000 and Bryan Singer's first X-Men, we've been giving a lot of comic book movies. But we've now been shown we can compare and contrast. And there are to me, look, I think Infinity War and Endgame are two of the pinnacles of all fantasy cinema, all science fiction fantasy cinema. They're an amazing achievement. And yeah, they had to have the other movies that came before them to lay the groundwork. They did. But those movies, by all accounts, should not work as well as they do. But Infinity War and Endgame are, and if you watch them together, they are a smashing, not just Hulk smash, but a smashing bit of entertainment. And, I think that once you've had that, you can't help but compare and contrast. And I think in this day and age, every comic book movie, like any movie, it has some kind of an obligation to the audience to illuminate or show you something you haven't seen before. Otherwise, the genre will get stale.
Route 101?
What's that? Oh, you're still looking for the Herb Alpert?
Well, I knew.
What, say it again.
Route 101?
That's it. That's the song. That's the song. That is my favorite song, bro.
a fantastic
Literally,
song.
it is a fantastic, amazing song. And to hear, as a matter of fact, if you hear Questlove talk about it, that's one of his favorite songs too. And that's what I'm saying. It's highly, if you listen to it, it takes you on that journey through music. I can listen to it today and still have the same feeling that I had when I was young listening to it. So
It's
yeah,
spectacular. It
yeah,
really
it
is
is.
one of those wonderful
Road
arrangements
101.
that
That's
we
what it
used to
is.
get
That's what it is.
from performers that maybe we are kind of getting, but it doesn't feel that way.
By the way, I'm going to put this in the live chat so they know what you're talking about. Oh, I know this song.
Yes, you do.
Bro. Yeah,
and
bro.
you also know A Taste of
Yeah.
Honey because it's like it did.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Oh, I love this shit. I didn't know that's what it's called.
Bro.
So I just put that in the
It's the most amazing song, and I'm telling you, it's a feel good song. Like
it's off his album
is,
Fandango. Yeah.
Yep,
And it has a little romance to it.
Yeah,
a
it
little
does.
bit of kind of Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you know what it is? It's you're shopping and you keep seeing the same girl and you're like following her down the Croisette or something.
It's the perfect song for
Paris or in Cannes. Like
it's the perfect song for Rob. That's what I was thinking.
That's what I'm talking
Paris,
about.
bro.
That's
Like,
it,
that's
man.
the perfect song for Rob.
I could see this is it's a montage.
Yeah.
It's the middle of summer. You're
Yeah.
in Europe. You're right on the
Yeah.
Mediterranean or something. You're listening to this and I'm telling you, man,
Exactly.
I can see it. I
Like,
can see
you know
it.
those films? This is
Oh, I
you know
know.
those films. You know those films where a man would whisper in a girl's ear and then she was smacking, but then kissing.
Yes.
That's Rob. That's Rob.
Yeah. But she will see him later.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, you will. You'll for sure.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'll tell you something. I mean, that's why I have I do have a love of European softcore films of like the late 60s and early 70s.
Mhm.
And when I say softcore, it's not just about the fucking. It's about the romancing and the whole where you're at. And we've completely missed that. We've lost the romanticism of all of that. And this music is totally all about that. You can see you've got a Mai Tai in your hand or something, sitting in a. I mean, first of all, you know what I got this week that I'm very happy. I got my new passport. So my passport had expired and I'd waited a really long time to get it. Yeah. And the new passports have, there's a lot of not electronics, but there's like this hard plastic shell where your picture is now. There's got to be a lot more surveillance, whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
And
that more real ID.
It's totally real. I mean, it's totally like hardcore. And I finally got it because I felt really upset. My passport expired during the pandemic, and I just hadn't sent it in, and I finally sent it in, and I'm like, I can't, I really do. Tango Shalom is opening in Germany in June, and it's been a while. The last time I haven't been to Europe in a while, and I love going to the Sitges Film Festival in Spain, and I want to go see Dieter Bastian in Saarbrücken, Deutschland. I want to go visit the lovely Emma Bannon in the UK and Dean Mikitich and go see Terrier. Like, my dream is to take this on the road. I mean, I would love to go for 2 weeks and broadcast the entire time and go see Imagination Connoisseurs in Europe. And I would like to spend
Paris. Have you a dickie on with a green with a beret, bro?
How I mean, Lael, you're going to Europe. You're going to Star Wars Celebration in April.
Yeah, definitely.
Now I'm good for another 10 years. I can go to it's my third passport. I got my first passport in the late 90s. I didn't go to Europe till I was 31 years old.
Yeah,
and it's a mistake. Everybody should travel. Traveling will change your life. I mean,
hey Rob, you know what I'm gonna do while I'm over there? I'm gonna do a small little documentary. It's gonna be like a half hour, maybe a 15-minute documentary on how many times Arum's hair billows while we're over there, bro. Like the entire time, why it billows and wind.
it's. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
By the way, Stubble
I can't
McShaves,
wait.
Speaking of Europe, from Sweden, Stubble in Sweden says, I've always wondered what happened when a pregnant woman was snapped in the MCU.
Oh my god!
Can only the woman or the
Mm.
fetus get snapped? What happens when they got back? Have they aged? If just a fetus was snapped, is it coming back as a 5-year-old child? I have an answer to this. If a woman is pregnant, it's connected to the woman. It's all part of the same thing. They're one organism. Even though that's how. So if a pregnant woman, but these are great questions. If a pregnant, in my mind, if a pregnant woman is snapped, they're not separated. They're not separate entities because the child. And if you get snapped, no time passes for you. So when you come back, you're still pregnant, and everything is exactly the same as when you left it. Because you saw that Monica Rambeau when she woke up in the hospital room in the first episode of WandaVision. Or maybe it was the flashback. I don't remember. Fourth episode, but I think it was the fourth episode. When she woke up in the hospital, no time had passed. She just fell asleep and woke up. She didn't even know any time had passed. So that and same was true of Yelena in
Yelena when she snapped back.
Same place she was in when.
Same
room, the same bathroom, looking in the window.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you have to assume that's the case. It's a good question. Hey, listen, it is time for me to let you guys go. Can I rifle through these super chats while you're here?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then Journey's End asked if I had seen Red Letter Media's review of Picard season 3, episode 1. Yes, I listened to it on the way home from the John Campea studio today, and they liked it, which was very encouraging. If they liked it, amazing. Darren L. from Minnesota says, it seems like Picard season 3 is about legacy and progeny. It totally is. 100%. And all of it is about that. And in a way, even what the antagonists are after, the antagonists are dealing with, well, I won't tell you, but same thing. You've got it. Darren, you've got it. Alan Ling says, hey, Rob, and Lael, to all three of you, any problems that Marvel is having or had, do you think any of it correlates to Bob Chapek's leadership and things may get better with Bob Iger back? I don't personally think so. But what do you guys think?
I think I'm not going to blame it fully on him, but I think some of it might have been influenced. And I say that when it comes to like the fast distribution of these shows, these films, taking the creatives out of certain spaces where they should have been, not giving them enough say. I would say that that's highly influenced because then again, you're not paying more attention to just the source in writing good stories because you're so in a rush of satisfying a deadline or meeting a release date or whatever. I just don't think time was allocated like the right way. And I think he might have been, I'm not going to say he was responsible, but there were pieces of the puzzle that was taking off the board, and that should not have been removed. And now, Iger has to come back in and replace those pieces and make things more cohesive, and try to make this, ship run smoothly again. So I'm not going to say fully because it comes down to like the writing. It comes down to directing. It just, you telling a good story. But that's a good question. I think that he has to shelter a small fraction of the blame. I'm not going to say all of it, but some of it.
I agree.
In my opinion.
All right. Boat. Boat says, this is interesting. Media is too consumed by the meta. Look forward to this character, this arc, this source material. Not enough emphasis on telling a sick story. I would agree with that. I mean, what's really interesting is the way all this is sold to us. It's they'll bring something up and most of the world does not know what this is, whether it's comic runs or characters. And then the people that know act like, of course we know what it is. And then everyone has to play catch up. And it's such a weird place to be in. I think you're absolutely right about that.
And you're right when it says that, again, I take it back to this really quick. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, we're getting Adam Warlock. We should have had Adam Warlock during Infinity War and also Endgame.
Yeah.
Literally, we should have.
Yeah.
So what is he going to do now? So we just have to wait and see, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. Jeff Yerke, old friend of the channel, Jeff says, hey guys, Can I just say that all multiverses make Mrs. Yerke's head spin around, like Reagan McNeil in The Exorcist? Enough already. The Yerk Man. Well, Jeff, I feel you. I feel you. But you know what? If your wife's head's spinning around, you should put that to good use. That's all I can say. What that means, you know what? I'm going to leave that up to you to decide. I can see, if your wife's head spinning around like she's possessed by the devil, there's got to be an upside to that somewhere. But love to you both. And one day, Tron Apostle says, I just want to say to keep doing what you're doing. Rob is the reason why I watch the John Campea show. He has the best takes. The Burnettwork rules. Well, thank you. That's because I have people like Mmmm and Lael on here, and King Tannic, who's here. And if you haven't, you should see his show, The Otaku Experience, and Mmmm is killing it. I haven't watched her new show. By the way, Mmmm, please tell the audience at home the show you just put up today. Today?
It's today, and it's called PGS Moving Image, where we look at the cinematic legacy of specific IPs and franchises. Today's cinematic IP that we focused on was the Rocky cinematic IP. And the one before that we did was Planet of the Apes.
The Planet of the Apes episode's really good. And
Thank
so
you.
I haven't seen the Rocky one yet, but I'm going to watch it because I really like the Planet of the Apes show. It's really great. So one of the reasons I love this channel is because all the people we got, I love that we have, you are doing 2 shows. We do the show with Lael. Of course, I do a show with Dieter Bastian, my favorite German from Saarbrücken, Roberto Suarez and Alex Montano, or I like to say Montano, do a show all in Spanish, 97% in Spanish.
Yes.
And King Tanit's doing a show, The Otaku Experience. And there's going to be more people doing shows. So it's great. It's a great channel. And it's only as good as the people. And I'm so proud to have all of you on this channel, which is great.
Thank you.
Andy Isola says, the Flash trailer hyped me up so much. Best superhero trailer I've ever seen. I will finally become a Hot Toys collector starting with this film. Both Barry's, Keaton, and Supergirl. Andy, I'm just saying, don't blame Lael or us. Or me.
Don't blame it, because like I said, it's like a tattoo. It starts with one and you can't stop.
You can't stop. Or Lay's potato chip. No one can eat just one.
True.
This movie might change things. This might be the year that things change for the superhero genre.
I hope it changes for DC. I'm rooting for DC harder than a lot of people. I want them to succeed. I really, really do, and I hope that this film could be a start. I really do, because it'd be a deviation and important. And if rumors, I'll just leave it there. I just want this to be successful. Like literally, I do.
Me too. RRTNZ says, Rob, great to see you and Dave Cullen together at last. It was so much fun to stream with him. I want to talk to him more. Hope you collaborate more in the future. I still say the GOAT stream would be you versus Dave. Well, I think Dave and I are pretty much simpatico when it comes to Star Trek. Best Trek episode debate and the Critical Drinker as moderator. Cheers. I want to thank the Critical Drinker for putting me and Dave Cullen together. I've watched Dave Cullen's videos for years. He and I definitely park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. And the Drinker had Mahler, Dave Cullen, myself, and Gary Nerdrotic on, and we had a Star Trek love fest. If you would ask me if a Star Trek love fest between the Drinker, Nerdrotic, Mahler, and Dave Cullen and myself was on my 2023 bingo card on the Drinker's channel, I would have said no. But it was. Star Trek brings all kinds of people together, and thanks to the Drinker for doing that. Wraith X7 says, speaking of De La Soul, R.I.P. Dave, have you guys seen the documentary De La Soul is Not Dead on YouTube? I have not.
Yeah.
Is it great?
It's a great documentary, bro. It's a great documentary. Definitely it is, bro. I would tell people to watch it now more than ever, because it's so informative about the history and the life of De La Soul and their influence culturally across the world, bro. Because it's their influence on the world is incredible, bro. Like literally, they have such a far reach, and it's crazy because we were actually going to go to a concert in London because that's where they're going to be during the time of celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
The Joe Cronin Show just says, dropping it. Yeah. I loved our music conversation. We don't talk enough music on this show. We should do, we should add a musical component because you two are so well versed in it. We should do that.
That would be great.
That would be amazing, bro.
Stephen Bro says, I cannot wait for plot reveals for Scream 6 next month. Are you as excited as I am? I'm staying away from all spoilers. Not as excited as Taylor Gonzalez on the John Campea show, but you know what? I have to say that I love serial killers that have shrines to, or the Ghostface killer, whoever that is, New York City. I'm looking forward to it. Are you guys looking forward to Scream 6?
I am, because this thing looks menacing, bro.
It does, doesn't it? It looks good.
It looks incredible. Yeah, hell yeah.
Are you into it?
I don't even think I've seen a trailer or anything for it yet, so I need to see the trailer first and see what it's going to be
trailer's
like.
incredible.
Okay, now I did not read this. I had a letter that I was going to do this, but I didn't know if I should tonight, so I didn't. But Harris McGrade has been a member of the channel for 6 months. Says, y'all played Hogwarts Legacy yet?
Yes.
It could easily be Warner Brothers' answer to a Harry Potter-centric show. And 2 to 3 seasons would be the perfect amount of story time.
Yeah.
Now, first of all, let's move aside all of the J.K. Rowling controversy. The people that worked on Hogwarts Legacy worked on it for years. The development team put their heart and soul into that game. And political arguments aside, I think it's important to look at that game as what it was made for, a game, and the spirit it was intended to be made under. A lot of very talented people put their hearts and souls into that game. And I would hate to see it dismissed because those people were trying to make the best game they could based on the most beloved franchise of the modern era. So that politics aside.
Well, you know something, Robert? This game is going to make history as one of the most well-played, most well-publicized games and most popular games of the year. I play Hogwarts Legacy on my channel live every single day.
It's an incredible game.
Here on the Burnettwork with Lorena about what Hogwarts Legacy is like to play. And I've also featured it on Ladies of the PGS twice this month, because it's been so incredible. It's one of the best games I've played. It's a completely immersive game. It's beautiful. The graphics are amazing. I think
just flying around on a broom. It's just like, yo, like you don't have to do anything else, but just discover Hogwarts, bro. It's just incredible. I love it.
And it broke records on Steam, being one of the most requested games.
It did.
Not available on every single console right now, but I play it on PS5. So anybody who wants to watch me play Hogwarts Legacy, I play every single day, and I've been playing every single day since the first day it was released. I've been having a great time with the game. I think the game is going to be game of the year, Robert and Lael. No doubt about it. We've been waiting for a game like this for a long time. It's an absolutely wonderful game. I can't say enough about how fantastic it is.
Yep. Andy Asola with a $20 super chat. He makes a very good point. He says, I think The Flash has the biggest potential of any multiverse comic book film. Barry affecting the multiverse due to wanting to save his mother is far more compelling than Peter not shutting up during Doctor Strange's spell. And I love No Way Home, by the way.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree, because it's more of a risk factor, and there's more that to be lost at that point, because we know that he's centered around it for him. The life of his mother is more, it's because we start to see, even though he doesn't see it that way, it's a level of selfishness. You know what I mean? Sacrifice.
Yeah, totally.
Like, what do? Do you sacrifice the world? Like, what is it? The means? Come on, give me the line. Give me the line. Give me the Spock line, Rob.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one.
Exactly.
There you go.
So it's a complete reverse for Flash, pun intended.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, his sentiment is to save his mother means risking it all. You know what I mean? Not knowing that when he does something like that, what can be affected. So yeah, I think this is going to be potentially a great film. It is. I just hope, I really hope that Sasha gets her chance at Supergirl. I really, really hope that she does, because I think it's going to be amazing.
I think she will. By the way, Tom Jr. Jackson says, Jesus, that woman pissed like a fire hose.
Oh, he saw it. He
saw
saw it. He saw it. Yeah, he saw it. Like, yo, if you see it, it is. I'm like, yo, that's it's and she kept going while she was singing the lyrics. I was like, yo, wow, okay, this is what it is. This is what she's doing.
That
It's
is
crazy.
some
Showers.
crazy ass shit.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's
And
literally
Tom
nuts.
Jr. Jackson sent me a photo to send to you, which I did, Robert. If you check your Facebook Messenger, he made a special photo. I think it's he and Chris Gore who made a special photo for you in honor of a conversation we had earlier tonight.
Oh, wait, where is this? Where can I find this? Is it on Twitter?
No, it's on Facebook. I just sent it to you via Messenger.
Do I want to see this?
Yeah, go ahead and take a look at it.
Oh no. I'm scared. There we go. Okay, Messenger. You sent a photo. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put that up. That's pretty funny. For those of you who are wondering what the fuss is all about, Tom Jr. Jackson and Chris Gore have apparently made this. This is the cover of my memoir, and you know what? Maybe it would be. All I need to do is, who am I to say no? Because maybe this is it. So for those of you who want to know what the fuss is about, here it is, my memoir. My Dad Cockblocked Me, a memoir by Robert Meyer Burnett. So, oh boy. You know what the funny thing about that is? My dad would have loved that. He would have thought my dad was a very, very funny man. He would have got the whole, he would have loved. As a matter of fact, if I asked him to come on this show to tell that story, he would have. He totally would have. You know, he knew. You know what the thing about, you know what's funny? My dad, he always had a cigar in his hand or on his upper lip, or it was balanced. Whenever my dad went in somewhere, he would leave his cigar burning, nestled in his windshield wiper on his car. So if he went into a store or something, he'd put his cigar on the windshield wiper, go in the store and come back out, take it off the windshield wiper and keep smoking it. But my dad would stroll around with his cigar, and everyone knew that. Mm-hmm. That was his whole thing. And he would always have witty bon mots to throw out at people. My dad was a great guy. V, who's been a PGS VIP for 6 months, says, I thought the same thing you said about Ant-Man as soon as it got brought up on the show. From just intuition and looking at the thumbnail, it will not be that good for pushing it outside the realm of Ant-Man. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I think, look, people seem to be digging this movie. And they're expecting it to gross at least $100 million over the weekend, which is pretty great. That's more money than any Ant-Man movie did. So we'll see where it comes, where it winds up. I don't know.
There have to be movies for families, too. I think that a lot of families will enjoy this film, and they're going to go and see this maybe more than once.
Because it's a movie for family. That's basically what it is. And I enjoyed that aspect of it. I can't lie. I like the, that fantastical type of, trek through the quantum realm. I love that. I love that aspect. There was kind of certain things were funny, but I love their approach to it. You can see that there were references to certain titles, different titles, but I think it worked. It worked for that film. You know what I mean? So I dug it. I'm not going to say that it was, a 10 out of 10. You know what I mean? But
sure.
At the same time, for me, honestly, I gave it like a 8 out of 10. I did, because of what I enjoyed about the film and what I knew, what I was expecting to get from it. It's not going to be for everybody, but it is what it is.
Now let me ask you guys. It's almost 3:30 where you are.
Yep.
We still got super chat. I can finish off the super chats. I should let you guys go sleep.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So I'm sorry. First of all, before you go, tell me, where can people find you online?
Well, everybody, you can find me right here on the Burnettwork for my ladies of the PGS Moving Image, watch parties, etc. And of course, here on Midnight Musings with Lael and Robert. But you can also find me on my YouTube channel, Positive Fandom, where I do all the parlay in the fandom. I am doing watch parties for The Last of Us, for all the award shows, as well as for my Hogwarts Legacy live streams every day that I do. You can watch me play Hogwarts Legacy on Positive Fandom as well. But you can also find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Network, either on Say What or Uncivilized Scoundrels.
Yes.
And you can also find me.
Do you
streaming-
billow on that show?
Yes.
I have, yes, I have done that.
Okay.
I have done that, and yes, this has happened. Billowing does occur from time to time on that show as well. And of course, you can find me streaming with Lorena Creole on her channel for our Toxic Male Appreciation Show, which is Thursdays on Twitch, as well as watch parties too. So guys, please do check it out. Like and subscribe to Positive Fandom. Of course, like and subscribe to the Burnettwork, the 1/6 Scale Man Network, as well as Lorena Creole's channel. Guys, we love this community. You guys are the best. Thank you for the support. Tom Jr. Jackson, we are all good people. And that's where you can find me.
Lael, where can people find you?
Well, you can definitely find me here every Friday night, for Midnight Musing. So I love being here to have these conversations. It's always fun. You can find me at the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Make sure we are on our road to 4,000 subscribers. So please help a brother out with that. So definitely you can find me there. We do, I think Sunday, we're going to have Collectors Lounge International. Again, we talk about everything from, cinematic to collecting to how they both mash together. Comic book talk with friends on Monday. So when you want to know anything about these particular characters that we're talking about, you can find us there. I call us the first take of the comic universe because it always gets spicy. So they always compare us to that. You can also find me on Say What Wednesdays, where we talk everything collectibles. We have Uncivilized Scoundrels on Thursdays, and then of course Figure Flex Friday, where you, the viewers, get a chance to flex your collection, show us what you got there. So yeah, a lot of that's actually what we have going on. A couple videos that I actually have coming up pretty soon. Documentaries that that I'm working on and I'm actually going to be releasing soon. So again, like I said, we're on our way to 4,000 subscribers. So if you can help a brother out and subscribe to the channel, it would be much appreciated. So thank you.
All right, you kids, you crazy kids. Once again, a great show. We'll see you next week. And I'm still going to be here for a while, people. So get ready for me to bring on some randos as I do.
Yes.
And I want to thank you, Lael, and thank you, all good. Can't wait to see what the next week brings. My God.
Yes,
We got another Last of Us episode 2, Disengaged of Picard Season 3 comes out next week. And who knows what crazy, wacky news we'll be reporting on.
Exactly.
But I will say goodnight to both of you.
Good night, man. Thank you very much. People out there, let Rob be Rob. If he decides that later on tonight he just wants to get butt naked live, I mean, hell,
Oh no,
it's freedom, man. Just let him go.
I don't know. I can't do that.
It's
too cold, man. It's too cold.
Remember to be kind, guys.
Yeah,
Keep
definitely.
that up. And good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right.
Check you out. See you later. Peace out.
That was the great and Lael Rockwell. So listen, I got a few more super chats I'd like to get through, and if you want to answer questions, the tip line and super chats are open, and I am going to bring on some of you wacky randos. Now remember, there is a member call on this channel. It's at 11 o'clock. So the clock is ticking. The later I stay up, that means I'll be less fresh tomorrow. So I will bring on some randos. What that means is if you've got a camera and a setup, I will open the live. The link will be in the live chat, and you can come on this show and talk to me, talk to the people out loud, say what you want. Hopefully you'll have something cogent to say. Hey, but if you don't, hey, that's cool too. But let me just get through a lot of these super chats. Leonardo Gulian. Gulian? I'm sure I messed that up. But Leonardo says, just a moment of silence to think about Nerdrotic's tweet about the Marvels poster. I did not see Nerdrotic's tweet about the Marvels poster. I'm scared now. Should I look at it? Let's see. I'll find Nerdrotic's tweet. Let's see what he said. Did he say? I'll see. Hope I can find it. I'm looking at his Friday Night Tights. Ooh, Chris Gore is dressed as Slave Leia. The Marvels. Oh, that's, yeah. Oh, Gary, what a cut up. I mean, I don't know what to say. What can you do? Hey, look, I have to say, I like Gary a great deal as a person, and while he and I don't always agree about presentation, at least I'll tell you something about Gary. He is truthful to himself, and he will not lie to you, and there's something to be said for that. Yeah, because he's genuine, and how many people are genuinely genuine in this day and age? But I liked Miss Marvel, I have to say. I like Miss Marvel a great deal. Wraith X7 said it would have been more cost-effective if the Moon Knight TV series was based off of the OG Moon Knight. Also, the OG Moon Knight was ahead of its time in regards to diversity. 3 of Moon Knight's allies were black. Look, I've always been saying that. I mean, look, it's so weird that there's so much talk about diversity now. We were on a good path. The civilization was evolving, and I think the last 10 years of social justice have reverted us to the early 60s in terms of our relations with one another. It's really disconcerting. Roberto Suarez has been a member of the channel for 26 months. So thank you, Roberto. Look, in Wraith X7, I love my old Doug Mensch, Bill Sienkiewicz Moon Knight, the first Moon Knight series. That's my favorite. I wish they had done that. And Roberto, we will see you tomorrow or later today for the member chat. Floating Kites says chances of Avengers 5 and 6 writers being replaced after the reception of their respective movies. Expected so much more from Jeff Loveness. I mean, we'll see. I'm sure he's already been paid to write those scripts. He's going to be writing them anyway. I'm not so sure that you can always place the blame of the Marvel movies on the writers entirely. It's a whole different way of approaching a franchise. So I'm not sure about that. And, just because one movie doesn't work out doesn't mean the others won't. Tom Jr. Jackson makes a great point. He says, if you want to get into all kinds of music, look up covers of some of your favorite songs and see how many different interpretations there are. That's true. That's actually a great point. Usually there are many different interpretations. I mean, I'll tell you a funny thing. Trent Reznor and his wife started a side band called How to Destroy Angels. And they did a version of Brian Ferry's Is Your Love Strong Enough that he recorded for Ridley Scott's Legend, with the Tangerine Dream version. And they used that as the end title music for David Fincher's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. And when I first heard it, I'm like, what? I couldn't believe they did a cover of Is Your Love Strong Enough for The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. And I loved it. She also did a song, I forget her name, beautiful Asian woman. And I really liked her version of Is Your Love Strong Enough. She also did a song called A Drowning that I love. This is 15 years ago now or something? It's great. It's great. So anyway, check it out. Al Renshaw says, I'm kind of on the side of Kang. His variants might be worse, and you might need him in Secret Wars since we don't have any Avengers team right now. Yeah, they should. The secret to Secret Wars is the Council of Kang. All of them are the good guys. That's what I think's going to happen. Al Renshaw says Zach Galifianakis starring in the live-action Lilo and Stitch. Yes, it was announced today that Zach Galifianakis is indeed starring in the live-action Lilo and Stitch. The bones of a good movie are there, but this could go south fast if CG Stitch looks bad. I don't think he will. I think they'll make CG Stitch look good. King Tannic says, great show. Got a film tomorrow. Going to bed. Well, King Tannic, for those of you who don't know, King Tannic has his show, The Otaku Experience. The third episode dropped. Please watch it if you like anime. And if you don't love anime, share it with somebody who does. It's a great show. King Tannic does a good job. And someone said he talked too fast. No, he doesn't. He talks great. He speaks well. Don't diss my talent. I'll stand behind them. He's great. King Tannic's great. The show's really good. And I asked one thing of him. I said, dude, I just want a consistent show. We're going to drop it Thursdays at 2 o'clock. You know, he gives me the thumbnail. He gives me the show. He gives me the show notes. All the time code numbers are there. It's great. He does a great job. His work ethic as a young, I think he's 20. His work ethic is way better than most people I know my age. He's going places. I'm happy to have Israel on this channel. Very honored and privileged. And everybody should watch the Otaku Experience. If you're a fan of anime, it's great. If you're not, share it with somebody who is, because it's a great show. It needs a much bigger audience, and we're going to get that bigger audience for him. Kenneth Colton says, earlier today I said this to you, Marvel have definitely lost the magic, and when DC launched their reboot, they will take the throne. It was inevitable. Was it? I mean, was it inevitable? I don't know. It could be. It very possibly could be. I don't know. I don't like to ask him much. He never tells me the truth. What can you do? Maybe it is inevitable. Tom Jr. Jackson says, happy birthday to Irene Jobson. It's Irene was here. Irene Jobson was here today. It's her birthday. Well, if it's her birthday, happy birthday, Irene. Why isn't someone giving you the high hard one? Or at least taking you out to a great dinner? Why aren't you dancing? I guess where you are in the world, it would be after the bars close and the things close. So I hope you and your husband had a great time. In all seriousness, happy birthday. And I don't know you, but you certainly make me smile. So happy birthday to you. 50 Shades of Tay is here. You know what? I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna see if 50 Shades of Tay is around, because it would be great. Because I'm assuming 50 Shades of Tay is kind of lit, and if he's lit, I'm gonna send him the link to this, and I'm gonna bring 50 Shades of Tay on, because not that I'm not gonna bring any of you other randos on, but I'm gonna send 50 Shades of Tay the link to this channel. Let's see if I've got him. I do. I've got him here. And I'm going to see if he'll come on. Maybe he'll come on. I don't know. We'll see. I sent him the link. Maybe he can. If he comes on, because that'll be some crazy-ass shit if Taylor Gonzalez comes on the show now. Who knows? Taylor, if you're still... There you are. Oh, let me get changed. I'm in PJs. Don't change. Come on in PJs. What the hell, dude? Why are you going to change? That'd be hilarious if you came on now. King Tannic says, I lied, I'm awake. Let me on now, Rob. People demand it. Do they? Do they, King Tannic? Do they demand it? You said you're going to bed. I can't be part of your delinquency. You're not even 21 yet. You can't even drink. And even if you could, you wouldn't be drinking. I know you. Maybe. Let's see if Taylor comes on. I don't know. People are going to wait on him. You know what? King Tannic can't come on if Taylor isn't coming on. Galactic J says, now I know how Moon Knight will be used in the MCU after that Ant-Man mid-credit scene. Or I at least have an idea. Pharaohs, am I right? Well, Ramatep. Kang was Ramatep, so we'll see. Charlie the Unicorn says, 50 Shades of Tay, you wouldn't be the first to broadcast from bed. Yeah, man, come on, what's up? Let's see what's up. So, yeah, we have now gone through the super chats and the tips. You can still send them in. I haven't stopped them or anything, so if you want to do that, you can. If you have questions for Taylor, by the way, if you have not subscribed to Taylor's channel, it's 50 Shades of Tay on King Tannic says, now you have to go on to get King Tanic's like, no, aren't you tired of this channel yet? We love you, but I just worry. I don't want to overexpose you. I don't want to make you tired of us here. But anyway, Irene Jobson's birthday. which is great. She says she's sure Taylor will come on. I hope so. I've run out of refreshments. Let's see. Do I have any? You know what I do? I've got a grapefruit double IPA deep sea decoy. I'm not a big grapefruit fan, but I have no whiskey, so I don't know. I had some wine. That's all I had. I had some Coppola wine, and now we're going to drink some Lazy Dog grapefruit double IPA. Not my favorite, to be honest. Cantaloupe and grapefruit kind of scare me, to be honest. They do. Irene Jobson, actually. First of all, Cyan Hagiri has been a member for 4 months. Thank you for being. I hope to see you, Cyan, tomorrow. We have a member chat beginning at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so check that out. Irene Jobson says, this one time at band camp, I played trombone. I knew all the positions. Well, let me just tell you, my trombone is not rusty. It's clean. And I'm all about playing it well. If you know what I'm saying. I think you do. Irene, happy birthday. I hope your husband knows what a doll you are and how we cherish you here on the channel. So that's amazing. Tom Jr. Jackson says cocaine is in 50% of pineapples. Yeah, but you can't snort it anymore because it's all cut with fentanyl. That's why I stopped doing drugs. What can I say? What can I do? I don't know. I'm just saying. Still waiting for Taylor. You know what Taylor, if you're out there primping right now and I'm waiting for you to come on because you're like doing your hair or some shit, that is not cool. Throw on a baseball hat. Look, you could have a Terry Trek baseball hat. By the way, if you would like a Terry Trek baseball hat or a Terry Trek t-shirt, the guys at the Popcast channel have got you covered. And you should indeed watch Star Trek Picard Season 3. Still, there's no Tay-Tay. There's no 50 Shades of Tay. Don't know where he is. You know who I miss? I miss our friend in... Irene, he's totally primping. Taylor's totally primping. I don't like that. Taylor's a very handsome guy. If you look at him and he smiles... I mean, look at his face. He's a handsome dude. Why is he primping? I'm not primping. I come on this, I get all kinds of criticism from my people like, why don't you dye your hair? I'm like, why? Why? To pretend? Like, I think my skin looks pretty good for my age. Pretty good because I use great skin products. They're expensive as hell. But, like, I'm not going to dye. I like the fact that my hair has turned this weird shade of white. It's thick and luxurious. I could be the white-haired Santa Fabio. All I have to do is get in shape, do V-shred, and hang from barbells with one, or hang from bars from one hand. I keep waiting. Look, Taylor has made me. Now you know what I'm doing? I'm doing what like a talk show host does. So let me ask you guys a question. How many of you saw Quantumania? And did you love it? I don't know. Like Kenneth Colton's like, he is getting all dolled up. Everyone's waiting for Taylor. I'm now waiting for Taylor. It would have been way better if he came on in a don't we want to see him in his PJs? Don't you want to see people that are all mussed up? Maybe he had to wash his face. It was all sticky, if you know what I'm saying. Irene knows what I'm saying. But yeah, why not? That's what we want to see. Somebody who's genuine. I'm certainly genuine. Cheers. By the way, I am drinking this out of a Chris Gore film thread glass, a pint glass that I did get at the award where Tango Shalom won Best Comedy Film. Very happy about that. 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, he says he's here, Pappy. Yes, he is. Wow, he got here sooner. Wow, you look. Wow, okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 50 Shades of Tay. I'm going to bring him on. So you guys go to YouTube, go to 50 Shades of Tea with 3 Ys and subscribe to his channel. And I'm going to bring 50 Shades of Tay on. Let me put him in the show. We're going to see what he's saying. I hope he's lit. Are you lit? Okay, good. Well, don't say that. Say that. Actually, I want you to say that. Hold on. Let me get you in. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. He's Taylor Gonzalez. Taylor, welcome
Straight
to
out of bed.
Midnight Musings. Can we hear you?
What up? It's way past my bedtime. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a little out of sync. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. You look good. What are you drinking?
Thank you. I'm drinking wine. I just brushed my teeth and used Listerine, so it tastes like shit.
Well, at least you go to bed all freshly shorn. I really like. It looks like you've got a condom on your head. It's good.
Yeah, my hair is fucked up, so
Your hair is not fucked up. What are you doing tonight? Did you see a movie tonight? What's up?
Oh yeah, I saw the 4K re-release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
What'd you think?
I loved it. I haven't seen it since I was like, I don't know, maybe like 15, 16 years old. So it's been a long time.
It's such a great film. Irene Jobson made a joke when you were getting ready. She says, "This one time at band camp, I played trombone. I knew all the positions." I told her my trombone was not rusty.
Oh my God.
Keep it all clean. That's what I learned in Boy Scouts. What am I drinking?
What have you been up to?
Oh.
Well, yeah, what are you drinking and what have you been up to since I've seen you last?
I'm drinking a deep sea decoy from the Lazy Dog. It's part of their beer club. Yeah.
Nice.
I know it's a grapefruit double IPA. It's good.
Very nice.
No, I just came home, played with the dogs, worked on my model.
Ooh. Is she a redhead?
No, it's the model of the space battleship Andromeda from one of my favorite animes of all time, Space Battleship Yamato, the remake, the 2202. So I was working on that. Yeah. Yes, that's good. So, yeah, no, I think we had a fun week at the John Campea show. Now, let me ask you this. Somebody asked about Scream 6.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I need you to tell me, please elucidate, pontificate, tell us, first of all, I want to know, because I've never really asked you this, why do you love the Scream franchise so much? And by the way, I'm not asking you this like, why do you love it so much? I'm like, no, I want to know your enthusiasm about it. I saw the first Scream the night it opened. What was that? Was that 98? Was it 95?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit, I think it's now. Look at me.
It might be earlier. It might be earlier.
I think it was.
I loved the first Scream movie. Was so great because it was the first like postmodern horror film where it was giving you a meta commentary. It was what I loved about it was comedic and it was a meta commentary on the horror film, but it also was in itself a great horror film. The reveal, which now in the wake, I think it was actually pre-Columbine. So the idea of high school students killing their own for real was something that was not part of the cultural zeitgeist. And when Matthew Lillard and what's his face it's not Skeet Ulrich. It's it is Skeet Ulrich. It is.
I feel like you're trying to trick me tonight with what year it came out and who's in it.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to. I'm just drawing out of my own memory from.
No, right? Yes.
I loved it. It was Skeet Ulrich. It was Skeet Ulrich and Matthew Lillard. The fact that they were the two killers, I thought that was brilliant. And the fact that the end of that movie, it goes from being a meta commentary on horror films as a genre to it transitions to being an actual great horror film in its own right. And I thought that was an amazing feat. So I thought Scream was a significant. I think it's an important horror film, a legitimately important horror film as far as the genre goes. So I love that first film, and now to see Scream 6, to have it come full circle, is really exciting. So I ask you, when did you discover the franchise, and why do you love Scream?
I think the first time I discovered Scream was on TV, and it was like one of the first horror movies that I secretly watched because I wasn't allowed to watch that kind of stuff when I was a kid.
Right.
Now look at me, what the fuck? But I loved it from the opening scene. I was just like hooked, and I think because it was on TV, it was very edited, very censored, and so I felt that watching it, and I was just like, I gotta see what it looks like, the way it was meant to be seen, uncensored.
Yeah.
And Nev Campbell has just been like, I don't know, just a huge inspiration to me, and just a bad bitch that I've looked up to for like my whole life. And
She was Party of Five, right? She was on the TV show Party of Five?
Yes, that sounds right too. Watch everything I'm saying is wrong.
No,
Everyone's gonna be like,
look,
"You've
I'm
never
not
seen
trying to put you on the spot.
No, I
I'm
know.
just saying, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to remember
that sounds right. Yes, I'm gonna say yes, and if we're wrong, fuck it. Right?
By the way, this is the best. Checkers the Inventor says, Taylor, on behalf of all 90s, early 2000s kids, thank you for repping Shrek.
Oh fuck, dude. Yes, Shrek reps me just as hard as I rep him, so you're welcome for that. And that's actually who I was in bed with right now.
You were in bed with Checkers the Inventor?
No, with Shrek.
Oh.
But anyways, back to Scream. So yes, it's my favorite horror franchise. I am dying to see Scream 6. I would get up. I have a bunch of Scream stuff over there, but I don't have pants on because I was in a rush to get onto the stream.
Oh, so Lael was saying if I showed my ass on the stream, that wouldn't be such. So I guess that's what you're gonna do.
No, I'm not. I'm only wearing my Star Wars MeUndies right now.
Really? You have Star Wars MeUndies on?
Yeah, they're lightsabers. I think they glow in the dark. I'm not really sure.
All right.
But that's what I was up to. But for Valentine's Day, David got me the tiki mugs that Ray got us.
Yeah, which I love.
Yeah, David got me one of Ghostface, and it is badass. But I'm scared to use it because I don't want it to get chipped. It's like super delicate looking, so it's just gonna sit on my desk.
So back to Scream, though. You love Scream. When was the first time you saw the first Scream?
Oh, I'm trying to think of how old I must have been. I really don't know numbers, so I could have been like 10, or I could have been any other number. But I just remember, it was like just the design of Ghostface, I think, was what really, really, at a young age, had me hooked. And I've just been obsessed ever since then. And I rewatch them pretty often. Just like a couple weeks ago, I took a bath and I had the first Scream on while I was chilling in there. It was just such a fun franchise.
Well, it's great. I mean, and I love the fact again that it's a meta commentary on the horror genre, but in itself, it also at the same time gives us a legitimate horror film, which is great. Now, you've been seeing a lot of horror movies. Now, let me ask you this: what's it like for you now being a YouTuber?
Oh my God, it's fucking so weird. I just changed my Instagram bio right before I went into the live chat and changed it to YouTuber because the other night, as you know, I went to Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. They had a special Fathom event at LA Live. And the cast and crew invited me out for drinks after. And I went with them to Yard House, and I was the only person at the bar that did not work on the film or was not related or the manager of, or it was just everyone there had something to do with the movie.
Right.
And like, oh, I'm just a horror fan. I'm just a YouTuber. And then like, that was the first time I've ever described myself like that out loud. And it felt so weird to say, oh, I'm a YouTuber, but it's true. I mean, YouTube pays my bills, so I'm a YouTuber. It's crazy to think about, but.
Oh, yeah. Now let me ask you this. Now, when you are, do you feel that when you're hanging out with people, are you obligated to speak other than the truth? Like just because you're out with them, do you think that you should be nice?
No.
I know. I don't mean that to be facetious.
No, right. If I didn't like the movie, I would have nicely told them. I wouldn't have been like, fuck you guys. But I would have just said, this is what we can do. I'll hop on for the sequel, and this is what we could do to improve it. But I had so much fun with it. And I did try and pitch myself, though, to be in the sequel. I was like, I'll be Tigger. I'll literally be like some random bitch in the woods, pitching a tent that you can just slit my throat.
By the way,
wow.
I just added, there you go. So
thank you.
I added, so that is your YouTube channel, 50 Shades of Tay. So people can go subscribe. Now we're trying to get all our boy Taylor here monetized.
Yeah.
So go watch his content. So it's 50 Shades of Tay. It's amazing what technology can do. Now, because I want to teach you this software. This software is really great, by the way. It's different.
Wirecast, that's what we're using.
Yeah, this is Wirecast. It works.
Nice.
It's very similar to OBS. It's just expensive, but I have the software, so.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I need to figure out this because I want to start having guests on my channel and doing interviews. But, I want to talk to, they're not local. So this would be great to learn how to do on my channel.
Yeah, no, it's great. People call in.
This. Mm-hmm.
Glenn Mark says, hi, Taylor.
What up? How's it going?
This is a good question. Roberto Suarez, he does the show Que Pasa PGS, 97% in Spanish. He also hosts our member calls. He asks, what are your thoughts on the Scream TV show?
Oh, man, I didn't like it. I tried watching that TV show, and the minute I saw that they changed the Ghostface, which I understand why they did it, because they wanted to differentiate the series from the movie, but that was such a turnoff for me. And then I was like, okay, well, maybe I could just look past that. But I didn't like it. I know that people say the final season was when it finally got good, but I tapped out halfway through the first season, so I never made it to the end of it.
I did not ever see it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna invite Irene Jobson on the show.
Oh, hell yeah, do it.
I don't know if she has I don't know if she has a camera. She might be bashful. We're always on YouTube, so we don't think about it. But there's a lot of people that don't want to be on YouTube or whatever.
I know. Do you remember the first time you had me on your show? I had just started working with you, and I was shaking, and I was nervous, and I was sweating from places that I won't say, and I was so scared. And I was like,
"Were you Manscaped though?"
Yeah, I was 100%.
Because Irene would like it better if you were.
Were? Okay, good. I thought you were gonna say weren't.
No, were. You got to keep everything shaved up.
Mm-hmm.
All the crevices cleaned up. I'm telling you, that's
like Edward Scissorhands.
Oh, I don't know. That would be terrible. Terrible.
Ooh.
Well, I didn't realize that. I didn't. By the way, Irene does say, she sent in a super chat to you. She says, "Congratulations, Tay-Tay. So proud of your growth."
Oh my God, thank you. I can't believe it. I know I told you about this, but I'll say it again. So
Irene won't come on because her kid's awake.
What?
But she said,
bring your kids on. I'll
no. That's we gotta keep kids anonymous.
Kids.
Keep them away from all this shenanigans.
Oh right. Oh shit.
By the way, Retro Nerd Girl just subscribed to your channel. Wait, you froze. Tay, you froze. How'd you freeze? How'd you freeze, buddy? Hang on. You gotta come back, Taylor. Come back. Hopefully you'll come back. I don't know why you froze. Well, Taylor froze. Maybe it was we were just getting too much stuff was happening. I don't know. We'll see if I don't know if that was some kind of a weird, it was a technical glitch. It was a malfunction. Checkers the Inventor says, hypothetical. You two, oh wait, this is good. Wait, session currently full. Hang on a second. Hold on. Wait. Let's see what it says. I've got you back. Oh, hang on a second. I don't know why it, hang on. Let me, disconnect you. Okay. Try it again. Let's see. Wait, you can't. I'm trying to get Taylor back. King Tannic, I got to cut you out. I got to cut you off. Hang on. King Tannic's trying to come on too. Can you get back on, Taylor? Let's see if you can get on now. Because this is a great one. We have a hypothetical from Checkers the Inventor. So try getting on again. I don't know why you're cut off. Let me wait. Now I can't see you. You're back. I have you. But you are, I can't see you. I can't, you're can't see video or audio. I don't know what happened, but we've got a great hypothetical, like a would you rather. Irene Jackson saying everyone is trying to come. Yes, it's true. They're all trying to come to Rick's Cafe American. If you're a fan of Casablanca. I don't know, Taylor, you're here, but I can't see or hear you. and I don't know why. I see a signal coming from you, but I don't see picture or sound. Anyway, this is not scintillating live YouTube. We'll see if Taylor can get on. I'll let him on. Zolo says, who here after seeing the past few Marvel movies feels more excited about DC's future than Marvel? Me. I do. I'm very excited about DC's future. I don't know why wouldn't I be? I would really like to do that. Wow, this is interesting. I'm seeing something. Unable to connect. Let me try this. You know what I'm going to do? Why don't I quit out of here? I'll quit out of this entirely. Okay. I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to reconnect to previous session. I see you, but you know what? I'll just send you a new... Taylor, I'll send you a new link. That's what I'll do. I'll disconnect from the session, completely disconnect, and send you another session. That's what I'll do. And I'll just, we'll see. We'll make it work out. I'm creating a new rendezvous session, and I'm going to send you a new link. How about that? Here's a new link. Come back, Taylor, because everybody wants... We're just getting started. So come back to me. Come back to me, Taylor. You're my only hope. There you go. And I'll put you back in the stream. I'll put you in, coach. Because I can do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies, we're going to bring Taylor back. And let's see. Let's make sure he is back. And I'm going to put him back in the show. Back where you want him to be. Back in the New York groove.
What up? He thought I was gone.
You're back, buddy. You're back.
I got another glass of wine.
Oh, come on. That's what this was all about.
No,
It was.
I don't know what happened.
We should call J. Scott Campbell and make him come on. It's one of
Oh
the
my
one.
God.
No, we shouldn't do that.
No, we should. I've been texting him all day.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. His wife will kill us. Even though his wife is saying that we should be best friends, his wife will kill us. Tanya.
Oh my God. I have so many funny stories that I probably shouldn't say.
No,
air.
you shouldn't say, because J.
She's
Scott.
the greatest. You guys want to see something?
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
we do.
You've seen it, but this is the first time anyone else in the world will be seeing this. So we're talking about J. Scott Campbell, his wife.
Hang on, let me go full frame on you.
Oh hell yeah!
Here you go. You're now full frame. Look at that, buddy.
Look at that. You could tell I just rolled out of bed. So J. Scott Campbell, very good friend of mine. His wife Tanya, very good friend of mine. Amazing, talented artist. And she and I have been talking about my YouTube channel, and she wanted to help me by coming up with some brand new artwork for my channel. And she sent it to me today, and I almost started crying. I don't know how this is going to look holding it from my phone to the computer, but here is the first look. I'll be posting it in the morning, but here we go. My new YouTube.
Wow, there, hold it right there. Wow, that's pretty great. Look at
Isn't that so cute?
Yeah, that's really cute.
I told
really
her I needed to do the peace sign because I do it all the time. I told her my favorite color is purple, so she made the background purple, and then she put stars, and it was very sweet. She said, because I'm a star. So I just love this artwork, and I cannot wait for tomorrow to update my channel with it. Very exciting.
It is very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
A very cool thing, and it's cool to have her do the art.
Yeah.
Really, that's really great. By the way, Checkers the Inventor.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather, or he gives us a hypothetical.
Oh, okay.
He says, hypothetical, YouTube, relive one day of your life, or view or experience any day in history, Chamber of Secrets style.
So there's a big ass snake involved?
I don't know about that. Perhaps.
Okay, hold on. What was the first option?
The first option is relive one day of your life or view experiences of any day in history, Chamber of Secrets style.
The second one, but I have to decide what day I would want to go visit.
You know what I would want to go to?
Huh.
The resurrection, to see if Jesus really came back from the dead. So then I have that information.
That'd be fun.
I just to know. Just to know.
Yeah.
Or I'd like to be on the Titanic and see if I could push Rose off the door.
Oh my God, there was room for two. Titanic, if you're still here, there was room. I just saw the 4K remaster last week of Titanic. in 3D, and I brought my measuring tape with me. When they were on the door, I measured, and according to my estimates, there was room for 2.
Let's see. And a new question is, oh, I love this question. A question, John says, can you give us something from Secret Invasion?
Fuck. I've been avoiding that so hard.
Well,
I can make something though.
It's interesting because, okay, I will give you something from Secret Invasion, but here's the thing. Don't. What?
I'm scared.
No, don't be scared. Don't be scared. Okay. So all I'm going to do is, let's just say, I'm just going to read a quick thing. I got to find
it. A script.
Because I love this. I'm
feeling this wine already.
Here's what it is. Here's what I'll give you.
Okay.
I mean, Ross, this is big. This is 5-alarm fire. This is the whole ball game. It's bottom of the 9th. Humanity's down a run, and we've got the relief pitcher on deck. I mean, where are the Avengers? Where are the Asgardians? Where the hell is Fury? There you go.
Was that the real script, or was that the porn parody script? Because you said bottom, and you said ball, and you said run. Runs?
You know, that's what I get. That's what you get. That's what you get late night on the show.
All right.
The funny thing is, if this stream gets demonetized, you'll know whether it's real or not.
I know. Oh, shit. What were we talking about before the balloon hacked my internet or whatever happened that got me off the stream?
Scream. We were talking about Scream. Did you like the Scream TV series?
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. No. Okay. Then we're good. We're good there because I have nothing of value to add to that. I can't believe this is only the second time that we've streamed together in the almost 8 months now that we've known each other. Can you believe that?
It's amazing. King Tanic says, Rob, I thought the exact same thing about Titanic. I meant the resurrection. Taylor distracted me. Yeah, I mean, I mean, look, if you could go back in time, if you could live one day, I would want to go back to significant moments in history. Probably the Ford Theater, maybe try and prevent Lincoln from being shot.
Oh, but were the rules of Harry Potter, were you able to intervene? I don't remember.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know Harry Potter well enough to know what Experience Any Day in History Chamber of Secrets style. Does that mean that you can change?
Just there's a big snake. That's all I know.
Alex Detman's here, and I keep playing. I've got my my modded Predator from Shane Black's Predator. I can't stop playing with these figures. Alex will know what I mean. His young charge made these figures for me. They're fantastic.
That is so
cool. They never leave my hands. I keep playing. This Predator, I don't know why. I love this Predator figure so much. I never let it. This is a custom figure that was made for me.
Dude, that is badass.
It's so badass. It's so good.
I love Predator.
I do too. I didn't like the Predator, but this is a great figure.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So,
but Prey was fucking lit.
Prey was lit. And
I almost you with me to see Prey, remember that? But you were busy that day. I invited you.
I should have gone with you to see it in the theater.
Oh, God, I know, it was so fun.
Checkers the Inventor says, no, you're viewing it, but you're not interacting.
Right.
Yeah, I would still like to view it and see.
Yeah.
Because then you would know. I mean, there's so many times where in history you want to go back and see things that happened just to see if they happened the way that they happened. So I guess I couldn't prevent Lincoln's assassination, but it'd be good.
But you could watch. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what day I would want to go back to though.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't interact, but the question was, relive one day of your own life or experience any. Again, I'd probably go back and there would probably be days of my life that I would pick. There's a few that I remember that I would want to go back and change. But the thing is, if you change the days I think about my life, if I change them, so I would probably not have met you. Because if you go back to one day and if I were to change outcomes, they would have been probably I'll tell you something. There's a great Twilight Zone episode. Like here's what before I have to preface this by saying the Twilight Zone was made. It came out 1959 to 1964, 5 years. That's the real Twilight Zone. The first Twilight Zone revival was the Twilight Zone movie. That was in 83. But the new Twilight Zone, the first Twilight Zone TV series revival, was in 85. And there is a great episode of that Twilight Zone series called Profile in Silver.
Ooh.
Where the Kennedy, it's all about the Kennedy assassination. And kind of like Stephen King wrote a book about a guy who ends up preventing the Kennedy assassination and what happens. Profile in Silver was the first story about that I'd read, and it's fascinating. If you want to see what happens if you could interfere with history, it doesn't get better. It usually gets worse. The story is if you could actually stop something from occurring, it wouldn't necessarily be better. Now, Checkers the Inventor says, it's a one-off day, no future effect.
Okay.
Also, Taylor, you've burned through a lot of goodwill you built up with Shrek by not knowing the Chamber of Secrets.
Wait, no, I do. I couldn't remember the exact ramifications of the chamber.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's 1:12 in the morning. I have had 2 glasses of wine. Although, David, will you get me another one?
Is David awake?
Yeah, he's awake. He's playing No Man's Land.
No Man's Sky?
No Man's Sky. Yeah.
Oh, dude, David's the man. If he's playing No Man's Sky, he parks his shuttlecraft in my shuttle bay.
Rob says he parked his shuttlecraft in your shuttle bay because he.
No, he parks my shuttlecraft or his shuttlecraft in my shuttle bay.
You guys parked each other's shuttlecrafts in each other's shuttle bay.
We're shuttlecraft valets.
Okay, that makes sense.
Checkers the Inventor says, I'll explain this clearer tomorrow to you, Rob. So here's the thing, Taylor. Let me ask you this. Now that you've been on YouTube for 8 months, you've been with us for 8 months, what are some of the impressions you have about what's it like being on YouTube? What's it like interacting with people? What have you learned? What knowledge have you gleaned from it?
Well, the technical stuff is what I've really, really learned, because a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people thought, like, people have written to me thinking, thank you so much, that I...
David, what's up, buddy?
Oh, he can't hear you. I have my AirPods in. But Rob says, what up, buddy? He says hi. David's so camera shy, but he says hello. But before I worked with you guys, I didn't know any of the stuff that I know now. I had no clue how to do it. And Jonathan has been so helpful.
That's Jonathan Voico at the John Campy
Jonathan
Show.
Voico taught me how to produce multiple live shows a week, which is nuts. I remember the first time I ever did it, Jonathan sat next to me just to make sure, everything was going smoothly. I was shaking. I thought I was going to black out. But I couldn't let anyone know this because I didn't want anyone to think I wasn't up to the task. But in my mind, I was like, oh shit. I was texting David. I was like, what if the internet goes out? What if the computer crashes? What if I, forget to unmute the mic? What if I press, the wrong button, don't hit record? There's so many things that can go wrong. But now, I don't know, I'm just like super confident, and I would not be where I am without Jonathan's helping me. He's been just like the greatest mentor, and I hope he knows that, because I've told him so many times how much I appreciate everything he's taught me. Because it's just crazy, because to go from knowing nothing about this to now I feel super confident and do it every single day. It's crazy.
No, and you've gotten really good at it. I have to say, one of the things I'm always surprised by with you is how you're very Johnny on the spot when it comes to finding pictures and stuff. I mean, you data mine that shit immediately, and you're right there. I say something, and you're like, bang, and you have the picture.
Yeah, it's crazy how I think a skill that I've had for my whole life is just I'm a super fast typer. I remember this one time I had to go take a typewriting test to see, you get a certificate for how fast you can type.
Yeah.
And you had to type like this whole thing, right? Front and back. And I did it, and I was like looking around. I was like, what's taking everyone so long? And then I went up to the instructor, and they're like, you're done? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, there's a backside. And I was like, yeah, I did that too. And they handed me the certificate. They were saying like they had never seen someone typed that fast before. So that's just like I don't know, I guess a hidden talent that I have. So when you say stuff, I type super. The only thing is, I know sometimes when I'm in a rush, I type loud and I get nervous that it'll be picked up on the mic. But I think
No, they can't hear it.
Yeah. And if they can.
Harris McGrade sends in a super chat and says, any tips for producing your own shows, Taylor?
Ooh, it's crazy because I don't have all the equipment that I would like to have. You know, like at the studio, we have all the nicest cameras, all the nicest microphones. But my tip is just start with what you do have. I have an iPhone and I have a laptop, and that's everything that I've been using to, even right now, I'm just on my laptop. I don't have a fancy.
I'm on a laptop too. I mean, I've got external cameras, but I'm on a laptop right now.
I would just say, just use what you have, and then slowly, the plan is to get all the equipment I need. So David bought me a Blue Yeti microphone for Christmas. The next goal
Elizabeth got me this microphone in 2018.
Oh, wow.
You know what's interesting? I've got these Shure microphones right here that I've never even used them. I mean, I don't know why I'm doing that, pretending I'm talking, because I've got two. When we come back, we're going to rebrand the channel. We got new equipment, all kinds of stuff I've never even used, and I've moved in here. Yeah, it's cool. It's going to be great.
The next purchase I want is the lapel mics that we used for the Hot Toy segment.
Those are dope, dude. I got to get myself those too. Those are great. By the way, Sonny Dominguez, the king of squirting, says, Taylor, where in NoHo do you hang? I live in Burbank.
Okay.
Have you heard that Chris Gore has a movie club that meets at the AMC 16 to see and discuss movies? Also, Dave Parker lives in North Hollywood too. Right, Rob? Dave Parker does. You know, he's pissed at me. He gets pissed at me when I, whatever. But Dave does live in NoHo. He's never invited me to his house, so I don't know where. Connie Sang's been to Dave's house. She lives in NoHo too. She's got a great little apartment. I love her place.
Yeah, it's so funny. I just met her. Like I told you at Ant-Man, I was in the lobby, and David had literally just walked away, and I was waiting in the lobby to get a picture of something, but there were people blocking the sign I wanted a picture of. So it's like, I'm just gonna wait till they move, because I hate asking people to move. And then all of a sudden, Taylor, and I get very I've been meeting a lot of viewers in person at the theater, at just different events I've been going to, and I just get a little bit anxious, a little bit nervous, because I'm shy. I know you guys don't believe I'm talking about my underwear and how I'm not wearing any pants, but I promise I'm a shy person. And so I was like, because I get a little bit anxious, and I turned around and I instantly recognized Connie from like Instagram and stuff like that. And and I gave her the biggest hug, and I was like, hello, like I feel like I already knew her, and she was so sweet. But as far as Chris Gore having a movie club that meets at the Burbank 16, that's hilarious, because 3 times now, because the Burbank 16 is the one I go to the most. 3 times now I've seen him. Once was in McGuffin's, the bar inside of AMC, and then twice was in the lobby. Once was when I saw Violent Night. And I was going to say hello because I know you're friends with him, but I don't know him. And also I didn't want him to be like, who are you? So I didn't say hi, but that's 3 times now I've run into him. Oh, hello.
Yes, I'm going to bring on Yisrael. King Tannic is going to come on the show with us. I've got to put you guys in the show together. So hang on. He's got a question to ask you, but I'm going to have him ask you when he's actually on. I've got you on camera together.
I have one question. My AirPods just made that stupid noise that they're going to die. If my AirPods die and I have to play the sound out of my computer, is that going to fuck shit up?
No, I mean, it's not. No, it's late night. No one cares.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
No, you'd have to be sorry. It's not like it's not like I haven't been on since 9 a.m. We're into hour number. What is this? Hour 4.
And wine glass number 3.
Yeah, tell David to get you another glass of wine.
Wait, babe, will you just bring the bottle? I just want to get drunk with Rob on the internet. That was it? Can I get another bottle?
That's what I'm talking about.
It's Friday.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me bring on Israel King Tannic. You know him, you love him. This is King Tannic is in the center square. Circle gets the square. King Tannic, you know him, you've seen him. His new show, if you haven't, why haven't you watched it? called let's hang on. It's the Otaku Experience. That's right. King Tannic, welcome to a late night stream. Look, I got fellas I've been streaming with, fellas I admire. It's great to have you here, King Tannic.
What up?
How are you? Now, why didn't you ask Taylor the question you already sent me a super chat for? Why don't you ask him live? Because this is
scared.
No. This is a really good professional question. It's a great question.
Well,
Okay.
let me preface this with hello, Taylor. It's nice.
Hello,
to meet you
it's so
finally.
nice to meet you officially.
Let me turn off this light. It's bright in here. Okay. Yeah. So I wrote the super chat in because I honestly I gave up hope.
Come on, dude. I was gonna bring you on. I was just shining you on,
It's
making
not
you a hard
the
time.
night. I was like 4 midnight musings in a row. Rob's like, enough. Let someone else come on.
Oh, it's never. First of all, you're part of the channel now. You're part of the. And by the way, a little taste. Come April 1st, we're rebranding the channel, and the channel name is going to be Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited. That's the new channel name, and I'm going to be giving, like, we're gonna have lower thirds and graphics that are all going to be uniform, so you can keep your Otaku Experience graphic, but your lower thirds will have a more uniform. So all the shows on the channel will have the same kind of graphic thing. That's only your lower thirds. You still can do everything you want yourself, but we're having such great shows that I've always wanted to have a real network, and we've got the Otaku Experience. We have 2 shows that Mmmm is doing. We've got Que Pasa PGS done by Roberto Suarez and Alex Montano. I always say Montano, it's Montano, but I always say Montano. So we have a lot of people on the show, but what I want to do is rebrand the show underneath. It can't be the Burnettwork, because that's limiting. It's going to be, because we're all imagination connoisseurs. It's Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited, the home of the Post-Geek Singularity community.
I see you.
I see you. So that's the brand name. So you get it. So
Avatar.
Well, no, it's not like I see you, but it's just like, or intensive care unit. But we're gonna have all of that graphic stuff is gonna be there, and we have a website component. So what we're gonna be doing is sending out a daily newsletter. What's up? What's on the channel? It's gonna be totally rebranded on many different platforms. So the whole point is to create a network, the greatest geek YouTube network, the greatest YouTube network for imagination connoisseurs on YouTube, all the different shows, and that's what we're doing. So it's going to be great.
Very exciting.
And I got to say,
very
Israel,
exciting.
your show's great. It's really great, and we have to figure out a way to promote it amongst the anime community, so more people know that's out there. And we're willing to put some advertising dollars behind it. We just have to figure out where they should go.
Yeah.
I haven't really had a chance to, because I upload so rarely on my channel because of how much editing goes into my videos.
Oh my
Right.
God,
that
hate editing.
I haven't had a chance to upload a video since the show started where I can promote it. So it's been a minute. But hey, a video is supposed to come out tomorrow, so we'll see if that actually.
Well, that's what we're
happens
gonna
or
do.
not.
We're gonna cross promote all the channels. So because we should all be
Very, very
So
cool.
what is the question that you have? You have a great question for Taylor.
Right.
No, this is a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one.
Okay.
Okay. So I said, any tips to get to 1,000 subscribers, Taylor? You already surpassed my years and years of work in just a few months. So congratulations. Also, when do I get to meet you? Well, we answered that last one already. But
Yeah, I know. This is so cool to finally meet you.
this is great. This is cool.
I'm very excited about this. And tips to get to 1,000. I don't know. I just feel like I have been like, I don't think it looks like this, but I've been working my ass off on my channel. Like I really have. For every video you see that I do, there's been like hundreds of emails to get those videos to happen. Like, well, not my reviews, but like for Pasadena Comic-Con, that was my first time getting press passes for my channel. That was a lot of work. I've been reaching out to a bunch of other conventions. Like I made a list. I just took a day, made a list of conventions that are interesting to me, mainly horror ones. There is an anime one, Anime Expo at the LA Convention Center. That one's in like July.
And that's huge. That's a
Yeah,
gigantic convention.
I love Anime Expo. It's so much fun. I went a few years ago dressed as a Ghostbuster one day and then dressed as a zombie the next day. It was so much fun. But just like a lot of behind the scenes stuff has been going on. And just like the photo, the picture, the drawing of my the new channel profile picture, you can tell I'm slurring my words. I'm on glass number 3. I had 2 glasses of champagne before this to celebrate. It's a good night. But I would just say persistence.
It's just a Friday night here on the Burnettwork.
Persistence. And honestly, I just think that with the otaku experience now on episode 3, I just feel like you're on the right track and not to give up hope, because I don't know. I never thought I would be at 1,000 subscribers ever. I didn't know even one person other than my boyfriend and my dog would want to hear what I had to say. So it's just nuts. So I would just say persistence, and then also like just there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that goes on.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would also say, Israel, you're a natural at this. You're really good, and don't listen to someone who tells you talk too fast.
Yeah.
Don't. That's
Well,
no.
I think they got a point. I think a little bit.
No.
Right.
That's your thing. You don't change. Every single person is going to have some kind of criticism. What you have to do is, I honestly mean this, you have to do you. And your show is you, and what you care about, and the way you deliver it, and the way you've done. I've been very impressed by your show. It sounds great, by the way. Your audio quality is great. Everything about it's
and
great.
Your setup is so clean.
Yeah.
And I said this earlier today on the Weekly Hero, but you're so well spoken, and I'm like a anime noob. The most experience I had was when I went to Anime Expo. I saw they had like different screenings in different rooms, and there was one that was playing Gurren.
Yeah.
And I was so excited because I had a very big crush on the main character, and then he, spoiler alert, died. And I was like, oh, he'll come
He
back.
wasn't real, dude. He was animated.
Was it real?
Don't say that.
Sorry.
Have you seen my Nino figure? She is real to me.
I have Yuki Moro from Space Battleship Yamato right over there, and I'm like, she's real to me too.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys.
Thing is, you get to a certain age when you start talking about how much anime figures are real to you, then it gets really weird. But you just talk about spaceships and you're good. I have a 4.5 foot model of the Space Battleship Andromeda. People are like, woohoo!
Or non-human characters.
Right.
Like the Na'vi.
Can't be a weeb,
Talk about that.
Whatever. Can I?
Are you old enough?
Yeah. What's that?
Are you old enough to drink yet?
No, he's 20.
May.
What's your birthday? When's your birthday?
Oh gosh, Fast X comes out on my birthday.
When is your birthday? May 18th?
May 19th.
Dude, my birthday is May 15th. We have to have a party.
Dude,
hell yeah!
I have a friend like a brother to me. He's like on May 16th, and he's like, bro.
I don't know if you knew John Schnepp. You might have been too young, but the great John Schnepp, his birthday was May 16th.
Wow, so many birthdays.
When I saw Knock at the Cabin, I sat next to a guy who, it was terrifying. He looked exactly like John Schnepp, and at first I thought it for a second. I was like, oh, I gotta like say hello, and then I was like, oh, dang.
Yeah. And my old friend Mary Forrest, her birthday is May 14th.
Oh wow.
So yeah.
Mine is June 6th. I'm a Gemini. Are you guys Geminis? Does that make you Geminis?
Oh, dude, we're Taurus.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know either. People tell me stuff about like my moon sign, and all I think about
stars
is
drift.
I was talking to Irene in the chat. She was like, "Oh, you're a Taurus," and I was like, "Sure, man. It sounds like a mythical beast. Sure. Is it cool? Does it have wings?"
No, it's a bull.
Taurus is a bull? Yeah.
But anyways, Taylor, can I ask you this?
Yeah.
So what is your ultimate goal for the channel? Because I know you were talking with Rob about how you kind of didn't really see this kind of panning out the way that it did. Yeah. And with all the opportunities you've been given, and obviously, you know, these great guys, Rob and John and Chris, who I hopefully get to meet soon as well. And of course yours truly, me, the greatest YouTuber. Anyways, so what, now that you've kind of like been established, I would say, what is the plan now?
Ooh, that's a good question. Before this, I was a journalism major. I was the editor-in-chief of my school magazine and the lifestyle editor of my school newspaper. So I was doing kind of what I'm doing now, but instead of in video form, it was written. So my favorite thing to do is interviews. I love talking to people, but I love being the one asking the questions. Just because I like to, especially with movies, I love learning about all the different technical things that go on, all the things behind the scene. So what I would love to do is do as many interviews on my channel as possible. I have 4 so far, and they've been so much fun. Interviews are the main focus for me, but then also the movie reviews, because those are the ones that are getting the views, which obviously I need to, get my channel to grow. And also, even before I was working with any of this, I go to the movies 2, 3, 4 times a week. And it's like, before I would just see the movie and then go home. But now it's like, well, why am I not going to take 5 minutes to film a review and just give my quick thoughts on it and put it up? My Ant-Man review has almost 5,000 views already, which blew my mind. That was a lot of fun. I did have nightmares, though, last night about naked MODOK. I swear to God, I woke up at 4 a.m. thinking about that.
Don't worry, naked MODOK's missing half his body.
I gotta say, let me vent about this. I gotta say, MODOK. Oh, and someone just asked about MODOK. We'll get to that in a bit, I guess. But
I should open the live chat.
Quantumania had its flaws, a lot of them, but I thought MODOK was pretty funny. I thought it was hysterical, dude. All I'll say is the last scene that you see MODOK in the movie, I was cackling in the theater, bro.
That's good. I mean,
oh my gosh, so
Rob, are you feeling your?
He drank it all and then refilled it.
Come on, man. I mean, I got another.
You guys think I'm not going to drink a whole bottle?
Unfortunately, I don't have the kind of
water.
I mean, Israel see me be like, oh my God,
it's so great. I always ask him the hardest questions at that point in the night.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's true. I mean, I'm not, to be honest, I'm not very lit tonight, but yeah, it's
Rob. The night we met, remember how fucked we got? We drank for 6 hours.
Well, with Martika, we did a great. We interviewed. We met. We did a Designing Hollywood podcast with Ellen Mirojnick, who did the costumes for Basic Instinct.
Yeah.
She was great. I loved her. We had a great conversation. We're wandering out to a car, walked her to her car. Nice. And then you, me, and Martika went and got hammered. And then David came after we were drinking for 5 hours.
Oh my God, do you remember how scared I was? I was like, is it unprofessional if my boyfriend comes and says hello? When I met Rob, I was shaking. I was so scared. I didn't even want to look at him. I didn't want to make eye contact because I was scared that I was not worthy.
Well,
Rob, you started the conversation with me, and as soon as we started talking, we hit it off instantly. And while you were talking, quickly, I took my phone out, text David, Rob is the fucking coolest, and then put my phone in my pocket. Didn't text him for 6 more hours.
Well, no, look, I was really, it's funny, when I do the Designing Hollywood podcast, it's been amazing. I mean, Marilyn Vance and Martika Ibarra, working with them has been great because the people I've talked to are amazing. I mean, we talked to Jerry Bruckheimer the other day.
Yeah, that was fun.
The interview didn't go as well as I would have hoped because he was in promo mode, which I understand. But I love bonding with all of the costume designers because, I've worked on films, I've produced films, I've documented films, I've worked on a lot of big movies. So I'm able to develop a quick rapport because you only have an hour long. You have to open that up. But Ellen Mirojnick was somebody. If you look her credits, I mean,
it was nuts.
Basic Instinct. I mean, I got my
Pretty
quarter.
in Pink, right?
I got my. That's Marilyn. I got my quarter scale. I got my quarter scale Sharon Stone statue right there, which is uncrossing her legs.
Yeah.
Wait, quarter scale, not 6?
No, it's a quarter scale statue of Sharon Stone. I can't really. It's hard. It would be hard to. Well, the figure, the statue is. But no, when you and I met. I mean, here's the thing. It's very funny because to me, I've been a fan my whole life. So I've been going to fan conventions, and I've been speaking at fan conventions since the 90s, and by the way, I used to write for Sci-Fi Universe magazine that Mark Altman and Chris Gore published. And this was the Stars of Tomorrow issue. I was a star of tomorrow. But
Nice.
but Larry Flint, who published Hustler, published this. He published a lot of magazines.
Oh, cool.
And we all met. Chris Gore started that magazine with Mark Altman.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I was the critic at large. And so they gave me carte blanche. I mean, I wrote all kinds of crazy articles, but what's really interesting is that it's hard to convey to people that we were Sci-Fi Universe magazine. We called it the magazine for fans with a life, because back 30 years ago, we all got made fun of. We were still getting, 20 years. Actually, that was 10 years before Israel was born.
Oh,
we were writing for these magazines, and it was, I mean, I've been in the fan world for so long that it's hard to explain. Like in 97, 96, 97, I got a job. Here's the funny thing about my experience with Star Trek.
Oh, shit.
No. I was hired in 1995 to be a Star Trek consultant. No, this is 96. So I was hired by CBS to be a Star Trek consultant, Viacom CBS. So I was literally, my job was to be a Star Trek consultant for the people that owned Star Trek in 96, 97. And it's so like my, John always makes fun of me about Star Trek and physical media. I worked at the second video store in the United States in 1980. I've literally, and I've been producing physical media. So when I'm on the John Campy show and we people make fun of physical media, I'm like, I've been involved in physical media for 43 fucking years. So it's not something that is it's not a casual thing like, I collect physical media. Look, I've got the new European Highlander 4K disc. This is not some fly by night. Neither is my love of Star Trek. It's a lifelong avocation. And so anyway. So now, I don't know what my point was. I did have a point. I don't know what it is.
You know what my question was? You were a Star Trek consultant. What happened? Well, how did you end up, all these years later, post Israel's birth, birth of the chosen one, how are you now blocked by all of
I know I'm blocked. I am blocked by Star Trek on Paramount Plus. Well, okay, so here's what's really interesting. So I went from being a Star Trek consultant, and I had made a video, and it's on YouTube. It's a very poor quality video because I put it up in 2007, and it was off a VHS tape. So I had one.
Wait, is there born yet in 2007?
No, there's no. Well, there was, yes, but so I made a video. Sci-Fi Universe magazine in 1996 put on an awards ceremony. And so we gave Majel Barrett Roddenberry, Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek's wife, an award. Because 1996 was the 30th anniversary of Star Trek. So I had been editing films and things, and I had one day in an edit bay. One day to edit a video. And I always wanted to make a video with a piece of music that John Williams wrote for Oliver Stone's movie Nixon. And there was a piece of music called The 60s, The Tumultuous Decade. And I had this idea that I wanted to cut a Star Trek video to that piece of music. And again, this was in 96. And we only had a day. So Mark Altman and I, whatever laser discs and VHS tapes, whatever we had on hand that day. And the problem was you had to fast forward and rewind and get all the shots that I wanted. So I made a video As a matter of fact, I should find it and play it. I should download it. But it's the quality is so terrible because it was uploaded. It really is bad. On my first YouTube channel. It's called, you know what, I'll find it. I'll find the video and I will show it to you. But so I did this video called Star Trek Eternal. And the reason and it played at the award show for Majel Barrett Roddenberry for Star Trek's 30th anniversary. So I made this video and I'll put it in the chat right now. It's a 5-minute long video. But you have to understand that it was made. Voyager had only had 1 season, so Deep Space Nine hadn't gone very far, and I'm going to put it into the live chat so people can see it. Mm-hmm. So here's the video. So that video, people loved it so much that people asked me to send them a copy on videotape on VHS. Mm-hmm. So the entire summer of 1996. Mm-hmm. I made thousands of dollars because I charged people like $25. I had to buy 5-minute videotapes and copy it and send it out and postage and everything. About a year later, I get a phone call from a company called, this is a great lesson for anyone interested in getting involved in entertainment. I get a phone call from Landmark Entertainment, and they had built like T2 at Universal, the T2 3D experience. And they're like, are you the Rob Burnett that made this Star Trek Eternal video? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, we're interested in having you come in and perhaps work on a new project based on this video. And I'm like, okay. And I had been editing low budget feature films and whatever. So I go into Landmark Entertainment and I don't even know what they're doing. And they're like, we're making the $80 million Star Trek experience in Las Vegas. And a component of that is the Star Trek Museum, and we're going to have videos playing throughout the attraction. And we're interested in having somebody who knows Star Trek cut the videos. And I'm like, and we got a copy of this montage you made, and we're interested in having you work on the project. And I'm like, I'm looking around going, what? And it was so funny. So the guy, I forget his name, but the guy who interviews me, he goes, I swear to God, this is exactly what happened. He goes, so how well do you know Star Trek? Mm-hmm. And I said, I know it pretty well. And he goes, okay, well, let's say I needed to find a shot of a Romulan stabbing a Klingon. And I'm like, okay, well, that would be the 6th season Next Generation episode Birthright Part 2. And he's like, what? and I go, well, in Birthright, there's a Klingon, Romulan colony. They capture these Klingons, and Worf shows up there. There's beef, and there's a knife fight. And I was like, I don't know who stabs who, but that's the first place I would go to look for the shot you were looking for. And I'm thinking, I'm like, because that's the question he asked me. I'm just like, my Pavlovian response was to say that. And I said it immediately. And he looks at me and he's like, you're hired. And I'm like, okay. So for the next 2 years, mm-hmm. here's how I spent the first 4 or 5 months of this job. So to make these videos, you have to import all the Star Trek episodes into the computer. Mm-hmm. And the only way to do that, because it was videotape, 3/4-inch videotape, was in real time. So for months, here's my job. My job that I got paid, I think, $1,800 a week for in 96 was to go into work. Mm-hmm. I'd get there at 9 a.m. and I would watch 10 hours of Star Trek because I would have to put the tapes in, beginning with the cage. And just because you had to watch them to be digitized into the computer, in the Avid, before you could edit. So for months, I watched every episode of Star Trek, the original series, every episode of Star Trek, the Next Generation, seasons 1, 2, and 3 of DS9 and the first season of Voyager and all the movies up to that point. So, and what was funny was like Star Trek Eternal, I had to add to when I first made it. We didn't have first contact on video. Oh, here's something I forgot to tell you. My Star Trek Eternal video that I put in the chat, Paramount, the reason I became a Star Trek consultant was they bought my Star Trek Eternal video to use it to promote the 30th anniversary of Star Trek. So I had to do I had to do a Wesley Crusher-centric version of it. So I was being paid by the licensees. So, and then in 1998, I mean, it's right here. I made a movie called Free Enterprise that stars William Shatner that I wrote and directed and edited. And we tried to get Shatner. Here's the letter where he says he's never going to be in it. And what's funny was...
Oh, yeah. I saw that letter. I saw that letter in the office.
You want to know the best thing about it? When he sent that letter, he included this picture with... He sent me a letter saying he wouldn't be in the movie.
Headshot, right?
And he sent me this picture.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's badass.
Yeah, it's badass.
Dude.
So I made Free Enterprise, you know, and there's that. And then I was editing a feature film that has yet to come out that's still sitting on a shelf for a year. And the guy, I was back. The crazy thing, I was back at Landmark Entertainment. You know, 12.
Wait, Rob, really quick. Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Dota's Dragon Blood.
Yes.
Is it coming back?
No, it's done.
Oh, it's done. Okay. I didn't.
Yeah.
Is season 3 out already?
Yeah, season 3's out. So it's on Netflix. Dota Dragon's Blood seasons 1, 2, and 3 are done.
And it's anime.
Yes.
And Otaku experiences anime.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. No. I'm saying that's a great thing to cover on the show. I'm not talking shit.
I was about to say, yo, Israel, what happened?
Yeah, what happened there? No, that's cool because you worked on an anime show. He has an anime.
It's very cool.
By the
That's
way,
why I'm trying to get Chris on it because she does voiceover.
Oh my god, yes. Yeah, because on Weekly Hero you said in that super chat she said speak anymore. But yes.
By the way, Irene
all of my
Jobson
networking
says,
is just
I feel like
banking.
in high school we would sit at the same lunch table and be quite okay. I don't know if she means you, Taylor, or me, or you, Israel. I don't know.
All
of
three.
us. I used to sit underneath the stairs at lunch.
And Rob would be the one secretly with the crush, and me and Taylor would be like, "Oh, go talk," you know.
Listen, I have to say, I was in high school. I was friends with everyone.
Yeah, me too.
I've always loved everybody.
Yeah.
Because everybody has something to contribute.
Were you guys popular kids?
I don't think I was. I think I was just loud.
I don't necessarily like. I wasn't. I just knew everybody. I was friends with everyone. I wouldn't say I was popular. I mean, we didn't really, but I knew everybody, and I did things like I wrote really funny, controversial articles for the high school newspaper. But I was friends with everyone. And okay, I'll tell you something I used to do. This is terrible. So when I was 16 and could drive, so I worked at a video store, and this is we're talking 1983, 84. And back then, video stores it was very much a niche thing, rich people and all that. And I worked at a video store called Video Space, and it was right next to a supermarket and in Washington State, to buy hard liquor, you had to go to a Washington State liquor store. So what I would do is I would take orders, and I would charge a 20% markup. So if you wanted booze, say you wanted $10 worth of booze, you had to give me $12.
Oh no, this is a math problem.
No, it's because I worked at a video store. I got back in the day, video stores were a third porn. And they were. So what I would do is I'd take orders. I could get a brand new release, a pornographic film, and booze. And so I would go, usually on a Friday or Saturday night, I would have 3 or 4 parties to go to. There were times when I had 5, and the people I work with were all in their 30s. So they would buy me all the booze I needed, and I'd fill I had a black and yellow Celica I called the Killer Bee. And I was 16 years old and go to all the junior and senior parties every weekend, whoever's partying at whatever house, and I would deliver all the booze. And a new movie and porn. And
Nice.
It was fan-fucking-tastic
Do
because
you still have any physical
Oh no,
Physical
my
copies?
other AirPod died.
all my the porn
Alright, I
I
have
have
to
all
pay for my
it's all
stickers.
digital. It's all disc.
Oh, did it
But
fuck
here's the thing. I
everything
mean,
up?
I've kept. Porn it's so ubiquitous now. It's everywhere. But what was amazing was, let me just tell you what it was like in high school. If you're 16 years old and you roll up with a boot, as they say in Britain, a trunk full of booze and porn and all this, you get to go to all the parties. You get invited in, because I didn't walk in anywhere. It's like you pay me, and you pay me cash. There was no Apple Pay or anything like that. It's like give me the cash, and then they're like, you want to come in? And when you're a sophomore, because we went to a 3-year high school, and I'm going, we're talking junior and senior parties. It wasn't bad. It was all good. Oh, look.
no! Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Wait, what the heck? There you go.
No,
But
you're
anyway, it was fun.
Sorry.
No, you know what, Rob? As I'm listening to this, I don't know what's going on half the time. Never mind. 99% of the time you're talking about Star Trek, but
It's okay.
But I just nod
69%.
and smile, and I'm like, he's passionate, so I'll just let him talk, and I'll pretend I know what he's saying when he's like, "Oh yeah, it's Deep Space Nine, was it?" Cool, man. I don't know what that means, but no, dude, I'm listening to this, and I'm like, dude, where, like, Rob, when you die,
Rob's
I
never
hope
gonna
that's
die.
not
What are you
anytime
talking about?
soon.
well, yeah. But when you die, when I'm 40, so minimum 20 more years, right?
Yeah, well,
Oh
the thing
my
is,
God.
you're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong.
Where are you at right now?
I'm 55.
14 years
Mm.
till
Yeah,
Oh.
now people either think, "Oh my God," or "What an arrested adolescent. What the fuck's he doing on YouTube?"
But Rob, you're so young.
Yeah, I was about to
Like,
say.
I feel like you're someone I would go like. see
Well,
at the
it's
club.
it's very funny because here's the crazy thing here's something that people don't understand. So I've been in fandom circles since I was a kid, and all of the things that I've loved have never changed. So the life that I've led and the world I've been in has not changed. It literally has not changed. It's just the world's caught up, and I've been a part of it since then. I mean, I'm having so much fun. Like when my dad was my age, he looked 10 times. He looked 1,000 years old to me. So it's a very interesting place to be in, and it's weird because we always are getting judged. Like, why are you on YouTube? Why are you on TikTok? What do you? And it's like, I've been in fan circles since I was a kid, and I've never not been a part of it. And when you're making, like, talking about Star Trek, all the things I'm working on, you think I make Tango Shalom, and suddenly I'm ostracized.
the
But
voice of Moses, dude.
I know, and it's the kind of thing, like, I'm having a good time. I talk to a lot of my friends, like, I don't know, Rob. I mean, I'm just kind of miserable. I'm like, miserable? Fuck, I'm building giant space battleships from Japan. I got action figures coming in. The thing is,
I got
my mom,
scripts coming.
I
down my
know,
chimney.
but my mom's like, why is it? I mean, Rob, you have the same things you had when you were like 10 years old. Why they've just gotten bigger? And I'm like, I got my wrecked Starship Enterprise model in the
Your
kitchen.
what?
Elizabeth-
Yeah,
my-
I was about to say,
Star
Taylor. I'm glad you asked.
Enterprise.
yeah, I have a model that got broken in the move.
What did you say?
It's
Erect?
wrecked? No, wrecked. It's wrecked,
Oh.
destroyed, wrecked, not erect. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Well,
I'm
to be
sorry.
fair, you were just talking earlier in the stream about your aunt. So I mean, but what I was gonna say is, like, your life sounds like a Steven Spielberg movie, and I'm like, when do I get to see this adaptation? Like, when you die, it better be written into your will, like your life.
You need to see. We made a movie, and my friend Mark and I, we did it, and it's gonna be 25. I mean, it's almost half my life ago. But if you look up, because a lot of people don't know, because you don't roll out your resume in front of people. They don't know, and then they judge you when you do.
No,
so-
it's crazy when I hear things that you've done, Rob, that I didn't know you did before. Not that it blows my mind, but it's just like, oh my God, just your resume is fucking crazy, dude.
But-
it is so impressive.
But it's funny because I've had the best time. And it's hard to explain to people because everybody wants to pigeonhole you and they're asking you like, well, why aren't you like a captain of industry? The big thing about my life that has been my fandom and my professional life has always been at odds with one another. And the fact is I've never leaned into my professional, like, look at me. Like I think if you asked Gabe Bologna, who directed Tango Shalom, he would tell you that I am the Uber editor, post supervisor, that I saved his movie. He would tell you all that. But people don't know that about me. And the people that do would be like, well, how much money did you make off that movie? Not a lot. But the thing is, it wasn't about that. It was getting that movie done.
Dude,
And-
James Cameron didn't
Maybe
make a profit off of, or he didn't get a paycheck from Titanic.
Yeah, he gave up his paycheck
Yeah.
to make the movie. I mean, but he was already rich.
Well, sure, but I'm with you. It's not about the money when you're that.
No, it's
passionate
never been
it.
about that. And it's I've had so much fun. Like, when Shatner says, or Kirk says at the end of Generations when he dies, it's been fun. It's been fun. I mean, that's the whole thing. And
I don't know what
it's,
you're referencing.
I know it's terrible. It's terrible. But no, it's been a great time. And the funny thing about it is, who would have thought that I would be on YouTube talking to people? It's 2 a.m. And
Oh my God, I haven't been up this late in years.
Yeah, but are we having fun?
This is so much fun.
So, but it all comes down to that. You have to ask yourself, like, what do you want to do? As I watch people, become, it's hard because it's up to you to give yourself meaning, to give your life meaning. And a lot of people turn to, whether it's their religious beliefs or they're looking to self-help groups or exercise, whatever people have in their lives, if you're guided by the Holy Spirit or you're guided by a sense of responsibility or whatever it is that you have. Like my sister walks with the Lord. She's born again, and that gives her comfort. And I would never take that away from her. And actually, I appreciate her faith, and I like having conversations with her about that. I also like people that have a passion. They're artists or they're whatever they're doing. And I think not a lot of people have that in their lives. They're not driven by passion. Or because it's tough, and you think about, like, I'm obsessed with the war with Russia, and I read about it all day long, every day, going into work, coming back from work, and it's like, I at the end of the day, why would you want to destroy a civilian population? Why would you want to destroy, cinema? Sergei Eisenstein was a Soviet filmmaker in the early 1920s, and he made a movie called The Battleship Potemkin, and he shot it. One of the most famous sequences in film history is the Odessa Steps sequence that was shot in Odessa on the Odessa Steps. Brian De Palma ripped it off for The Untouchables, and Eisenstein wrote a book called I'm now drawing a blank because I've been drinking, but his book is about the 5 levels of montage. He basically created the concepts of film editing. And I want to say it's called Seeing in Time. I forget the name of the actual book. But his book had a profound impact on me. And film editing has been something I've been interested in my whole life. And born out of Ukraine. So my wife, I was married to a Ukrainian woman. And my wife was very intelligent and beautiful, and we met working on Russian animated short films. And we worked together for 3 years before we were ever dating or anything like that. And it's tough. The war in Ukraine, it's like, this is a land grab. There's hundreds of thousands of people have died 200,000 Russians probably are died or injured. Another 100,000 Ukrainians, 300,000 people for what?
Yeah.
It's a land grab. And to me, Ukraine is one of the birthplaces of modern cinema. And it just bothers me that this is going on for no reason.
You know, I've been listening to, like I said, I don't follow like the main news, whether that's right or left or whatever. I don't follow it. I listen to more independent people, and those people didn't cover like Ukraine at all, the Ukraine-Russia crisis. They would cover like when something really big would happen, like when the war started, or big moments. But then recently I discovered NPR, and I've been obsessed with them. And I've been listening to them.
I listen to NPR. I've been listening for years. Although, to be honest, NPR has gone very far left. I used to think I was left. Now, I consider myself a classical liberal. There's a lot of... I love NPR. I listen to them every day.
Yeah.
But I've been a little disappointed into the direction that they've gone. But yeah, they are covering the war, and it's...
Yeah, they cover it almost daily, along with the the earthquakes in in Turkey and Syria.
Horrible. I mean, and when is our planet gonna start respecting the sovereign rights of the individual? And I've always said that in the cosmic infinitude of the universe, there's only one of us.
I mean,
each human being is, and each animal, each entity that lives on this planet, there's only one of each of us, and we're so quick to want to get rid of ourselves or other people.
It's tragic. I mean, but throughout all history, and it's the sad reality, I think, and maybe I'm just a pessimist. Maybe the world's finally broken my spirit, but I think that it's never going to go away. You're always going to have those types of people and those types of governments, and all we can do is our best to try to fight for what's right and fight for the
I would say this. We here on Earth have an amazing opportunity to be alive. And we're living, despite all the craziness, we're living in the best time there's ever been to be a human being alive on this planet. We have less war, believe it or not, less pestilence, less famine, less hunger, whatever, or less disease than we've ever had. We have an opportunity. The real question is, what are we going to do? There's a Israeli historian named Yuval Harari who wrote 2 books. One is named Sapiens, and he followed it up with Homo Deus. And in Sapiens, it's a very entertaining, quick, 100,000-year history of humanity up to now. And when you get to the end of the book, he details with all of human history. And when he gets to the end of the book, he asks a question. And the question is, what humanity has to ask itself, meaning us, the reader, what is it we want? What do we want to be? What does human civilization want? We are here. We're at where we're at right now. What is it we expect of ourselves? What is it we want to be? And we don't know. And he's talking as a civilization, not as individuals, but as the human race. There's one race of humanity on this planet. There's different ethnicities, but there's one race, the human race, and we can't even get that through our heads. We're arguing over semantics. There's one race of people on this planet, the human race. Sure, different ethnicities and all that, but one race. What do we want to be? What do we want our legacy to be? And then he followed it up with a book called Homo Deus, which is about the future of where we can go. And both of these books, wildly entertaining. They're a good read, a lot of thought-provoking stuff.
I'll have to add them to my Amazon wish list.
They're good. And when you read them, they're so much fun to read. But at the end of the day, they make you realize that human beings are pretty great, despite all of our shortcomings. The problem is we're also lazy and self-destructive. So it's problematic. But when you read these books, you are inspired to want to be your best self. What does it have to do with YouTube and me and being old and right now talking to you? No, what it means is that the joy of life, our lives on the galactic scale are beyond infinitesimally, they don't matter. But they should matter to us. You know, they should matter to us. We are the masters of our domain. And for the short time we're here on this planet, for the short time we're alive, it's a gift. And remember, there's only, in the cosmic infinitude of the universe, there's only one of each of us. We really are, as Dr. Manhattan said in The Watchmen, every human life is the thermodynamic miracle of life. We should not be here by all odds, but we are. And since we're here, what are we going to do with the time we have? That's what's important. And most people are not happy. They're not having fun. They're not enjoying themselves. They're too worried about all the... And at the end of the day, I would say to everyone, you know, what is it you love? What is it you want to do? In all of human history, we have technology right now. Israel, tell the people at home right now that are watching, there are 250 people watching the show right now.
Oh, shit.
So, Israel, where are you coming to us from?
I'm coming from...
Not exactly, don't tell us your address, but where, in the
address.
general vicinity, where are you coming
The
from?
longitude and the latitude.
1234 Burnett Street in... no.
Wait, actually, Israel,
I'm-
I have a question.
Yeah.
Well, hang on, let him answer. Wait, hang on. Where?
Wait, no, but this is related to what you were saying.
Okay.
You're in Texas.
Yeah, okay, that's all you need to say. You're in Texas,
No,
right?
That was the question. That was
I'm
the
in,
question.
I'm in Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay,
Do you
Fort
have
Worth.
plans to come to LA anytime soon?
I was just in LA in September. I was
Okay.
I was there for the John Williams concert. I want to do it again. So Rob and I, because I'll be 21, we're gonna get drunk and talk philosophy.
I was there.
and all
I was
kinds
there.
of stuff.
I met Terry Metalis for the first time in person at that John Williams concert.
At the
So-
Hollywood Bowl, right?
Yeah. So Taylor,
That's so cool.
we're in Southern California. You're in Pasadena,
Pasadena.
and I'm about an hour away from you. In
You used to live like blocks away from
yeah,
me.
we
That's
had
fun.
or they want to sell the house we were renting. So now I'm about an hour east of you. My point is this. We're in different parts of the United States, and here we are talking late night, 2:07 a.m. In the morning.
4 for me.
And yeah, 4 for you. And the
Oof.
fact is, but we're still talking, conversing, and there's 250, actually now 54 people watching us.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're from all around the world.
Hello.
Now we
Sorry, I got so lit.
is it not astonishing that we live in a world where you and I and you, the three of us, are having a conversation? You can do a show about anime. Taylor, you've got 50 Shades of Tay. You go out with the people that made Pooh, Blood, and Honey and talk about it. But we're sharing these things. Never in human history have we been this connected. And the question is, what are we going to do with it all? And now all of us, the three of us, we're having a good time. But isn't that, I mean, if you could choose, you've got Vladimir Putin who's waging war on a country. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying. Their infrastructure is being destroyed. One of the birthplaces of cinema, of film editing, literally, is being destroyed. For what reason? Why? I don't know. I don't even understand. And there's no reason for it. And in this day and age, our petty differences, we're so dumb as a group that we're trying to take over a country, and as we're trying to take it over, we'll destroy everything in that country and turn it all to rubble. Well, what are you going to get when you finally take it over? What, you're going to get land? So you get access to the Black Sea or whatever? I mean, it's amazing. What's the end game? The problem is Yuval Harari in his book asked the question we should all ask ourselves. What do we want? As a race, the one race on this planet, the human race, what is it we want? We are so small-minded and we are so short-sighted. And it's frustrating because my entire life, I've just seen one iteration of this after the next, and we don't get any better. And it's funny because we have better communications technology than we ever had before. We can talk to anybody at any point on this planet and come to know each other. And yet we're still fearful. We still have ethnic problems. It's so stupid. Anyway,
You know, I
It's
was
late
gonna
talking.
say I should have gone before you, but then you ended on a downer because what I'm about to say is a downer. What I was gonna say is I think I think that no matter what you do, I think that as a race, I think that good will always prevail, and then somehow evil will sneak its way back in, and then the spiral continues, right? I think that no matter we can hold off evil as long as we want, like prejudice and subjecting people to like tyranny and things like that. But the longer we hold it down, I feel like the bigger the explosion is going to be when it finally breaks out. And that's what scares me is, I mean, we see it in Russia and Ukraine, but I mean, it might be presumptuous to say this, but a lot of the rest of the world, I know there's like inner turmoil in a lot of countries right now, but a lot of the rest of the world is, at like the biggest era of peace we've been in like ever, and
Oh, no, it
and
is. It's true.
and it that scares me. The idea of potentially this turning into World War III is terrifying to me. It,
Look,
it's
I
it,
don't
it's
think it will.
unfathomable to me.
No, and I'm sure a lot of people. I don't think it will because look, I'm not saying I think there might be a large scale man-made catastrophe of some sort. It wouldn't surprise me if a city is lost to a nuclear explosion. Another Hiroshima, Nagasaki, it'll be terrible. I'm not, but I think the world will all pull back because at the end of the day, nobody really wants this. And I get criticized for talking to, I get criticized for talking to other various YouTubers. People are like, how do you talk to him? And what's funny, it's always people on who I would think would be on my side. I'm a classical liberal. The people that criticize me the most are the people that I would think would be on my side of the aisle, which is really crazy. Because I'm like, I firmly believe that the very basis of we need to be able to talk to people. Even if somebody you hate with every fiber of your existence, if you don't learn how to talk to that person, what is the alternative? Your hatred will consume you. What are you going to do? Kill him? Are you going to find a gun? Are you going to find a pitchfork? What are you going to do? You hate somebody? Where does your hate lead you? How far do you go down the road? I know people that I would have thought that we would have been simpatico that have said the most horrible shit to me. And the crazy thing is, I would ask them, what I really want to do is all those people, I want to stand right in front of them and hand them the sharpest pitchfork I can give them. And I'm like, I'm right in front of you. If you hate me that much, take your best shot. And you know what? I don't believe that those people wouldn't run me through with that pitchfork. I believe there's a lot of people that might. People that are on my side of the aisle. Because hatred, and by the way, pay attention to Star Wars. The dark side's
I'm so glad
easier,
you said that because I was going to say it.
easier, more seductive. Hatred is easy. Do you know why? Because it's easy when you feel something. Everyone wants to feel emotions. Hate is the easiest emotion to feel. It's easier and more seductive. Look, Star Wars and The Godfather teach you everything you need to know about life. That's all you need to know. Listen to the quotes. And there are people that will, because you know what? If you hate somebody, you think you're getting something over on somebody, that you're going to win something. You're going to get an award at the end of the day.
I mean, not everybody's a Christian. I'm a Christian myself, but I would say the way that the Bible talks about it is that it's almost like inherently we have a bent towards anger and hate.
We do.
And so when that even where we can like have like a 60% feeling of love and that 40% of hate, even if it's the minimum, we still are more likely to bend towards that simply because we're like magnets drawn to it. Yeah. Taylor, you missed all of our religious and political debates like over the past 2 weeks. You should
Come on, dude. Here's my open study Bible. Look, it's my name.
Talk about it. Let's talk about
cool. How's your name?
You're like, look, it's I have to say, this Bible was given to me by a producer I work with at Warner Brothers at the studio. She was an executive production manager. This was given to me in November of 1990. Prized possession. I think
I wasn't
read
even
it.
born. Neither
My
of us
parents
were
weren't
born.
even together.
Well, I mean, Penelope Foster gave this to me, and it's actually a prized possession of mine. This is $100 open study Bible, King James version. It's a great book, and it's full of maps and all kinds of things. And I've often said you can't understand Western civilization if you don't know Scripture, whether you believe it or not. Script? No. Because so much.
You know, speaking of scripts, what's the update on Secret Invasion, man? You're supposed to send that to me.
I did. Well, I already read a little snippet. I'm gonna get this whole stream's gonna get canceled.
No.
I'm gonna get
You
a
just gotta
copyright
send
strike.
it to me, bro.
Okay, don't say
The
that.
first, well, the second time I've ever been on and it
You're
gets
not gonna
canceled.
send it to me, but
I will. I've got it right. I'm looking at the folder right now. It says top secret.
all right,
I leave the room
I
whenever
just
this
wanted,
topic comes
I
up.
just wanted to make sure that wasn't, the alcohol talking last time, because it was
No, I'll send it to you.
late. I didn't want you to accidentally
late.
promise something.
By
you
the way,
didn't mean.
speaking, can I, gentlemen? We have super chats.
We do.
Oh,
We have
shit.
we have super chats coming.
And Chad's like, finally.
Leonardo Guernin
Mhm.
says, correct me on this, Rob. Do you still own a plasma TV? Is that where you watch your 3D movies, or do you use a projector? No, you're correct. Leonardo, I do have a 65-inch Pioneer Elite plasma TV. It was the last Pioneer Elite plasma that they made before they sold their Curo, their black technology, to LG. So yes, that's what I'm running. 65-inch. I have a plasma 3D screen. Irene Jobson asks, which is better, TikTok followers or YouTube subscribers?
YouTube subscribers.
100%. By the way, TikTok, is an intelligence gathering tool for the Chinese government. Whether you believe it or not, it absolutely is.
That's why I got rid of it.
Yeah, no, it's a terrible a terrible platform. And look, I'll use it. I'm not saying, but make no mistake, the CCP is using it to gather profiles. Everyone on it's being profiled. The problem is they won't understand the data, but yeah, they're data mining all of us. So
I mean, and all the
TikTok
good
is
videos,
a horrible thing.
All the good videos make it onto like Twitter or YouTube Shorts anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, but TikTok is it is an intelligence gathering tool. Make no mistake.
It is super addictive too.
I know. You just sit there for 2 hours.
Oh, it's so bad.
Remember when I was sober? An hour
Wait,
ago?
you mean 4
no.
years ago?
You've never been sober, Taylor.
Oh, boy.
The Jughead 1 says, good morning, Rob, and the rest of my bros.
What
It's
up?
Saturday morning over here in the UK. Love and respect from the UK, guys. And he gives
Nice.
us love and respect to you. The Jughead's the best. He's been a long time.
Which part in the UK?
I don't know. When people say UK, I just think it's either Manchester, because that's where the clubs were. That's where factory records started. That's where, if you watch 24-hour Party People, which is great, it's all about the Manchester scene. You can see the birth of New Order, Joy Division turning into New Order. You can see bands like Happy Mondays. Steve Coogan's great. So I don't know. Kenneth Colton says, gentlemen, thoughts on MODOK? Honestly, I watch people walk out because of the disappointment.
Walk out? Wow.
Personally, it was cringe, and I looked away embarrassed. What the hell was Marvel thinking?
Okay, let me say something, because I might have already said this.
floor
like
is yours.
glasses of wine ago, or this could be the first time I've ever said this out loud. Wait, your beard changed color, Rob.
Yes, it did. I'm
beard-
drinking a different beer.
His beard is still white though. It didn't change.
No,
his-
the
for
beer.
His beard. Oh,
The beer.
I
It's
was like Taylor.
It was like light brown, and now
it
it's
was
like
light brown. Now it's dark brown. Yes, because I had to switch beers. Look at this beer. It's the Dark Abyss.
Oh my god! Rob and I go to Lazy Dog. Maybe a couple times a month.
Dude, the
And he's part
Lazy
of the
Dog,
beer-
and I'm part of their beer club, and they
Yeah,
give me
their beers are so
their
cool.
8-pack of, it's
No, we'll have to go there when I go up there.
Oh, it's
8-bit
great.
Video game ones, the 8-bit beer.
That was the best.
Did you get the deep sea ones? That's what you're drinking right now.
Yeah,
right?
that's what the deep sea.
Okay.
Look. I mean, it's look. So wait, I should put here's the Lazy Dog.
That's the newest one. Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, the deep sea beer. So this is the Lazy Dog Beer Club.
Yeah, and where the fuck are mine? Anyways,
I
back
don't know,
to MODOK.
man.
Yeah.
Well, you said you want to say something, so
Yeah,
you
I
know.
did.
Okay.
MODOK. This is a minor spoiler, but they show MODOK's bare booty. And if you've ever seen the Minions movie, where it shows the Minions, it shows their little W-shaped booty. That's all I could think about when it showed it. And our friend Chris, she hasn't seen it yet.
Car.
And this morning I guess yesterday morning now, because it's 2:21 in the morning. Oh fuck.
Good.
It's
Saturday. It's Saturday. It's fine.
Yeah, there's a member call at 11 a.m. here.
Oh yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, man.
I
I
told her
have to get up at 7 with the dogs, man. It's all
I
good.
got to be up in 5 hours to film. It's fine. It's
There
fine.
you go.
Let's keep going. What were you saying, Taylor?
But yeah, MODOK's butt. No, thank you.
Rob, what were your thoughts on
I've
MODOK?
seen better.
Uh-oh.
Look, I wanted to love Quantumania. I thought it was all over the place, to be honest. And like I said today on the John Campea show, I felt that Ant-Man was miscast in his own movie.
Mm-hmm.
And don't get me wrong. It's not that I just felt that, again, here's the thing. The MCU started with Iron Man 1. And if you go back and you watch Iron Man 1, it's a very personal film. It's the story of one man dealing with his issues. And the end of it is one man fighting another man, he's stolen technology, and Obadiah Stane has Ironmonger, and they fight. There's no world-defining. I know. There's my follow-up to my memoir.
Why are his hands out?
But Marvel has moved away. It's very. I think that Quantumania is very untethered from the real world, and it makes it hard to care because everything is crazy. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing about, I think, the modern superhero film, beginning with Bryan Singer's X-Men in 2000, the reason people started to love these movies, and by the way, that movie came out before you were born too. The reason people love the modern superhero film is because they were grounded. People wanted to watch movies where they believed superheroes might exist outside their own window. The MCU's genius was that it took place in our world, quote unquote, our world. The problem is it's moved away from that, and it's become balls to the wall fantasy. So the tether, the tenuous tether that the Marvel movies had to the real world is gone away. And when you watch Quantumania, you're watching a bunch of, I mean, I liked it. I thought it was interesting, but it's still a bunch of gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook.
You know the thing, it's not even I mean, of course, the CGI. I thought the CGI wasn't terrible. It wasn't god awful. There were some shots where I was like, okay, that's a questionable choice. But most of it, I was like, hey, you know what? This is passable. It didn't take me out of the movie once I got used to it. But here's the thing. In the MCU, and with films in particular, Titanic's still on the brain because I saw that in theaters for the first time. And when you have really great movies, they manage to make the location its own character. So in Titanic, it's the ship. Or when you watch Wakanda Forever, it's Wakanda or Talocan. You know, the quantum realm is unlike anything we've seen in the MCU. Yet it didn't feel like anything. It didn't have its own distinct, like, I'm in a new world.
You know, something that was really interesting, someone commented on my review saying they didn't feel like they were in the quantum realm with that family. And when I read that comment, I was like, oh shit, that like perfectly summarizes how I felt.
I was like
didn't feel like I was
detached.
there with them.
Yeah.
There was one, this is not a spoiler, but there was one scene in particular where Michelle Pfeiffer puts her hand on a creature. And it's just, you can totally tell that creature is not there.
Well,
yeah,
you're not wrong, and I think that's problematic. I mean, if you watch Iron Man 1 again, Iron Man 1 is very naturalistic. It feels real. It feels like everything is real, even though it's the iron suit's fantastical. It's a big ask or whatever. But hey, listen, gentlemen, can you take over? I need to go drain the main vein.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here since 9 p.m. And
Go, man, go.
okay,
That's 5 hours.
Don't do anything that
Are you
makes
ready to
me
get him
not proud.
demonetized?
Okay.
Go piss, girl.
Okay. All right. So, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. This is
Good.
have you been keeping track of how many glasses of wine I've had? I think this is number 9.
No,
Because I finished a bottle of wine and then I got another bottle of wine.
Is your boyfriend there?
He's still playing video games with his AirPods in, so
Yo, tell him press pause. Come say what's up.
I know, David, come say hi. Oh, he said no. He's very shy. I have one YouTube video with him and it took like every ounce of my being to get him to be in that video. But for 1,000 subscribers, he agreed he'll do one with me. We're gonna hopefully plan one this weekend.
Wait,
but I
what's
want
his
to
name?
do on my channel too.
Oh, that'd be
It's
great.
just like a 30-minute. Like I need Rob to show me how to use what we're using right now because I've never done I've never run it from my end.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
only ever joined in. It'd be really fun. We could talk about the otaku experience. We could talk about Texas. We could talk about
I have the perfect thing for us to do. But first, what's your boyfriend's name?
David.
David. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, he got
Yeah.
scared.
Did he wave? Oh, he got scared. Good.
Yeah. Wait, June, come here. Come here, babies. Oh, I woke her up. Come here.
But
This is my puppy.
sure, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna get my dog, so don't expect me to return the
Oh, you have a
favor.
dog?
I have 2. They're both snoozing. Hello, June.
This is my best friend. I woke
how-
her up to come over here. I'm
How
sorry.
old? Okay, you know what? I might have to
Yes,
get
dude.
my dog. Give me
Okay,
10
do it.
microseconds.
Oh, June, I love you. Oh, it's just me now. I've taken over Robservations, Midnight Musings. It's just me and June. This is June's. Oh, what's your doggy's name?
So my sister named the dog when she was in her emo phase. So this is Sirena, named after like sirens and in spooky sea lore. She just woke up. She is exhausted and she's
Yeah,
angry at
June's
me.
exhausted too.
Go back to sleep.
Oh, how cute.
I'm sorry. Go back to bed. Are you too tired to jump up there? She's too tired to jump up there. Give me a sec.
Oh. Are you okay, Mama? I'm sorry I woke you up. Oh, June, this is your second time on Midnight Musings.
I hope you guys didn't do anything I wouldn't have
Oh,
done.
dang, he's back. No, before he gets
Uh-oh.
back. Before he gets back. Before he derails everything. Taylor, what are your thoughts on Transformers Age of Extinction?
Oh shit! Which number is that? 4, 5, 6?
Four.
That movie is
think I like that
fucking
one.
terrible.
Yes!
Oh, June's yawning on
Yes!
there.
You hear that, Rob? You hear that?
Wait, but
everybody? Taylor
Israel,
likes
I'm really
Age of
excited
Extinction.
for Rise of the Beast. I'm really excited for it.
Dude, I got a thing to say because they were talking about that on the Weekly Hero. Or no, y'all were talking about it. Midnight Musing. Sorry, I've seen Rob so many times today. It all blends together. But y'all were talking about music. And then you're talking about
That
the
was a
Rise of the
great
Beast
conversation, by
trailer
the way.
and the Fast X. Yeah, it would have been if I knew what y'all were talking about. I don't really follow music. But hey, y'all were passionate, so I listened. It was fine. But the Rise of the Beast trailer, I love that trailer. I've sung its praises, Rob. Here's the thing. When I hear that song, it's like, if you don't know, now you know. I'm like, this is not Transformers. Come on now. Like, come on. I looked at that and I was like, what have they done to my boy?
Are you talking about Biggie Smalls?
Look, it's not that it's a bad song. It was just like, bro, come on. That's not. Come on. Like that imagine if they used that song in like a Star Trek trailer. The trailer
Well,
for Star
that
Trek
was kind of, you
Picard.
mean like Sabotage from the Beastie Boys?
Wait, Rob told me that his favorite Star Trek is everything that J.J. Abrams does. You're eating
Oh my
Harborough gummy
God.
bears?
Tom Jr. Jackson, I do own it in 3D. I don't
Come
have
on,
a
man.
3D player, but
Do you
Little
guys
bit.
know that if you see Cocaine Bear opening weekend, you get a free pack of gummy bears? They should give out free cocaine, but
I was like, where are you going with this? No, but Taylor, here's what I was gonna pitch. So you know Makoto Shinkai? directed Your Name, 5
By
centimeters per second.
By the way, Your
Weathering
Name
with
is
You.
beautiful. Do you know that J.J. Abrams has the rights to remake that in live action?
Dear God, please! I'm hoping it. There's been no news. I mean,
I know.
I'm scared because his DC stuff all got canceled. So that means he might be like, I have one project left. Let me go make that. Oh God, please, J.J. Abrams.
He's probably going to
forgave
direct
you.
the 4th Star Trek movie.
Oh gosh.
That's what I think.
But
No.
but
Wait,
okay,
don't they
so-
still not know that that's happening? Like the cast doesn't know?
Well, they've been told
what
it's
was
going to
that?
happen so many times. It's like that movie is the most abusive relationship a movie can have with its cast is Star Trek 4.
Dude, the cast found out that the movie was even gonna be made,
Like after,
like in the news, yeah. But yeah, so Suzume is coming out. So the next Makoto Shinkai film, it comes out in April for us.
Mhm.
We should, because I talk about anime, you talk about movies. We could do some collaboration on that movie when it comes out.
Oh, it should. I mean, Your Name is fantastic. I have a beautiful box set of that.
Dude, I always forget how good it is because I'm always like, I intellectually know, like, yeah, it's great, brilliant. Then I go back and rewatch it. Like last time I watched it was on the plane leaving LA after the John Williams concert, and I was like about to cry on the plane. I was like, bro, what?
You know,
I still think Weathering with You is the better.
Well,
film,
I was going to
but-
ask you. I mean, I have box sets of both,
Mhm.
and see, I'm down with the anime. I got that. But Weathering.
I'm down with the anime.
But
Sorry.
both Weathering with You and Your Name. I mean, Your Name came out first.
Yep.
And they're both fantastic films.
I would
And
say Weathering with You is like a spiritual sequel.
yes, but they're both beautiful
Mhm.
movies, and it's interesting because I've talked to a lot of people. Nobody knows these movies, especially at my age. Like, look, when I went and saw Pauly, the Latino Slant, his channel. We went and saw Matrix Revolutions. When it first came out, the movie no one likes, but they played the trailer for Belle.
Oh,
Belle. And we saw an IMAX.
So good.
It's
still have
so
it.
good. I mean, I gave Chris Carr.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got the Bell 4K box set. What a great film
Let
that
me just
is.
tell you guys, Chris invited me over to watch Belle, and she was gonna make pasta for dinner. That was like 6 months ago. And it still hasn't happened. And
You
I
just
told
gotta
her I
show
would-
up one day and be like, "Yo,
know.
let's
Yeah,
get it."
it's an
With the
incredible film. I wish I had seen it in IMAX, and I
Dude,
didn't go
I
back.
saw it in theaters. The first time I saw it, I thought I knew what I was going in for from the trailers, but I wasn't fully ready. So I came out and I was like, it was okay. But then that entire week of like going to work, I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Yep.
And I was
I
like, I
cannot
have to see it
wait.
again. So I saw it a
Yeah.
second time in theaters. It was my third favorite film of last year.
Oh, it's incredible.
Brilliant. I thought it was great.
By the way, Cash sends in a super chat and says, Taylor, do you think Scream 6 will outsell every other horror film releasing this year? And what are your thoughts on Kevin Williamson's most recent film, Sick?
Oh my god, I forgot. I wanted to watch 6 so bad, and I haven't because it's on Peacock, and I don't have Peacock.
You know what else is on Peacock? Tango
Tango
Shalom.
Shalom.
Wait, Rob,
Boom.
who told you that? Who told you that shit? Who
You
told
did.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I told you during a sponsor break, and you're like, "What? Really?"
I couldn't
Taylor-
believe it.
Taylor,
I was
Taylor,
like,
who
wait.
told you?
He saw it online.
Wait.
Say it was me.
Oh, it was Israel.
Yeah, it was me.
There you go. It was Israel. I'll buy that.
But as far as Scream outselling the rest of the movies of the horror movies of the year, I don't know because I honestly don't know off the top of my head what other horror movies are coming.
You know
out
what I
this
was
year.
gonna say? I was gonna say I think that's probably gonna be true. The only contender I could see competing against it is Evil Dead Rise.
Oh,
Fuck,
dude.
that looks fucking
Dude.
so good.
Oh my God. I cannot. They're too. Look, I hate the fact that Blumhouse is doing an Exorcist trilogy.
Mm.
The Exorcist is my favorite horror film of all time.
Pea
They're
soup.
doing a trilogy. Why, I don't know. But
Yeah.
Evil Dead Rise, that
Uh-huh.
shit, that
Yeah.
trailer. I mean, I love Evil Dead. I saw Evil Dead when it first came out theatrically in '81. I have a Laserdisc that Sam Raimi signed to me.
Oh,
Beast
fuck.
Witch. He wrote Beast Witches. Sam Raimi.
Mm.
I love the Evil Dead. I worked on
Yeah.
Army. I have a screen credit on Army of Darkness. The
Yeah,
third
you
Evil Dead
do.
movie.
Wow.
I do. Yeah. See, people are like, what? But yes, yes, I worked on that movie. I love Evil Dead. Evil Dead Rise looks so fucking good. That
Yeah.
trailer is so good.
You know, I've never seen anything Evil Dead related, but I saw the trailer for this new one, and I literally had a Rob reaction. I went, bruh. And so I'm going to catch up. I got
All right.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, the Evil Dead franchise is, I'm just going to say it, it's goofy. No, it's goofy.
Well,
favorite
let me just say this.
The first movie, the first Evil Dead, was made basically by kids. Sam Raimi was in college. There's a lot of wit and verve. It is mean, nasty, surly, and rude. But there's goofy stop motion. It was made it's very crude by modern standards. Evil Dead 2 basically retells Evil Dead 1 in the first 15 minutes, and it's a horror comedy. Evil Dead 3, which is called Army of Darkness, it was going to be called Medieval Dead, is a flat-out, straight-out, goofy fantasy comedy. It just is. Then Fede Alvarez's remake of the original Evil Dead is
2013.
it's fucking hardcore, and it's and then there's Ash versus the Evil Dead, the TV series, which is more goofy, but Evil Dead Rise looks like a follow-up to Fede Alvarez's remake, which is hardcore. And we all want hardcore horror.
Yeah.
And the Evil Dead have always they've the first film, it was notorious. In the UK, it was part of the whole video nasties debate in the 80s where like, these movies are ruining the youth of the UK, and they like banned them. The first Evil Dead, even though it has like punk rock, it's like going to a punk rock show where people are pouring beer all over you. It's goofy.
I mean, maybe
It's
I'm
hardcore goofy.
misunderstanding. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but when you say goofy, I mean, one of my favorite films of last year was Barbarian, and I felt that was able to balance tones between comedy and horror very
God,
well.
Barbarian's fucking so good.
Is it like that with you?
No, Barbarian. Okay, Evil Dead is it's when you see it. So when one of the girls is possessed, they lock her in the basement. And she's painted up. When the Evil Dead take her over, she's painted up like a Cupid doll. So, and she's like, "We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you." Now, is that
Like what?
scary? Is that hardcore?
I mean, it could be.
It could be, but the entire Evil Dead franchise is not. The one thing about the first, I think the first film is great. The problem is, and this is again, I shouldn't say it's a problem, modern audiences cannot look at movies from the early 80s and take them seriously. They can't. And as much as when Evil Dead came out to try and explain to people, if you were like there's a movie called Basket Case directed by Frank Henlotter. Taylor, have you ever seen this?
What is it called?
Basket Case.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I don't think so.
There's a lot of low budget, lurid, fantasy oriented horror that when you watch it now, you'll laugh at. But back in the day, it was completely transgressive.
Is it like Women of the Avocado Jungle?
No, it's not like that. Basket Case is about a guy who has his conjoined twin, Belial, who is basically MODOK, a misshapen, fleshy MODOK who detaches from him and commits mayhem and rape and murder in seedy late 70s New York. And it's really, if you watch it now, people would watch it and go, this is so crude, it looks like a student film. Because it did. And the way things were done back in the day, no one gets them. So it's really difficult to try and show modern audiences that love modern horror these really lurid, disgusting horror films from the late 70s and early 80s because they're made the way they were made is so primitive. It's really hard for people that grew up with modern movies to buy into these things.
Mhm.
And the level of violence and the level of really transgressive, horrible violence is so out of the realm of, I mean, I have to say it, our modern horror films are chaste compared to what we used to get. And I don't think a lot of people, because now with our weird everyone's offended attitude, if you showed people half the movies that came out, like Basket Case, people would freak out. They would freak out. And it's weird. It's weird to me because I collected all these movies. I have shelves of exploitation films from the 70s. And people would watch them like, how do you have this? This is so offensive. I'm like, is it though? Like, is it? Or are you just not intellectually adjusted enough to watch this and understand where it came from?
Is it the way you were doing like the "we're gonna get you" that whole thing? Is it? It sounds like it's in like the same family in terms of tone as like Megan. Is that a good?
Well,
in terms of
actually,
tone?
okay, Megan is even more serious, I would say.
Really?
Megan is more grounded. When you watch Evil Dead, even the way it's shot is goofy fun. And as much as it gets hardcore with the violence, it's still goofy.
Wait, do you guys know about the Megan
Unrated cut?
dude.
Fuck.
Guys, us three, we got to do like a watch party on this channel.
we gotta.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm
I
down.
cannot wait for that.
Dude.
By
But
the
Evil
way,
Dead, as far as Evil Dead, that is one of the rare occasions where I love the remake as much as I love the original. The remake is so good.
yeah, Fede Alvarez, the remake is great. And by the way, he's directing the new Alien movie for Fox.
Mhm.
So I thought that the funny thing about the remake of Evil Dead is it's what has been, if people read about what the original was supposed to be, it's the remake is what they think it is. But the original Evil Dead is quaint, it's fun, it's goofy, it's hilarious. And it was made by college kids and it's crazy. But the remake is hardcore. I mean, the remake is, and Evil Dead Rise, it looks hardcore. And
It looks so good.
You're just like up the wall, like, oh, dude.
Rob, we got to see it together. We got to.
No, we have to go.
Tyler Galleria, we'll do it.
I'll be there in spirit.
By the way, Checkers the Inventor says, Taylor, where do we send scripts for Rob? Nowhere, but you can
I
answer
want to
that.
start a P.O. box so bad for your screen.
By the way,
so Rob's email is
no. We should totally do.
His
Set
phone number,
it.
his address.
We actually, Taylor, this is a new show. You just made me a new show. We're gonna have Rob's a script seminar.
Okay.
We're gonna start. We're gonna have a PO box. But you're gonna have to fill out an online release form. So we're unobligated, and we will do script readings.
he's going to destroy your script on
no,
camera.
I won't destroy it.
I'll destroy it.
No. Here's what we'll do. We'll read scripts and we'll allow the audience to comment.
Can I tell you something about scripts really quick?
Please.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So for Christmas, David's sister Haley, she got me a T-shirt, and it's the entire script of Shrek, but on a T-shirt.
Have you read it?
How small are the words? Is it front and back all around or just on the front?
It's just the entire front of the shirt, but the text is like so small. That's so great.
We should start. No, I love that, but you can't read it. But I think we should start a script thing, and you can send me your scripts, and we'll perform scenes from people's scripts.
You know what's so funny though? Tom
best.
Tom Jr. Jackson just said, "Watch for Taylor to get drinks with the cast and crew of Evil Dead Rise." That'd be the third time in a row that happens. That's nuts,
dude. It's great.
Taylor, if you get a hold of the Transformers crew, Let's send them on over.
All right,
I'll
I'll
talk
do
to
it.
them.
Really quickly, can I go pee really quick? I have to pee so fucking bad. This
Go.
2.5 bottles or 1.5
No.
bottles.
You
of
coming
wine.
back?
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna slide though because I don't have pants on, so I'll be right back.
Just turn off your camera.
Like that.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
dude, that's what you have to do. Okay, Israel, we've got. Oh, you're gonna love this, Israel. Cash sends in a $10 super chat and says, "I got the chance to watch Titanic 3D in XD, and it was great. It was my first time seeing it in the theater, but watching Titanic as a kid is one of my earliest memories. I vividly remember the ending." So let me ask you this. To echo Cash, you, King Tanic, your favorite movie, Titanic, you did get to see it. I asked you last week. You did get to see Titanic, your favorite movie of all time, last week in the theater. What was it like?
Dude. I mean, I told you last week.
Yeah,
I
but
cried.
the 261
Wait, no, I was still
people.
gonna say it. I was still gonna say it. I was just reminding you. This is like when Rose is like, it's been 84 years, and they're like, please remember anything, and she's like, do you want to hear this or not? You know, that's a great line. But
It's true.
also, I know what your favorite line in the movie is. I know you've been feeling melancholy.
I don't presume to know why.
It's so good,
Dude, it's so I don't know why. I mean, it's Billy fucking Zane, and you know, it's I have to say it's not a good line. Like here's the thing, when you write scripts and you do a page turn, you know, you have the actors sitting around a table and you listen to how they're going to say it. The fact that, you know, I know you're feeling melancholy. I don't presume to know why. None of that is a sentence that would ever come out of anyone's mouth except in the movie Titanic, and that's why I love it.
dude. He made me believe every time. I never even noticed it.
No
Until you
one
said
even
it.
right until I said it. And then you're like, when you hear it, you're like, oh my god.
I gotta slide back
It
into
doesn't
view 'cause
so.
don't have
I like to
fucking
think.
pants.
I like to think he just did. You know, here's my theory. You
It's the
know,
greatest thing
James Cameron didn't even write that line.
Yeah, he
Billy
did.
Zane was like, yo guys, what if? And he just pulled up improv. It was like, I know you're feeling melancholy.
I don't presume to know. I just love the fact that you love that I love that line.
Dude, it's made you like, I didn't think I could love the movie anymore, but then you brought up that line, and then I saw it in theaters, and now I love it twice as much as I did
know.
before.
And what's so funny is like I'm kind of team Billy Zane. I look, man, I know he's a douche. But the problem is he's a product of his time and he doesn't know any better. You know, he doesn't know any better, and he's got this amazing creature in Rose. Like, Kate Winslet is my jam. Like, she's my number one celebrity crush right now. It has been since Heavenly Creatures. I love Kate Winslet. When I heard Sam Mendes and her were getting divorced, I'm like, dude, you're a douche. Whatever. She's married to a very handsome guy now. I don't understand. And I've loved Kate Winslet. Like, she talks about people gave her shit about her weight. I'm like, oh my God, you're perfect. What is your problem? Your heaving bosom in Titanic is the greatest thing ever. Come on. What's up, Kate? But she's amazing. And one of my favorite performances I've ever seen from an actress is in Mayor of Easttown, that I believe she won an Emmy Award for. She was amazing. She has a love scene in that. And the love scene is not erotic. I mean, she's letting it all hang out. And it was fearless. Absolutely fearless. All actors are self-conscious. Kate Winslet does not give a fuck. Kate Winslet is one of the greatest actresses of our time because she will do anything for a role. She throws herself into a role. She's amazing. And, you know, she worked with Peter Jackson in Heavenly Creatures, where she's with Melanie Linsky, who's now in The Walking Dead. I mean, The Walking Dead.
Oh my God, I love Melanie.
No, she's not in Walking Dead. She's in The Last of Us.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
And now she's a hot alien mom in Avatar.
Oh, Kate Winslet. Yeah, totally. And by the way, she looks great in Avatar. No one knows it's her.
Dude. But But in terms of like, I'll say this. I've seen Avatar 2. I saw that in IMAX. I saw it in. I didn't see it in Dolby, did I? Dang it! I missed that opportunity. They'll re-release it at some point. But I've seen Avengers Endgame. I've seen Infinity War. I've seen these big spectacle films. Titanic was easily the most overwhelming sensory overload film experience I've ever had. There was one scene in particular where they go back down because Cal's shooting at them. I hope you enjoy your time together.
I know
And then he
exactly
laughs,
what you're talking
and
about.
he's like, I put the diamond in the coat, and I put the coat on her. Anyways, but then they're like trying to get out, and then they get trapped behind that metal bar again, and the lights are flashing, and you can barely see them, and it looks like they're in stop motion. And then the guy comes in, and they're like, "Please help us!" And he drops the key, and then Jack has to. I was just watching this, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like I wasn't even like breathing or thinking or anything. I was just
dude.
there.
It's
And I
James.
was like-
James Cameron is the man.
I was like,
You know what's crazy about watching the re-release of Titanic? Even though you know how it ends, right? You hope for a different outcome.
Every time you watch it, maybe this time it'll be different. I mean, I
maybe this
swear
time
to
they
God,
will
I
get
think
that
that every
idea.
time I watch it.
You mentioned earlier, Rob, when they asked, if you could like revisit one day, you mentioned the resurrection, which I agree with you on, but also you mentioned the Titanic, the night that it sank. One, I don't know why you would do that, because the odds are very much against you. One, because you're a guy, and then two, you'd probably be
because
in
I
the
would
first
tell the
class.
captain about the iceberg before he even saw it. I'd be like, bro, just a little hard starboard, buddy. Let's hard a little starboard.
The problem is, I don't even know if that would have worked. It might have just pushed back the sinking to another time, because it was. Seeing it again has caused like the whole resurgence. Like all of my feed is like this Titanic fact, and looking at how dark it was and how there was no wind, there was no moon that night, and
Right.
so the waters were still. Even if they missed that one iceberg, they were still in an ice field. There was hundreds of ice. Passengers would say when the sun came up that night, they were surprised that they were surrounded by all this ice that they didn't see in the night before.
Right. Well, then I would have said, like, how about just stop?
Exactly. That's what the Californian did. They just stopped on the ice field because they're like, it's going to be impossible to see it. We'll move in the morning.
Yeah, well,
And
that's what I
Titanic
would have
was
done.
like-
I would have told him, yo, man,
But dude, they wanted the headlines. There was.
I
I know you
know.
love this line where he's like, where he looks at him. He's like, Titanic will founder, and then he looks at him. He's like, I do believe you'll get your headlines, Mr. Ismay.
Oh yeah.
I know. It's all about. And look, if you look at Cameron's, what I love about Cameron's work, and it from Titanic to start with Terminator, not Piranha 2. We're not talking about that. Terminator to Aliens to The Abyss. Have you seen The Abyss?
I haven't. No.
Okay. Wait until it comes out in 4K. The Abyss is an astonishing action adventure film. When you see it, the effects technology, you have, by the way, you have to watch the extended version. Hopefully when they put it out in 4K, watch the extended version, because it's a very different film. He had to cut a half an hour out of it. It really changes the tenor of the film. But when you watch it, it's astonishing, because again, you'll see where Cameron's love of the sea comes from. But he's a master. Here's the thing about Cameron. From a filmmaking perspective, from a film editorial perspective, Spielberg knows how to move a camera. He knows how to set up a shot. James Cameron understands shot succession. And so James Cameron understands how to get great shots, but he also knows how one shot leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. He cuts his own movies. He was an editor on Titanic and on like Avatar 2. So cinema is all about the succession of shots. It's all about editorial. You have to have great shots to begin with. You have to have beautifully directed shots. But when you're putting them together, Cameron understands the meat and potatoes of it. No, I don't think any other director in cinema history who knows how to direct action adventure understands how to put a movie together more than James Cameron does. And his magic is the succession of shots. He has to get the shots, but his shots his shots, like, he doesn't do the kind of visionary stuff that Spielberg does. What he does is the powerhouse meat and potato shots that are cool, but that also convey the story. He's an incredible filmmaker.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this. We were talking about this last week, but I mean, it's you can't stress it enough that this man has not only broken his own record multiple times at the box office. Titanic was nominated for the most and won the most Academy Awards ever. 11. I still can't believe 11, bro. And then Avatar tops it, becomes the highest grossing film of all time. Avatar 2 comes out, another $2 billion. That's 3 $2 billion films in a row. And guess what? All 3 were nominated for Best Picture.
I know.
Dude, he's got to be up there in like the top echelon of
there's no
filmmakers.
one that's done what he's done. I mean, I think that, film snobs would talk about there's a lot of other filmmakers that have done different things intellectually, but as a popular, Cameron's gift is his populist vision. No one's going to accuse him of being Ozu or Kurosawa or any foreign filmmaker.
Right.
He's just himself. Even though he's Canadian, he's uniquely American. James Cameron has made perhaps the greatest American populist films of all time. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of it is in
What the
like
hell
his,
are you eating? An
a
edible
lot
right
of
now?
it is in like his
This is a candy bar.
is in his dialogue, right? So a line Luthen's monologue from Andor, which by the way, amazing monologue, dude. I
Oh my
still
God,
go
one
back
of the
and
greatest,
listen to
yeah.
that. And that type of monologue would never be in a James Cameron film. It's just not his style. And
No.
but the thing is, James Cameron writes, like you say, meat and potatoes. He writes like how normal people talk.
Yep.
Except for that one melancholy line. But
No, that line
that's
is-
the one
That
exception.
line's
It's
the
brilliant.
best.
It's brilliant. I think it's become my favorite line in the movie.
It definitely stands out.
I know you feel.
I-
I don't
I
presume
never-
to know why.
I never thought about it before.
Look,
Dude, and
it's
also
the
when
fact that he says melancholy aloud. Melancholy is a word that's very literary in nature. No one says melancholy aloud. No one.
I mean, but I think
they
it just,
read
it. It says a lot about Cal, though.
Yeah, well, he's a douche.
Yeah.
The thing about
His
Cal is
eyebrows are
he's,
like cut in
he's
half.
trying to use big words to impress everybody.
Yeah. Dude,
I mean,
and,
look, I like Billy Zane. I do. He's the Phantom.
Dude, when he says when the ship's sinking and Rose is like, "Oh, shut up, mother," like there's not enough lifeboats. Half the people on the ship are going to die, and Billy Zane goes, "Not the better half." Like, come on, dude. Like, you didn't think a movie about the Titanic would need a villain, but man, he brought it.
No, David Warner's the villain. His right-hand man, his old right-hand man.
Yeah.
I
mean, if you
love
believe
David.
that conspiracy theory. White Star Line's the villain.
Well, I know, but that's so alien-esque. I mean, it's like, it's Wayland Yutani. By the way, the Jughead one says, I'm based in London. Dude, we should all go to London. When I come from if I go to Europe in June, we'll go see Tango Shalom and party
Let's
in
do
London.
it.
Let's go.
We gotta have a Burnettwork unit go over there.
I know, the whole thing. I should that would have to be crowdfunded. I mean, it's weird. We could crowdfund a trip to Europe and then we go to all the people and see them and do shows. I mean, I can't afford. This channel doesn't make enough money to pay people to go to Europe. But if we crowdfunded the tour and we
We'll take shots.
Well, no,
You'll
we
be
buy
to
everybody
London.
drinks, take them to dinner, or we have shows like we do one night the Burnettwork or the Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited, the home of the Post-Geek Singularity, presents a night with your favorite late night drunken YouTubers.
I'm sober.
And then we do a meet and greet, and everybody goes to meet y'all two, and I stand in the corner.
Oh
No,
my
we're
God.
all
Some
there. No,
anime
we're all on
fan.
stage. We all talk.
Some lonesome.
And
but,
we
like,
do
after,
lot.
like,
We
a
do.
meet and greet.
How great would it be to go to? First of all, British pub culture is the best. How great would it be to we would in advance, we would set up something in a pub, and we would go and tell people we're going to be at this pub starting at 6 p.m. and we have a camera set up and anybody can talk. They come in. We talk to everybody, and we go to different European countries. Germany, Spain, France. We head up to Norway to see Terrier. How dope would that be?
It'd be lit.
But
So
Rob,
lit.
if you had to choose a Burnettwork trip to Europe or a Burnettwork trip to Japan,
Oh.
come on.
Okay.
You know the
okay.
answer.
How do
I know
you
what I have to do,
choose?
but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Oh my god.
Here's the thing. If I went to Europe, it would all be concentrating on the people and the food and the booze. If I went to Japan, I'd need at least $10,000 just to buy die-cast robots. I mean, Gundam. I mean, metal build Gundams and Bandai Soul Chigoken, which all of mine got stolen. I had every Bandai Soul Chigoken robot from and even moving here. Someone when we were moving, you know, it took a while because I was working and stuff. People broke into my garage and stole a bunch of shit. It sucked.
Wow.
And going to
Yeah,
Japan, I'd have to buy it all back.
You'd be all over the statues. I'd be all over the Japanese women.
Well, yeah. So I can't. I'm a little too old for that. I can oogle from afar. I got Elizabeth. I can't. I mean, as much as I, you know, it would be weird. I'd be the old dude. I'd be like the den father, making sure you boys had fun.
Yeah. You just gotta speak a little Japanese, and they instantly fall in love. Just a little yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
Look, I would get that, but that's not what I would actually want to. I'd find some hot Japanese girl. I'm like, listen, I need to walk into a model store, and I want to look. I need to find some resin model kits, some Gundam model kits. I need you to help me out.
It's like using Google Translate as he's.
Although,
asking
let me
for,
tell
like,
you, oh my
toys.
God, let me tell you, Google Translate. I've been reading all the instructions for this model. It is Google Translate with your camera immediately translates kanji. Was it katakana?
Katakana,
Katakana,
hiragana,
kanji.
and kanji.
Katakana here. Instantaneous. It is unbelievable. I never would have been able to build this giant model if I didn't have Google Translate. It's amazing. And apparently you can just talk and it'll translate what you're saying to the person you're talking to.
Yeah.
I
cool.
I can't walk up and be like,
Hey,
how are you?
no, you walk.
Can't
up and
do
go,
that. Yeah, I can be like, listen, I'm a big nerd from America, and what I'm looking for is resin model kits from Gundam, Gunpla. Can you help me? I'm gonna go to the Shinjuku district, but I don't want to go to like red light places. I want to find model kit shows. It's not good.
No, the goal is to find and marry a Japanese woman just so we can go through relationship troubles and I can say, I know you're feeling melancholy. I don't presume to know why.
Oh my
In
God.
Japanese.
Oh my God. Why don't you could totally score a Japanese chick right now.
There's none in Texas, bro.
No, there's online dating websites.
You want me to talk to someone
Let
in
me
Japan
make
who I
you a
won't be able to
Tinder.
visit for the next 10 years because I don't have the money?
What, do you have a passport?
No.
Why don't you get a passport, bro?
What good is it if I don't have the money to travel, bro?
Bro, let's do it as a show for the Burnettwork. Let's do it.
Bro.
Let me make you a Tinder.
Like all of you need to. Everybody should get
Christian
passports.
dating app,
There's the new passports are great. Get a new. You've never owned a passport, have you?
No.
Get a passport. Get a passport. Expedited. It'll take you. For me, it took forever, but for you, very quickly.
I'll be honest. I have these Christian dating apps and
Christian Mingle.
Okay,
Farmers
look.
only.
You don't want to date Christian girls. They don't want you anime. It's satanic.
well, but I mean, but as a Christian, you try to find someone who kind of agrees.
I
with you on
understand.
core
I get
things.
it. But you know what? Think about this. You go to Japan, it's like going to an alien planet. They have a whole different belief system. You know, it's a different thing. Like, do you really think that the Na'vi, Jake Sully, when he went there, he can't impose Christianity on them?
Why not?
They're on Pandora, buddy. It's a different alien planet.
No, I'd love to talk about it though. I'd love to just spark up a conversation. Although I don't think that's very attractive. To go, hey, so why do you believe what you believe?
Yeah, don't do that. Let's go see some hentai.
Whoa,
For Shrek.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Come on.
he's not kidding.
Shrek in Japanese.
I am. I wouldn't
Do it.
ever take a girl to see hentai.
Cap.
Here's the thing. Irene Jobson says, Rob, if I still take my oldest to the movie, will you still post the clip here? She's 8. I don't know if it's appropriate. If your oldest is 8, I do not want to. Here's the thing. I believe in preserving innocence. And I think that kids who are 8 should see things that are age appropriate.
Puss in Boots.
Well,
Rob
I do. I want to preserve innocence. You know, keep. There's no reason why kids who are 8 need to see things that are beyond them or. That
Wait,
will
what movie are we
traumatize them.
talking about?
I don't know.
Oh,
But-
okay.
I don't know
Rob,
which
didn't-
movie she's talking about.
But Rob, aren't you like notorious for like when you were a kid seeking out movies that you weren't allowed to watching them and getting scarred and having nightmares and
Yeah, well, I didn't have nightmares. I was scarred, but here's the thing. I that was my own personal thing. I didn't tell anybody. So it was my own.
You're a masochist.
No, I read them. I read about them, and I was, reading Fangoria magazine and reading books about the making of these movies. So I was very into the whole process of it. So it wasn't like, a lot of kids watched look, in the 70s and 80s, we had some really hardcore subversive horror films. Really stuff we shouldn't have seen. Honestly, stuff we never had any business seeing. But watching them, knowing how extreme they were, I was more fascinated by the hows and whys of how these movies got made. So I wasn't just watching the films out of context. I'm not saying I wasn't scarred. I'm just saying that I think I watched them for the right reasons. I was a connoisseur.
I was scarred from watching Titanic, and that's not even a horror film. All it's done is given me a perpetual fear of the ocean.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't. The ocean's great, but I understand why that movie is terrifying. I mean, when the boat comes up and people are literally falling, hundreds of feet.
Yeah.
Dude, and if you think about it, that's only Hollywood lighting. Realistic lighting, you wouldn't have been able to see anything when the lights go out and it breaks.
Yeah.
It would have been pitch black except for the stars.
Yep, pitch
Terrifying.
black, terrifying,
Yeah.
horrible. Tom Jr. Jackson says, "Will Taylor be in Blood and Honey 2?"
Fuck.
Yeah?
Okay, so I told everybody at the screening, I was like, I'm on my best behavior. I'm not going to talk about what I want out of the future of this franchise.
What you really want?
Yeah. Then we went out to drinks. And as soon as we had drinks in our hands, I was like, everything from here on out is off the records. First of all, I learned so much about the sequel. There's like so many plans already in motion, and they're fucking lit. I'm not going to say any of them because I promised I would. But I was like, can I be in it? Can I be in the sequel? And I was telling them, like, they were telling me scenes, and I was just telling them how I would fit into them, and they loved it. I'm
No, they did.
Of course they did.
well, it might have been the alcohol, okay, but somehow they liked it, and I would, even if it's just like a quick death in the woods, I'll do it. I'll do it.
They were like, oh yeah, that's a great idea.
They can pay me in
In
honey.
a world. Oh my God.
You better be in the opening scene of Pooh 2.
God, I hope. I told them.
I want to
even
do
had a title, Who Number
the
Two.
I want to do the Once Upon a Time. I want to do that whole it's not the shirt. What's it called? The wood. What's it called in one of the
100 Acre Woods?
Once upon a time in the 100 Acre Woods. There were
Yeah, that's
two
great.
friends, Pooh and Piglet,
Yeah.
that had a friendship beyond time,
Yeah.
beyond eternity, that was disrupted by the arrival of Christopher Robin.
Wait, can I tell you one thing about this movie?
Absolutely.
Very sexual.
What?
I know. There's a scene with Christopher Robin
Rob's booking his
shirtless.
tickets right now.
I mean, I'm like, it's fine, but I'm like, wait, this is not right.
No, this is real. He's all tied up, Christopher Robin, because he's back now from college, so he's older. He's all grown up, Rob.
And they're gonna
And
recast
so
him with
he's-
you in the sequel.
Oh my God.
And he's being whipped with Eeyore because Eeyore's dead. They've established this in the trailer, so it's not a spoiler. They're whipping Christopher Robin with Eeyore's tail, and his tail has a nail in it because that's how they attach it to his booty cheeks. And he's being whipped, and it's very sexual. So there's that.
Winnie the Pooh, Rise of Tigger, rated R.
Oh my God. Rated R for adult situations. Wow. Okay. Well, Taylor, you should be in it. By the way, if the movie makes any money, it's because of you.
I know.
I mean,
I've been promoting it more than anyone, so I really fucking hope I'm in the sequel.
If they need their token melanin-infused character death, I'm here.
Oh my God, could you imagine we're in the opening
In the
scene, just
car?
us talking about Titanic and we both get our throats slit? That'd be
With
fucking-
our dogs?
That'd be so much fun.
It's my dream now. Make it happen.
All right.
I
I'll make it
know.
happen.
And Rob can be like our Uber driver, and then we all get bodied, and he drives off and escapes and makes it to town, and he gets arrested for being like a crazy man.
And I am. People would say, like, that old Santa Claus looking motherfucker. Oh my God.
What's next, Rob?
What is next? Well, what I'm trying to do is set up the member call for tomorrow. I'm putting this out, and I've got the link for the member call. Make it for
I'll be asleep.
members. No, you won't. You're going to come and join us, all channel
Oh my
members. What? Oh my God.
Okay, while Rob's doing that, you know what? I had this revelation today as I was walking up the stairs at my job. We work in construction, and I was moving between the bottom floor and the top floor. And I was walking up, and I was like, oh my gosh, I had a new revelation about Transformers Age of Extinction. Optimus Prime has a character-defining moment in the final battle where he makes a selfish choice. And it's up until then that after the fight, he accepts in his character arc, accepts that he does need help, especially from humans, because his entire character arc, it's like we were talking about this last week, Rob, about how like films about characters with crisis of faith, that's like what Age of Extinction is about. Is Optimus Prime losing his faith? And he's so angry at me right now. I'm looking at him.
No. I'm
seething.
not. I'm like, this is actually, I like this. This is compelling. I'm in.
No, dude,
Count me in.
we have to do an Age of Extinction watch party, not the rest of them, just Age
Yeah,
of Extinction, and I'll
It's-
just
let me
defend it
let me
throughout.
tell you my plan.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got to come to California for like 2 weeks. And in those 2 weeks, we film as much content as possible.
I'm staying at your house then, because I'm not paying for a hotel for
No,
2 weeks.
yes, definitely stay with us. And you just have to bring like 100 changes of clothes so we can film a bunch of stuff within those 2 weeks. And you change your but listen, you change your clothes. No one knows we filmed 10 videos in one day.
Except
And
these
upload
people.
them for like months.
Well, except the
yeah.
200 people listening. Well, yeah,
You know,
but
Don't listen to me.
even they'll suspend their disbelief.
Yeah, I'll do that, Taylor. And then we'll the climax of the trip will be we go see John
John
Williams, and then that night we go to that pub y'all were talking about. We all get litty and talk all kinds of world issues that we're not qualified to talk about.
Yeah.
That's true.
Unfiltered, because we'll be
Well, listen, kids. I think it's time that this 6.5 hour, 6 hour and 15 minute stream.
Oh no. We get through all of them?
Well, let's see. I think we did. I think we got through all of them.
Wanna
We
make
asked
sure.
if Taylor will be in Blood and Honey too.
Let's
I
fucking
think
hope.
we're good. I need to go to bed only because I have to get up and feed the dogs in like 4 hours. They're going to be barking at me, and then I have to. So I want to thank everyone watching this stream.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you so very much for everybody. I want to thank Lael Rockwell, and I want to thank I want to thank Israel King Tannic. I want to thank 50 Shades of Tay. Like and subscribe to their channels. Please
Bless
watch
you.
their shows and all that. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson and Alex
Okay,
Detman.
enough.
Alex Detman is still here. Alex, come on, buddy. Look at this.
Charlie the Unicorn just said 6.5 hour demonetized stream.
Was it already demonetized? I don't know.
I
Could
don't
be.
fucking know.
Marvel.
Taylor,
There's so
where
much
can-
demonetization going on here. I can't begin to Stop it. But
Taylor, where can all the fine people find you on your 1,000 subscriber?
yeah, where do you go, Taylor? Where do people find you?
I just checked right now. I'm 3 subscribers away from 1,100. This is fucking crazy.
Where's all that love for me, guys? Come
There's
on.
a video. I put up a video earlier of me with some balloons that my boyfriend got me and a bottle of champagne, and I popped the bottle of champagne, and it's quite messy, but it's very fun. You can find me on my Instagram, on my
That's
YouTube,
what she said.
my Twitter at 50 Shades of Tay, and I would love to have you join me. It's very fun.
Well, King Tannic, I mean, how many subscribers do you have on your channel?
I think I'm at like 735.
Okay, guys, there's 255 people here. It'll take you 2 seconds.
I'm doing it right now.
Go to King Tannic. Go to King Tannic right now. Come on.
I'm doing it right now.
It's late night. King Tannic. Let's get King Tannic to 1,000 subscribers. Let's get him monetized. 255. All of you right now. Just go to King Tannic. Subscribe. If you can,
that would be
do
great.
it. Just go right now.
Appreciate it.
King Tannic. There it is. Watch his documentary, King Tannic. What is your
Voices
documentary?
Of Central.
Voices of Central.
I'm wearing a hoodie right
What did
now.
I do?
Voices of Central is a documentary that I directed. I followed a show choir for a year, and I followed their journey, like going throughout the year of local competitions, ultimately climaxing in a
Oh yeah.
in a national level competition.
Right.
And I think it's a great coming of age story. It deals a lot with moving
Climaxing,
on.
coming of age.
Anyways,
just kidding. I'm sorry.
We did a watch party with the great.
It's a great documentary. You did a great job.
I appreciate that, Rob.
It's really good. And so there's 253 of you. Go to King. What is your channel, King Tannic?
King Tannic. Tom Jr. Jackson just sent a link in the chat.
Okay, go to his channel right now. Let's get him over. It's like a telethon. It costs you no money.
Oh my gosh, we already went up like 12 subscribers.
Go to King Tannic's channel, KINGTANIC. Go to King Tannic's channel. Subscribe. Go subscribe right now. Okay, do it right now. There's 252 of you here right now. If all of you just jumped over to King Tannic and went subscribe, hit the like, hit the notification button.
Do it.
Do it right now. It's late at night. It's 3:17 in the morning here in LA.
Yeah, fuck
Also,
this shit.
Irene Jobson likes the documentary, so you know it's good. And she said everyone likes to climax and come. Irene, come on now.
Israel,
Actually, yes, it's true.
Yes,
it's true.
we're still on the same
And
stream.
she's a married woman with an 8-year-old kid. The fact that she's still willing to, get down, it's good. Whatever. Irene, did you subscribe to King Tannic's channel? All of you, 249 people. Think about this. It's like you're listening to NPR during the pledge week, but you don't have to pledge anything. All you have to do is subscribe to King Tannic's channel right now.
Wow. Guys,
but Israel, really
do
quick,
it right now. Just all of you right now.
this,
Do it. Come on.
While we're on the same
Do
channel,
it. Do
we're
it.
on the same channel,
Do it.
say,
Tastes so good. Come on.
Keep up the good work, and I'm very proud of you, and you're doing great. And
It's great, dude.
I appreciate that.
King Tannic, come on. 247 people, all of you right now.
So
Jump over to King Tannic's channel. Just subscribe. Let's get him over 1,000 subscribers.
Get the music rolling. Get the
Come on.
banner.
Boom,
That's going
chicka,
like
boom, bow, wow, wow.
Yeah, so Rob
Look, man,
followed
I
me
know
on
you're
Twitter.
melancholy, King Tannic. I don't presume to know why. Just jump
It's
over
actually,
there.
I hate to be that guy, but it's I don't pretend to know why. I'm tired of. I can't let it slide anymore.
remember
it's
when I
okay.
drank a
I
bottle
forgive
and
you.
a half of wine on this live stream?
Dude, it was amazing. Let's hear it for Taylor. Let's hear it for 50 Shades of Tay. And by the way, when you jump over to King Tannic's channel and subscribe, jump back over to 50 Shades of Tay and subscribe. Come on, man. King Tannic's channel. Just go there.
Yeah,
you know
Rob
what?
and I have our Would You Rather Part 4 coming out next week, so get ready for that.
Do I get to be on a Would You Rather?
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Oh, let's
do
go.
it.
But no, I got Rob to follow me on Twitter. I got Taylor to follow me on Twitter. John's never gonna follow me on Twitter. It's never gonna happen. But
maybe one night we'll get him drunk on this live stream.
And then
wait,
He doesn't drink.
I know.
And then I've never seen Ray on Twitter. So all that's left is Chris Carr. So as Thanos once said,
She goes to
one
sleep
to
at
go.
6
He
p.m.
is. Yeah, well,
Three.
maybe Logan's up watching. Probably not.
As-
He's probably like curled up next to his wife, nestled between her Small
As-
over back and all that stuff would be great.
As Thanos said in Avengers Infinity War after he got the Time Stone, one to go. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Well, there you go. By the way, we never answered the question. Checkers, the inventor, where do we send scripts for Rob? Nowhere.
Send them to me on Twitter and Instagram.
No, we're gonna make
Only
a
to Taylor.
special.
Don't send them to
We're
me.
gonna make a special scripts thing. So, by the way, 243 people, go over to King Tanic's channel on YouTube and subscribe. Please do it. Do it for me. Do it now.
Also, Taylor, I just want you to be aware we are now friends, and I'm going to be messaging you like we're friends. I don't message Rob like we're friends because I'm afraid he's going to yell at me and fire me.
Why
from
would I
Burnettwork.
yell at you and fire you? You do a great job.
No, because you're going to be like, oh, you like Age of Extinction. Get out. You know?
It's one movie, dude.
Wait, Israel, when you're
I'm
in
never gonna hold
California,
your.
we're
I'm never
binge
gonna hold
watch
what you
all
like
the
against you
Transformers
ever.
movies together.
We're going to binge watch all the Transformers movies together.
Yeah, because I get very confused about which one is which.
we
so
gotta
cool.
go to Rob's house and see his Robservatory and his like
my
sound
God,
bar
yeah.
and
Come on, I don't have a sound bar. I have a Dolby Atmos system.
I-
Sound bar?
wait, no,
Sound bar?
What color
My
did you
bad,
paint your
dog.
theater room, Rob?
No, I got a sound bar in my bedroom, but not in my media room. Not when you're gonna like Connie
But Rob,
Sang got me a
what
sound
color
bar.
did you paint your theater room? Tell us.
Chocolate love.
There we go. Ooh, how did
My
you
own.
do that?
Well, look at that. There we go.
How do you do that?
King Tanic.
I'm using the Elgato face camera hub. Oh, look
that's
at my
fucking
teeth.
nice.
By the way, I have
gap.
two of those right
So-
here.
But do y'all want to hear the story about my teeth gap? So
Yes.
it's an enrapturing tale. So when I was a kid, you know, obviously your teeth fall out and your adult teeth come in. So these front two teeth and were the only two that the baby teeth didn't fall out in time, and so the adult teeth started growing in while the baby teeth were still in there. And so the adult teeth didn't push them out, and so what they did instead was they moved around them, and so that's why they're crooked and out of place. And I can't afford braces because have you seen the economy? Anyways,
You'll fix them. Why don't you get the look? Let me tell you something. I suck my thumb and put my, and I used to have a cord.
Put your what?
There's a cord that was here. You know that
A
it goes
corn?
down. It's called a cord. A cord, like a cord, and from your upper lip down. So I had a cord. They had to cut my cord to get my two front teeth to come together.
Well,
It was not cool.
I don't know about that
when
kind
I
of
was
stuff.
young, but hey, look at that! Ha ha ha!
I mean, it's
No.
literally just these four, and then I'm
But
Gucci.
you got to get those just the plastic little things that you can wear. It'll be fun.
no. Both of you have perfect smiles.
You know,
so-
I had this one friend in school, this girl, and she wasn't like I wasn't interested in her romantically. She was like an actual friend, and I was like, bro, what's going on?
You're
and then she
interested.
was like,
Why aren't you interested in all girls? Come on, she might be your friend, but little hookup once again. Come on, a little bit. Did you ever kiss her? Come on. ever?
did I?
Oh,
I
look
did
at
a few
that!
times.
Oh,
Hey yo!
bow, chicka. I know you're melancholy. I don't presume to know why.
I'm not melancholy right now, but no. But she told me, and this I like everybody gets mad when I say this, but she said she's like, Israel, genuine like word of criticism. Like I think like that more girls would be interested in you, like if you fix those four teeth. And she was like, coming from the woman's mind, that's like that might be what's
No.
holding you up. She
Okay,
was like,
okay. First of all, I gotta say,
wrong.
Oh,
yeah,
whoa.
that first of all, that's a terrible thing to say to somebody.
In the words of the Grinch, wrongo.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, Israel, and see, look at, it's put this thing on you, and you're talking about it. You'll fix that when you get around to it, like you said, the economy and all that.
There's nothing to fix.
But here's the thing:
never
I would say Taylor's correct. You're
As
you.
always.
You're the way you are. You do a great show. You're very smart. You're passionate about what you believe in. For somebody to say that they're actually picking out an attribute, you know what? Girls would like me more if I was ripped and fucking not 60 pounds overweight from booze and fast food. They would, but you know what? I am, and I don't give a fuck. Because if I wanted to, I mean, I got Elizabeth. She loves me how I am. If someone's micromanaging your looks that way, that is not cool. And I understand You can hear us tell you that, but here's the thing. You have a lot to offer somebody. If I wouldn't put just any person on my channel if they weren't handsome and talented. You are. You did a great show. I said to you, what I say to you, I want one thing. Well, two things. I want Thursday. I want your show every week, Thursday at 2:00. I need a thumbnail, a description of your show.
Well, and Israel, let me just tell you, Rob has been so proud of you. So if you don't already know this, he's very proud of you, and I am too. So
Very proud. I love your show. I love what you've done. I think you're great on camera. Don't let anyone tell you talk too fucking fast. They're wrong. That's ridiculous.
I think they got a point.
No, oh my God, no. Your pitter patter is what makes you. It's awesome.
Like without getting into like his politics and that discussion. Like I think I get when like in person I get
You know
compared
what?
to like Ben
Fuck
Shapiro
that.
a lot.
Or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Tannic.
No.
There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific time or 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Well, but bam, you might have one. There you go. So, just
what
so you know, the Otaku Experience, everybody that's here in the live chat, please go subscribe to Israel's channel. By the way, there's 232 people here. Go subscribe right now. How great was that promo? Come on, look at this man. Even if you don't love
the promo, I need to do a better one.
Oh my
God. All right, two of y'all subscribed and then unsubscribed because we backed down. Who did that?
No, that's like the worst.
Is that true? People subscribed and unsubscribed?
Hold on, y'all finna make me angry.
Well, I know you're melancholy.
Oh my!
I don't presume to know.
Oh my fuck! I hope you both have nightmares about MODOK's little touch tonight.
Yo, hey. Who did this?
Must be nice
man, look, man, you got to take the good with the bad. All we can do is, anyway, it's time to go.
We're
like
tired.
Lawrence Welk said,
We could do two more
good
hours.
night,
We could do two more.
sleep tight, and pleasant dreams to you. I'm just saying, if you know Lawrence Welk, most of you shouldn't, but if you do, you'll get that reference. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to this 6.5 hour stream. I want to thank Taylor, 50 Shades of Tay, being here. Go to his YouTube channel, like, love it, and King Tannic, Israel himself, the man who makes the Otaku Experience for the Burnettwork. Please go to his channel, subscribe. Let's get him over 1,000 so he doesn't envy Taylor too much. So we can have
y'all are
making friends.
Someone's asking me if I speak Japanese. I'm currently learning. I speak a little bit. I can introduce myself, but that's like about it.
Wait, what was that? What was that? A little bit. That's not Japanese. What the fuck was that? A little bit.
Sometimes I break into different accents.
Okay, all right.
I'm like
checking.
I'm like Christian Harloff. I have like personality disorder. I just start making different voices. It's weird. I'm making Taylor.
But you're funny, and he tells dad jokes.
I don't know if this is the alcohol or if this is like
you don't drink.
You're gassing me up. I like it.
Well, there you go, everybody. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank Alex Detman and his very talented young charge who made me this figure and many more, which I like, but they're over there. I just love that. I can't get rid of this Predator figure. So, Alex, thank you.
Watch Age of Extinction. It's a lot better than you remember. It's
that's
fantastic.
That's an HD DVD.
Yeah, this is. I own Transformers on Blu-ray. This is IMAX 3D, baby.
Oh, it's a 3D disc. Okay, good.
I can't even watch this because I don't have a 3D Blu-ray player.
Oh my god,
but I have it.
I do.
I'll bring it.
I do. Anyway, Taylor, 50 Shades of Tay, thank you. Go subscribe, like, and subscribe. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for being here. He's like, it's 6:30 in the morning. Why are you still up? He's going to come on. Remember, if you're a member of the channel, I set up the link. There is a member conversation, a member chat for this channel starting at 11 a.m. Please join us there. I'm going to go to bed and like curl up with all 3 of my dogs that drape themselves over me. They wonder why I'm not there now.
Your dogs that are incredibly intelligent. We're
They're
not going
so
down that rabbit hole again.
No, they're so smart.
Mine's
but
right here sleeping.
all of that, I'm going to say goodbye to all of you. Thank you all. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for the super chats and tips. Thanks for the memberships. Thanks for being you, being all over the world. Thanks for Irene Jobson being as horny as she is. God bless your husband.
Gonna come on the show?
I don't know. She probably doesn't want to come on the show.
Has she ever been on the show?
No, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't know. The thing is, if Irene Jobson walked up to me, and I wouldn't know it was her.
And then she'd just be like, "Hey, I saw you on the street today," and you wouldn't know which one it was.
No,
oh,
no, I wouldn't know.
She's not like following you on like social media and doesn't post like pictures of her kids and her family.
She drew me as a French girl.
But you looked a little too melancholy.
Well, I think
what are you gonna do?
Armpit hair.
I couldn't be in that. I couldn't be in Kate Winslet's position because I don't think the paper would be big enough to handle Gerald. So.
Wait, who's Gerald?
Wow, I don't even want to know. Don't even answer that. I don't want to know.
You know why he's called Gerald? So
no,
that way people underestimate him.
Oh wow! Do you read the Stephen King book Gerald's Game? I hope not. Anyway, on that note, wow.
On that note,
I never thought at 3:30 in the morning I'd be going wow, but apparently I am. So I want to say to all of you, thank you for being here. This is another 6.5 hour midnight musing stream that went from one stream to another.
Demonetized.
And my God, demonetized. Yes. By the way, we should start a show called Demonetized. I can't wait for that.
We should all get knuckle touches and say demonetized.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
No, but...
Kids,
idea, though,
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kind souls, gentle beings, I'm going to end this stream. Thank you for being here for Midnight Musings. We will be back. You'll see me this weekend, all weekend long. Robservations, Let's Get Physical Media with Dieter Bastian, all the way from Saarbrücken, Deutschland. But we will be back. And I'm going to say goodbye to these fine gentlemen. And goodbye to you.
Have a good night.